And good morning, everyone, as we get going here with day 2 of our draft coverage. Dave Gosher, Shane Knight, Gary Lawless. Welcome to beautiful Rock Creek Cattle Company in Deer Lodge, Montana. I'm going to say this to you two.
Oh, no.
It feels like we just left.
Yeah.
It feels like we just left this room like a half hour ago. Does it not?
Well, it does. We're right back ready. This is the exciting. We went through round 1.
Yes.
Now the rest of the rounds today. A little wait for the Golden Knights to pick, but yeah, it was a long shift yesterday. Another long shift today, as a lot of young men will, live their dreams here as they get picked.
I'm excited. Yesterday, the Golden Knights.
You're excited, Dave.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm pumped up here. Brendan Brisson went with the 29th pick, Golden Knights' first-round pick yesterday. So we will be joined by him at some point here in the not-too-distant future. Hoping to talk to his dad, Pat, as well. That should be a lot of fun, and we've got some other guests lined up as we move along here today. But, yeah, we're going to be here a while. So the Golden Knights have 5 picks in this draft. Now they have 4 left after they took Brisson last night. Next time they're on the draft board, unless it changes, is going to be in the 3rd round. They get a couple of thirds, numbers 67 and 91. And then there'll be another little hiatus. 6th round, number 184, 7th round, 215. Gary, you've got your big board all set, so you know where things are going there. So see the detailed prep that went into this here?
There's big board.
So there it is, ready to go. We kind of were ruminating last night, Gary, about the Golden Knights, and
that's a big word for early in the morning.
It's a 4-syllable situation, Shane. Where the Golden Knights might pick, who they might pick, and they see that? That's how I do it. And they went with Brendan Brisson, and we were curious. Was that kind of the player they targeted? Where did you as you talk to your people, what did you kind of learn over the last few hours?
Well, he really shot up in the second half of last year and made a major advancement, and his trajectory has been like this for a while, and he's got – listen, the number one thing in the game today is speed, and he has a ton of it. He's got a really high gear, and he can do things. He can make plays at that high gear. That's what makes Connor McDavid so special. Not only is he the fastest guy in the National Hockey League, but he can do all those things. He's not Ralph Intranuvo, who could burn up the ice, but
Rico Fata.
Yeah, but couldn't do anything with the puck. These are guys that can make plays and make decisions and finish at that real high rate. So, the ceiling is very high for him, and he's going to go to school for a little bit, I think, and to college and perfect his game there for some time, and then we'll see how long the Golden Knights can keep him out of Vegas, because this is you can't forget the other part of him. This is a guy who's got star breeding. Yeah. His father is, an elite agent, one of the power brokers in the National Hockey League. He's grown up with Sidney Crosby and Patrick Kane and Nathan McKinnon popping into the house. Luc Robitaille is his dad's best friend. This is a guy who has been thriving and hoping for the moment in the spotlight his whole life and has done the work to make it happen. I hear he's a tremendous kid, a great personality, but is also, when those guys are around, like Sidney Crosby, the thing we all love about him as a player is that he has superstar talent with a fourth liner's approach to the game. Yeah. He's a worker. Yeah. So is McKinnon. Patrick Kane developed that later in his career, and now his career is, he's still playing at that real elite level. So he understands that you have to work, and he's been real happy to do it. So I think they got a great player.
Going to turn 19 in a couple of weeks is Brendan Brisson. So you mentioned college, Gary. He's going to go to the University of Michigan. He's in Ann Arbor right now. Yeah. The Wolverines getting ready for, the Big Ten is going to get going on their season, right, in mid-November. Mm-hmm. They will play some semblance of a season, and he is in Ann Arbor getting ready for that.
Well, he's there with his teammates. So,
yes.
I was lucky enough last night to I had a quick discussion with him on Instagram Live through the Golden Knights platform, and you could certainly see the excitement on his face. We were kind of wondering, because usually you sit and do the Instagram, but he was pacing the whole time, and I think that was because he was just the nerves, the adrenaline's just driving through his body, and exactly what Gary said. He touched about, on how important it was, growing up. This is a kid that's growing up seeing the best in the NHL and taking and learning from them. McKinnon, Crosby, and Kane, they stay at his house, as Gary mentioned. He talked about that, how, not only seeing that, but then seeing how hard those guys work, I think that's even more important. But the details, he talked about learning to shoot. He said this last year he really worked on shooting off both his feet, getting shots away in a little area for one-timers. And those things to pick up at a young age and to learn. Sometimes these players don't get around these type of guys until they get drafted. Yeah. He's been around them his whole life. So, he's a step ahead. And as Kelly McCrimmon talked about, and we talked about yesterday, the toughest and the biggest thing for scouts, for organizations, general managers, is to project where these guys are going to get, how their trajectory and how they're going to progress as they become players. And they feel he is just on the rise, and he's got a way to go yet, but he certainly has a lot of the already necessary tools to learn how to continue to improve. So that's what really makes it exciting.
In terms of where he's going to go from here, at least this year at Michigan, we'll see where it goes. And I wonder too, Shane, you mentioned about scouting these guys. And I don't know how much the pandemic played into this. I'm sure it did a little bit. But, scouts want to look at guys. How are they in a home game? How are they on the road? How are they playing the third game in 4 nights? How do they react when their team's down 5-1 in the third period? How do they play when their team's up 6-0 in the second period? They want to see players in all, it's not just, okay, you want to see them in the best of scenarios, when the grind of the season. So if you're going in the first round like Brisson did and everyone that went last night, they've seen these guys in all sorts of different scenarios for a long period of time.
The late Rick Rippon was playing for the Regina Pats in his last year, and he was an undrafted player, and they were out. They had nothing to play for. And Craig Heisinger, who was working for the Vancouver Canucks and the Manitoba Moose at the time, went to see another player. And in the third period, Rippon, losing by several goals, and with his team nowhere near the playoffs, and with his hockey career ostensibly winding down, got in a fight, slashed somebody, and then scored a goal. And Heisinger, whoever he went to see, he forgot all about that guy. He signed Rick Rippon, to an ATO at the end of the season, and he eventually climbed and made his way to the National Hockey League. That's what you're talking about, Dave, exactly. Those game situations, the season situations, all that is important. And there's something as simple as, the Mike Keane told me when they would go to play where Wendell Clark was playing, he said they were scared. Wendell Clark was different than everybody else in the Western Hockey League, and you really had to get it together to have a good game because you knew he could snap and cause trouble at any moment. And, that sort of thing that you can see about how a player handles situations like that, because the intimidation is a big factor in junior hockey. How a guy handles that will tell you how is he going to handle things as a pro.
How conscious, Shane, are players, and you go back to all those years ago when you were drafted, but
all those years ago,
back in the olden days, that scouts are in the building. You do
every night.
You
know that.
It was, it's different now. I think every night there, and when I was, you were aware when there was certainly. I think there's always something to play for, and there is continuously in your career, even at this level, it's about getting better. It's about who's watching. In the NHL, it's about trying to be to preserve a job full time. In the NHL, it's about trying to be a power play guy, trying to be in the lineup every night. There's always something to play for. Play to win, of course, number one, but. And that's what drives these guys. But, yeah, they're certainly aware of the scouts. The one thing I think that's really become an important piece in the evaluation process is the interviews these kids go through. I remember I did them. As I said, way back in the olden days, it was a lot different. And I think it was even more imperative this year to do it virtually because they had a chance really to not only question these guys to find out their character, but their hockey sense, their situational play. They go through an extensive interview process where they learn about the player, the type of character, the type of personality you're going to get. And I think that is so important because a lot of these guys are all skilled. And if you have two guys that are skilled, that character of one player that's higher, that weighs very heavy into the decision.
One thing that is a major issue for the scouts this year, the fact that they didn't get to play the under-18. And Brian Burke, when he was our guest yesterday afternoon, he touched on this. When you're playing a best-on-best tournament, and the under-18 is the one where all the draft-eligible guys are playing, you get to see how they do against against elite players. And there is sort of a formula that a lot of scouts will apply. If a guy is, sometimes a player is in his club team, plays 30 minutes, plays on the penalty kill, then you get him to play for his national team, and it's the best of all of his country, and that guy becomes a third pairing shutdown D. Well, that's kind of what he projects to be as a pro, because if some guys rise above that, obviously, but if you're the number one center, like Nick Waugh, for example, was the third line center for Team Canada at the World Juniors. Nick Waugh is a really good National Hockey League third line center. Can he jump up to play in the second line? Absolutely. Is he a franchise number one center? Probably not. But so you can kind of look at those tournaments and say, okay, that's what that guy is probably going to be. Every once in a while, you'd see that guy's skill set and say, you know what, I think he's gonna project and rise above that. But it's a good template, and when not having that under 18, that really removes it takes a tool out of the scout's bag. That's why there will be some mistakes this year. There will be some guys will be selected based on what they've done with their club team, and in not knowing how they would fare in those best on best situations, it could be it's a disadvantage for the scouts.
The old line, Joe DiMaggio. Somebody asked Joe DiMaggio in his heyday. He's playing the back end of a doubleheader, and went 4 for 5, drove in 3 runs, and somebody said to him, Joe, you're going to go in the Hall of Fame. You're one of the greatest players in the history of baseball. Why do you play so hard every game? He said, because there might be somebody here that's never seen me play before. Point being, there's always somebody watching.
We have
always
a trade,
somebody
Dave.
watching. What do you got, Lawman?
Matt Murray is on the move from the Pittsburgh Penguins. He's going to the Ottawa Senators for Jonathan Gruden and a second-round pick, I believe.
That's what I saw flash on the screen as well.
Yeah.
So that was, long rumored that the Pittsburgh Penguins were going to move Matt Murray, and they have done it. Of course, they had just re-signed Tristan Jarry to a 3-year contract extension within the last few days. So how about that? The Pittsburgh Penguins, who you had, the Matt Murray and Marc-Andre Fleury, the tandem that won back-to-back cups in 2016 and 17. Marc-Andre Fleury coming to Vegas, and we know everything he's meant to the franchise here. Now both members of that tandem are out of Pittsburgh. Matt Murray is gone as well. Still remains to be seen with everything in the air with the Vegas goaltending situation, what Marc-Andre Fleury's future is with the Golden Knights. But so trade starting to heat up here. Matt Murray traded to the Ottawa Senators from the Pittsburgh Penguins here this morning. It is a special second-day draft edition. Dave Gosher, Shane Knighty, and Gary Lawless with you from Rock Creek. So the Golden Knights don't pick today, at least as of now, until round number 3. They have 2 picks in the 3rd round. Our draft coverage is brought to you by Ahern Rentals, with over 54,000 pieces of rental equipment available nationwide. Ahern Rentals is ready to support your next project in construction, industrial, landscaping, and more. Ahern Rentals, Vegas-born since 1953. When we come back, we'll check in at our Golden Knight studios in Vegas. We'll check in with Darren Millard. That's after this nighttime at noon, but a special edition of that here draft coverage from Rock Creek on Fox Sports Las Vegas. And great to have you with us here for day number 2 of our draft coverage, rounds 2 through 7 from Rock Creek Cattle Company. Said the Golden Knights have picks in the 3rd round, the 6th, and the 7th. The NHL Draft just about to get going here, about a couple of minutes away. The first pick coming up, number 32, the Detroit Red Wings have that pick. So we will be waiting. They are on the clock right now, but as we said just a moment ago, so Matt Murray traded from the Pittsburgh Penguins to the Ottawa Senators for Jonathan Gruden, and so Matt Murray on the move to the Sens.
Well, talk about the Senators overnight changing their team. The 3rd overall pick they had, they took Tim Stützle, then they take Jake Sanderson 5th overall, then they take Ridley Gregg, and now they add Matt Murray, who's still relatively young as a goaltender. This Ottawa Senators team is quickly going to be, it's not going to be many years for them to turn things around. I know it's been gloom and doom for a while, but made some serious moves here in less than 24 hours.
Well, Pierre Dorion has been kind of the punching bag or the butt of jokes in the National Hockey League for a number of years, but he, in trading players like Mark Stone, Erik Karlsson, he was able to kind of really stock his asset pool, and now he's turning them into players. Yeah. What those players become, you're right, Shane. Like Sanderson's a no miss. Yeah. Ridley Gregg is a can't miss. Stützle a can't miss. These guys are all going to play. And now you've got Matt Murray, who had a down year last year, but Matt Murray won 2 Stanley Cups. This is an elite goalie has been elite goalie at certain points. Can he refine his game? And if he does, they just got younger in net by letting Craig Anderson go and bringing in Matt Murray. So this is pretty fascinating.
Jonathan Gruden goes the other way in that trade, the son of assistant coach for the Islanders, John Gruden. So 2nd round about to begin. The Detroit Red Wings have the first pick in the 2nd round, number 32. On the board. Of course, the Red Wings took Lucas Raymond at number 4 in the 1st round yesterday. So round 2 about ready to get going as they continue this NHL draft virtually. And say the Golden Knights, it'll be a little while for them, but that's fine. There's plenty to talk about between now and then. So we'll also after we get the pick here from Detroit to get the 2nd round going, we'll check in with Darren Millard as well. Here we go. The Red Wings ready to go in round 2.
And the pick is in. Go ahead, Detroit.
The Detroit Red Wings are proud to select from Modo defenseman William Wallander.
Willie Wallander.
Wallander.
Sounded more fun that one.
I thought you were going to say Willy Wonka. So Willie Wallander going to the Detroit Red Wings. So they've gone Frölunda for their pick last night, and now Modo, the Wings. And we talked about their ability to find Swedish-born players. You think of Tomas Holmstrom, you think of Nick Lidstrom, you think of Henrik Zetterberg, right on down the line. So, all right, the 2nd round underway here as the Wings taking William Wallander with pick number 32, pick number 1 of the 2nd round. Dave, Shane, and Gary with you here at Rock Creek. We're going to check in now back at our Vegas studios with our man Darren Millard, who joined us last night as well and had a great nugget that Andrei Vasilevsky used to catch right-handed. They didn't have any of those gloves in Russia at that time, and then now he's a lefty situation. Mallard, what's happening? You're up, ready to go. How are you? I
have no Mallard
today?
Here.
I've got a report that all goaltenders entering next year's draft have immediately switched hands. They're now going to catch the opposite team. They're going down that. No, on a Swedish note, Wallander, his comparable is Victor Hedman, and his favorite player is Erik Karlsson. So if he combines that, he's got a pretty good career ahead of him with the Detroit Red Wings. On the subject of that trade that was just announced, Jonathan Gruden, no relation, if anybody's wondering, no relation at all to Raiders head coach John Gruden. He's a 4th rounder in 2018 by Ottawa, 66 points in 59 games with London of the OHL. But it's a quick end to the Matt Murray era with the Pittsburgh Penguins when you think about what happened in 2017. And just one hockey note, a big picture here. As everybody knows that the National Hockey League with the NHLPA pushed their start of the season back. They're now targeting a January 1st start date for the 2020-2021 NHL season. The QMJHL is already underway, and we had a lot of references last night to players who had great performances in the opening weekend. Well, that may be put on hold shortly because we have confirmed that there's 18 positive COVID cases with Blandville Armada of the QMJHL. Team activities have been totally shut down indefinitely there. Everybody's quarantined for 14 days, and there's a report that one player from Sherbrooke that played Blandville Armada over the course of the weekend has also tested positive. So trying to get everybody up and running in junior hockey, that may be just a brief appearance by Major Junior. And Ozzie Weisblatt was picked the last selection last night by San Jose. Doug Wilson Jr. used sign language to relay that pick because Ozzie's mom is deaf. If anybody has an opportunity to check out the draft reaction by the Weisblatts last night, it was the best moment of the NHL first round, just unbridled, absolutely unbridled enthusiasm. Kind of reminds me of when you guys see that the bosses pull out the credit card.
We do.
That's
I can
the
do
only
a
thing I can
cartwheel.
compare
I've done.
to.
That's when I do cartwheels.
Yes.
So.
And there might have been one. Actually, Mom Kim, I believe, got knocked down to the couch a couple of times during that celebration because Ocean, Oasis, Orca are the three brothers of Ozzie, and Aloha is the sister. They were all jumping around in mass hysteria after Ozzie was selected in the first round by the San Jose Sharks.
I was mentioning Mallard. So Jonathan Gruden in this trade for Matt Murray.
Yes.
No relation to John Gruden of the Vegas Raiders, but the son of John Gruden, assistant coach of the New York Islanders, who played 11 years in the NHL, Boston, Ottawa, a little bit with the Washington Capitals as well. So that's the hockey bloodlines for Jonathan Gruden, his dad John, an assistant with the Islanders. So we have that.
And isn't it interesting? And Shane, maybe you can speak to this, but we've had several family connections. The Gregs with Philadelphia, dad's a scout with Philadelphia. Son was passed over by Philadelphia. None of these sons have gone to the organizations where the fathers are connected. And I don't know whether that's part of it or whether it's just a coincidence. But maybe the fathers and the organization just try to stay away from that.
The rumor mill right now. The rumor mill right now has Nashville and Minnesota working on a deal involving Nick Bonino. Keep an eye on that.
Minnesota hasn't made many trades lately, so I'm surprised to hear that. No. Billy Guerin's been quiet.
There it is. Luke Cunnin.
Yep.
And the 101st pick go to Nashville, and Nick Bonino, the 37th pick and the 70th pick, go to Minnesota. So the trade, we talked about this yesterday. There wasn't a lot of action. It sounds like the floodgates have opened.
Trader Bill Guerin doing it again in Minnesota and active with another deal here today, acquiring Nick Bonino. I want to say Bonino was on both of those Penguins Cup teams, 16 and 17. Yeah. So and Luke Cunnin headed the other way. So business is picking up in the NHL. Of course, all this with an eye towards not only the round 2 through 7 of the draft today, but free agency kicking in on Friday. So lots of business getting done here around the NHL. We've already had 2 trades, and it's not even 9 o'clock Pacific time.
That's good. That's what we're looking for.
Shane was saying before we came on, I'd like some trades. I'd like some activity. Give us some good things to kick around. Well, we already have that.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And I just wanted for Mallard there, just let him know that I think when there's bloodlines that are scouts and that, it is a little awkward, but I think they always look for the best player, and I think the bloodlines, the connection, the family connections, maybe they play a little bit of the part, but I think overall they just that's where the professionalism comes in, and they look for their guy they have. And I also want to mention about Ozzie and his deaf mom. Also another player drafted, I couldn't find it. Jake Neighbors, who was drafted by St. Louis, is Ozzie's best friend, and he learned sign language so he could speak with Ozzie's mom. So a great little story there. Both those players, an exciting day and a real touching kind of background check on both of them.
Well, Mallard, thanks very much, man. We'll check in with you as we go along here today. I must say this, and those of you watching on our social media side, on the stream side, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, your lighting is terrific today. Yesterday, you looked like you were sitting in a closet. Was that true?
Maybe somewhat true. There was always lights here. I didn't know how to use them.
Lights were out. Well, so people tell me
day 2 of the draft, I will be lightheaded.
All the lights are on. Nobody's home. I've heard that before. That's for sure. All right, Mallard, thank you very much. We'll check in a little bit. So round 2 of the NHL Draft underway. A couple of picks already from Detroit and Ottawa, and we've had 2 trades as well as our draft coverage continues from Rock Creek Cattle Company. It's brought to you by the Cosmopolitan of Las Vegas. It's game time at the Cosmo, the place to watch all your live sporting action this fall. Curated lounge seating and mobile wagering. The best cocktails on the Strip. LED video walls to see every play up close as well. It's the most dynamic sports viewing in Las Vegas at the Cosmopolitan. Dave Gosher along with Shane Knighty and Gary Lawless. When we come back, we will talk to the newest Golden Knight taken in the first round by the VGK last night. Brendan Brisson joins us in a moment on Fox Sports Las Vegas. And great to have you joining us here on our draft coverage here at Rock Creek, our 3rd day of shows with 2 more to come. We'll have another nighttime at noon tomorrow, and then a nighttime at noon, but a free agency edition coming up on Friday when the UFA period kicks in on the 9th of October. Dave Gosher, along with Shane Knighty and Gary Lawless, will be joined in a couple of moments by Brendan Brisson, the Golden Knights first-round pick that went 29th overall last night. But round 2 of the draft underway. 3 picks already that have been made, and J.J. Paterka went to Buffalo, guys, with that 34th pick.
Well, Buffalo traded their
Yes.
34th pick. Buffalo was down at 38. They flipped, and Buffalo also sends the 100th pick to the San Jose Sharks. So clearly Kevin Adams, the new GM in Buffalo, looked at J.J. Paterka and said, I want that guy, and I'll pay a little price for him.
Another German player drafted.
Yeah, for the good, yeah.
Yep, exactly. So you've got several from Germany that have gone here over the first 34 picks of the draft. Special guest on the line brought to you by Juice Standard. As the official juicery partner of the Vegas Golden Knights, the Juice Standard is making nutritious delicious every step of the way. Head to one of their 4 convenient locations today or visit their website at juicestandard.com. We are joined on the Zooms by Brendan Brisson, the Golden Knights' first-round pick, 29th overall yesterday. Brendan, thanks so much for your time. Take us through what the last 16 to 18 hours of your life have been like.
I mean, definitely high-paced. Yesterday kind of felt like the longest day of my life, but within that second when I heard my name called, everything kind of sped up. Just seeing all the reactions from my family members and my teammates was something that, I'll never forget. And the feeling that I had when I heard my name getting called by the Vegas Golden Knights was just, I'll never forget that. And, I just can't stress enough just being drafted by such a wonderful organization and can't wait to get started.
Have you hired an agent?
Excuse me?
Have you hired an agent?
I mean, I think it comes with the bloodline, so.
How happy was Dad? I know your dad's been through this a lot, but this one might have been a little extra special for him.
Yeah, I mean, I've actually been to 3 different drafts, with him, and just seeing, his reactions, how happy he is for each individual player that he represents to get drafted is always super high class. But, obviously a little bit different yesterday, just seeing him, and he was a dad yesterday rather than an agent at the draft. So, he helped me so much just getting where I am today. And that goes with saying, like, my brother and my mom, always supporting me, always pushing me. But, it was a really special day to celebrate with them.
You mentioned he reacted like a dad last night, which is awesome. What was that moment like? What did you share with him? What did he say, seeing that, his son just got taken in the first round by Vegas?
Yeah. I mean, normally I think he finds out like 30 seconds or something before, where if one of his guys is going to get drafted. But like today, I think yesterday he just had his phone on silent. He didn't go on it once, so it was a surprise. And, just hugging my mom and then going to my dad right after was definitely something special. And just unreal, honestly. So I enjoyed it.
So, yeah, it's very exciting. I know we talked last night, Brendan. I spoke with you, and I was talking. We talked about all your influences, and maybe a nice advantage for not a lot of young players get to be around elite NHL superstars. But you talked about it. Maybe tell some guys you've maybe learned from and watched here growing up.
Yeah. So just guys like Nathan McKinnon, Sidney Crosby, Patrick Kane. I mean, just last year, playing in Chicago, I was only 45 minutes away from the Hawks games, so I went to a couple of them, and just seeing Kaner, Taves, and Shazi after the game, they were always so always asking about my game, whether they lost, whether they won. They were always just asking me questions, asking me about my brother, and just seeing how they are off the ice is super important. Just always holding yourself as a pro, being a pro, and it really goes to show how good they are on the ice as well.
Brendan, so I'm curious, you grew up with it. Obviously, your dad played. Now you've been, a long time powerful agent. But so I would imagine you got used to seeing Tavares and Kane and Crosby and McKinnon. What did your buddies think of it? Like, did they like, this is pretty cool? You get to hang out with these guys at such a young age. But what did they make of your situation?
I mean, just having those guys around. I mean, some guys or you could say like, he only wants to come over, to see Sidney Crosby, but no, I don't think it was like that. Just they were always, even when my friends were over and when those guys like Crosby and McKinnon and Taves were at my house, they were always they kind of just meant it like they were family to me, and it wasn't awkward at all, and it wasn't like they were going out of their way to be, meeting maybe their childhood idols. They were just good hockey players, honestly, just always teaching us as a kid. It wasn't just me and my brother. They were always just giving me and my little friends little shooting lessons, and just I'm thankful for them, and grateful for all the opportunities I had with those players.
Well, you mentioned your shooting lessons, and we spoke last night. You said that's one of the areas you've worked on your game a lot and will continue. Is it all the pieces of your game you'll look to try and evolve here with you, or is there one area in particular you think that maybe you want to advance the most on?
Yeah, for sure. I'd say my number one area just to get better at Michigan is for sure just my strength and my speed. My first 3 steps is something that I've been working on a lot, and I feel really good and confident with my progression that I've made the last couple of years in my skating. And that being said, it just comes from being in the weight room with a really good trainer here, Coach Joe, and being on the ice, doing different skating drills after practice, during practice. So I can't wait to keep working on my game in that area, and just getting better every day.
A couple of more for you before we let you go, Brendan. So you mentioned you're at Michigan. You're in Ann Arbor right now, getting ready for your freshman season with the Wolverines. What does the near future look like there, in the world we're living in now with the Big Ten, and what's kind of next up on the agenda for you and your team?
Yeah, so some really good news. The Big Ten released that we're going to be playing our first game November 13th. So, we've been practicing every day since I've got here last August, and it really goes to show how high class of a school of a team Michigan is. We're getting tested 3 times a week. It's honestly like we're pros here. We're kind of in our own bubble, and obviously tomorrow, me and 4 other of my teammates, we're going to try out for the World Junior team. So just down in Plymouth, down the road from us, and just practicing until November 13th, and hopefully, when the puck drops, we'll be ready.
Last one for you. Certainly a proud moment last night and continuing today for you and your entire family. Is there a particular piece of advice your dad has imparted on you the most? Anything that you carry around with you as your journey continues now?
Yeah, just ever since I was a little kid, my dad's always just preached to me, just be patient. And looking back on my development as a player and as a young man, I really feel like I use that to my advantage. Just never really rushing to go to places, rushing to go to different leagues or teams. And quite frankly, Shattuck gave me St. Mary's. I went there when I was 14, and I never would have thought I would have been in this position. Honestly, when I was 14, I went to Shattuck. I played 4th line the whole year. Just was a big jump for me going from LA, California to Minnesota. I think I had like 15 points my first year there, and then it was a tough year for me. But just my dad was always telling me just hang in there, be patient, and that next year, I kind of started to feel more confident in my game. I think I just kept getting better every day, and I ended up graduating from there. I didn't rush to go play juniors anywhere, and I was comfortable last year in Chicago. I had a really good season with a good team, and now I'm here at Michigan, and just being in the weight room, having good practices every day. It's going to give me time to develop. So when I get to the Golden Knights, I'm going to be ready.
Brendan, thanks so much. It's great advice. Be patient, which isn't always easy, but certainly it has paid off for you going in the first round of the Golden Knights last night. Stay safe up in Michigan, and hopefully we'll see you in person soon.
Yeah, thank you guys.
All right, Brendan Brisson joining us. Great advice from his dad. That's not an easy. You went through it. You're trying to you want to get going and try to see if he can play professionally, and he's kind of taken some good steps and got some good advice along the way.
Well, you're always going to face adversity, right? There's always going to be hurdles you have to overcome on the path to the NHL. Not for everyone. There's certainly the ones that shoot straight there, but the majority of them, and it is, patience is the key. Not to get frustrated, to still find that confidence, continue to get better is so important. And, yeah, he had pretty good guidelines, a good man to guide him and his dad.
I think a couple of things that stick out from there. 14, he leaves to go to Shattuck.
Yeah.
How old were you when you left home?
I was 15.
You were 15. Okay, it's young. It shows a real commitment to want to be a professional hockey player, to want to grow as a player, and he had a pretty good setup in LA, I'm imagining, right? So
Manhattan Beach is a nice spot.
Yeah, it is. So to pick up and go to Minnesota, that's quite a commitment from the young player. The Nashville Predators, they've made a trade. They just bought out Kyle Turris. They have opened up $8 million in cap space in the last 30 minutes. They now have $12.2 million in cap space. David Poile isn't doing that to save money. He's doing that to spend money because their window is open. Now, Shane, would you add Pietrangelo to that defense core, or are you going after Taylor Hall?
I think they're going after Taylor Hall.
Yeah.
I don't. But here's my worry: is Taylor Hall, like he fits exactly into, to me, the same mindset as Johansson, Duchesne. Not a lot of bite, and a big question mark for those players, and whether they like to hear it or not. Do they have the will?
Philip Forsberg should be a dominant superstar in the National
I don't have
Hockey
a problem with him.
But he's
Johansson,
too inconsistent.
Duchesne, and Hall are always questioned. Do these guys have the will to win? And
I have to be honest with you. Like, I think Forsberg should just be one of the top 10 players in the National. And some nights you see him and you see it, and other nights he's just not on the sheet.
They all need to play like Victor Arvidsson.
Yes, I was just going to say
that.
They play like 33, and they'd have a lot more pop in their game.
Our draft coverage from Rock Creek continuing. We mentioned already a lot of trades being made in the NHL today, and we have talked about all the trades Minnesota's made here recently. We're going to run those down for you as well when we come back as our draft coverage continues. As we go to break, we're going to hear from Ryan Reeves, who went in the 5th round, St. Louis Blues back in 2005, what his draft day story is like, and we'll have more of our coverage from Montana after this on Fox Sports Las Vegas.
What's up, Knights fans? How you doing? It's Revo. Got a little draft day story for you. So my draft day, didn't think I was going to get drafted. Everybody told me I wasn't going to, so I was on my way to my buddy's cottage, and one of my other buddies ended up calling me, and he said, "Oh, hey, St. Louis Blues, huh?" And I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "Oh, you just got drafted by the Blues." I told my buddy to pull over real quick because we were about to lose cell service. Sure enough, 2 seconds later, the GM and one of the scouts that had been scouting me at the time called me, congratulated me, and welcome to the team. I just remember having the biggest smile on my face, one of the best days of my life, knowing that, people told me I couldn't do it, and there I was getting drafted in the NHL. One of the best days ever.
And round 2 of the 2020 draft underway. Our coverage from Rock Creek brought to you by Green Valley Grocery. Green Valley Grocery loves serving and engaging with the wonderful Southern Nevada communities by way of quality customer service, friendly smiles, top-notch fuel service, and all of the great food, drink, and snack brands you've come to expect from your neighborhood convenience store. Come see us 24/7 at one of our many locations or visit online gvgrocery.com. Dave, Shane, and Gary with you from Montana as our draft coverage continues. We've got about 9 picks that have gone off the board here in round 2. Next up are the Winnipeg Jets at number 40. As we mentioned, the Golden Knights don't have anything in the second round. Their second-round pick of this year went to the LA Kings in the Alec Martinez trade at the deadline. They do have a couple of thirds, their own, and also New Jersey's. That came in the Nikita Gusev trade when Gusev went to the Devils, and then a pick in the 6th and 7th. Of course, it's all subject to change. We've already seen a lot of trades here today, Shane, and we touched on what the Minnesota Wild have done, and more specifically what Bill Guerin has done as their general manager heading into his second season. Boy, has he been active, and a great job here by Gordon Weigers of our communication staff just to kind of compile this. So on February the 10th, that's when it all started. Vegas' own Jason Zucker traded to the Pittsburgh Penguins by Minnesota for Alex Galchenyuk, Kalen Addison, and a conditional first-round pick. February the 14th, 4 days later, they fire Bruce Boudreau as their head coach, and then you get through the pause, quite obviously, and after they were knocked out of the playoffs, the Wild were knocked out. They trade Nick Bjugstad to Pittsburgh for a 7th-round pick. Eric Stahl goes 5 days later to Buffalo for Marcus Johansson, and just over the last couple of days, Ryan Donato to San Jose, Devin Dubnyk to San Jose.
They acquired Bjugstad.
I'm sorry. Yes, sorry, they got Bjugstad back. My mistake. Yes, Eric Stahl to Buffalo, Ryan Donato goes to San Jose, Devin Dubnyk goes to San Jose, and today Luke Cunnin goes to Nashville, and they get Nick Bonino in return. So talk about trying to remake your team. Bill Guerin has done that and then some here, starting with that Zucker trade back in the middle of February.
Well, and I think not only changing things up, but freeing up money just like Nashville did.
This is the interesting thing. If you're able to, there are going to be some really good free agents.
Yes.
There are a lot of teams that are cap-strapped, and Minnesota is not a place. Okay, the last time they really scored in free agency was Parise and Suter, but it's been a while since they've been a destination. But if you're Alex Pietrangelo or Taylor Hall, and a team can offer you, the $8 or $9 million a year that you want, it's fine and dandy to say, I only want to go to New York or Toronto or Vegas. If those teams don't have the bread, and you want to have one more big score in your career, then you follow the money.
But it's not only the UFAs. I think there's a lot of teams that have really good players that they need to dump cash, they need to dump salary. So it's going to be one of those years where, trading, you might get a really good player for not much, just being willing to take on that salary. So that's what makes it interesting. And that's, you have to think big why they're making these moves, the Predators and the Wild.
Shane, Thomas Bordeleau, drafted by the San Jose Sharks, the son of Sebastian Bordeleau. Were you teammates with him in Nashville?
No.
Just missed him?
Just missed
But
him.
you must have played against him. He played 251 games in the NHL and then had a stint in the IHL and in Houston, and that's where Thomas was born.
Well, the Golden Knights, as you said, it's a little while before they get their pick. Something we've touched on too, Gary, the flat cap, and you've got teams here and the Golden Knights are one of them. It's been well documented. Their ability to kind of make it all work mathematically last year with the cap, right? You accrue cap space throughout the year. Nick Waugh, to and from the AHL, among other players.
They're over right now. If you go to
now.
capfriendly.com, they're the only team in red right now.
You can be over by 10% now, right?
Well, they're over.
They're over. And, with talk of, something you touched on yesterday of there's rumor that Steven Stamkos has been approached by Tampa Bay with a no trade clause.
Tyler Johnson there as well.
Tyler Johnson, which that's another team. They're going to have some of their issues
yes,
cap-wise.
They've got issues as
They're not alone. Vegas is in a boat with a lot of teams.
Well,
right
and it becomes a situation where if you're a general manager with another club, you look at Vegas and you say, well, I don't want to help them. They're already really good, and and they got good fast. And let's not. There is an elephant in the room here. There is resentment around the NHL that the Golden Knights did so well in the expansion draft, went to the Stanley Cup not only in their first year, but then, over the last 2 seasons have continued to retool and
get
add
better.
big names and get better. So listen. These are reports from other media. We're not endorsing them. We're just telling you the report is that that Marc-Andre Fleury, there have been talks about trading him with other clubs, and you're hearing one report today says that the ask is that Vegas retain 33% of his salary and add a first and a second to make that deal. That's not happening.
No.
Kelly McCrimmon isn't making that trade, but that's sort of the
Ask.
That's the ask. That's the landscape that the general manager, according to media reports, and I was on that side for a long time. You hear something, and from one guy, you hear something, to put it all together to get that sort of package. It could be very close to the truth. It could be very, very far from the truth. But those are some of the things that we're hearing right now.
Well, a lot to come. We've had some trades already in the NHL earlier today, including the Pittsburgh Penguins sending Matt Murray to the Ottawa Senators. Nick Bonito goes from Nashville to Minnesota. Luke Cunnin headed the other way in that deal. So there's already been some trades here. The Nashville Predators also bought out Kyle Turris. Never really seemed to work for him there when he initially went there. Signed a 6-year extension. They're buying him out 2 years into it. So not to give you a popsicle headache, buyouts are if you've got if you've got 4 years left on your deal, it's the way I always remember it in my limited brain space is 2/3 at twice the term. So if you've got 4 years left, that means that's against the cap for 8 years, right? So 2/3 of that money he is still due is Kyle Turris.
And you wonder if he can still play. There's going to be teams that may be interested on him and get him at a good price because he's still getting money from Nashville, and might as well pile on top of it with a new contract.
Well, so business picking up to say the least here. Of course, tomorrow is the final day of the buyout period in the NHL. Free agency begins on Friday. Dave, Shane, and Gary with you from Rock Creek. Our draft coverage continues on all of our social media channels, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube, and also on the radio side on Fox Sports Las Vegas. Great to have you with us from Rock Creek. Second round of the NHL Draft underway. We've had 43 picks total, including picks 32 to 43 here in round 2. We are up in Montana, this beautiful spot, Bill Foley's Rock Creek Cattle Company. It's only about 1,000 acres of beauty. Just a fantastic spot. Darren Millard in a good spot as well. Back in Vegas at our studios at City National Arena. Mallard, we've kind of run through some of these trades that have been made, but also there's been some picks that have come off the board here over the last little bit. The most recent one, the Florida Panthers, drafting number 43. But what are you keeping track of back there in Vegas land?
Rugged defenseman. You'll probably hear more from him in the future. Just really great leadership qualities, and he's got some real bite to his game. But Minnesota seems to be one of the stars of this day, number 2. Luke Kunin sent to the Nashville Predators in exchange for Nick Bonino. Kunin is a restricted free agent, so Nashville, while they've cleared a lot of cap space, still has to sign him. And I'm still on the subject of Minnesota. Remember Gary Lawless? So we had a long talk at the trade deadline last year. Zach Parise was very close to joining the New York Islanders and reuniting Lou Lamoriello. They broke into the National Hockey League together. Parise broke into the National Hockey League with Lou Lamoriello with the New Jersey Devils. They're tight. So keep an eye on all these moves that are happening with the Minnesota Wild, whether or not they revisit that. With Zach Parise. Nashville buying out Kyle Turris. 4 years left at $6 million. He averaged about 25 goals with the Ottawa Senators and was down to 7 and 9 the last 2 years. So that was something with the Nashville Predators. You mentioned Taylor Hall with the Predators, and that situation. John Hines is the coach of the Nashville Predators now, taking over from Peter Laviolette midway through last year, and it was John Hines who coached Taylor Hall to his MVP season with New Jersey. So is that the fit that you guys were discussing, whether or not Nashville would take a run at Taylor Hall? Edmonton retains the 3rd round pick in this draft, in this next round, which means that next year's 3rd rounder goes to Calgary. Why I bring that up is because it completes the James Neal trade, the former Vegas Golden Knight, who was traded to Edmonton in exchange for Milan Lucic, and a couple of more little tidbits for you. One being that the Arizona Coyotes.
Was it a new team?
Arizona Coyotes are slated to pick 18th in this 2nd round. They will not make that pick. That pick has been voided by the National Hockey League, penalty for testing players prior to this draft because there was no combine, and that goes back to former general manager John Chaika. So that pick will not occur, the 18th pick in this 2nd round. So we'll just skip by that. And outside of the draft, our best wishes going to Guy Lafleur, Hockey Hall of Famer. It's been announced that he's suffered a reoccurrence of the lung cancer, had surgery a year ago. The 69-year-old is going to seek further treatment. So our best to Guy Lafleur, who is dealing once again with lung cancer. Back to you guys.
Yeah, to say the least, Mallard. Thanks very much. So the Arizona Coyotes, the team that Mallard tried to combine 2 teams, which is kind of cool.
That's good.
So they've got their new GM in Bill Armstrong, who they didn't have a 1st-round pick, right, because of they had that in the Taylor Hall trade. Yeah. The 2nd-round pick, as Mallard said, they have testing combines where there's certain windows you can do it, right? Coyotes violated that window, so now they lose this pick as well. So it's going to be a little while before they're able to grab somebody in this draft.
Yeah, they would go to a club team, and you're allowed to go for a visit.
Yeah.
But they would go and they would say to the player, bring some shoes and some shorts and a T-shirt, and they would work the guy out and get a look at him in that manner. And it's
not allowed.
The scout that was in charge of that has been let go by Bill Armstrong. He's been removed from the organization, and John Chaika, as we know, is no longer with the Coyotes. And Bill Armstrong's got his Arizona is a unique situation. They've built a rink in an area where it's hard for fans to go, and they have really struggled for a long time to be a profitable organization. They have new ownership, how that affects what they're going to do going forward.
Winning. They need to win.
They need to win. And someone said to me about Bill Armstrong, he is a really strong evaluator. Yeah. And if he can spend time in the rinks and be out there looking at players, then that plays to his strength. If he's in Arizona all the time putting out fires, that is not an ideal situation for him and what he has to accomplish. He's got a lot of work to do there. So fascinating to see what happens to the Coyotes. And we have heard relocation rumors. Could they end up in Houston?
Heard that for a decade.
Longer than that, my friend.
Is it longer than that?
Oh, yeah.
Well, and the other part of it would be, too, and you mentioned Shane Winning. And look, it cures all ills, right? Or at least it cures most of them. And, the Golden Knights have seen that firsthand, and the incredible rate they have been able to win over the first 3 years of their existence. You look at Arizona, they get into the dance this year by virtue of the expanded playoff format, right? And then they knock off Nashville. They got destroyed the final 2 games by Colorado in that series, out in 5. But before this playoff experience in that expanded window, they had missed the playoffs 7 years in a row. They'd made kind of a surprise run to the West Final back in 2012, and then nothing until then. Lawman, what do you got?
We have a trade. Toronto trades pick number 44 to Ottawa for picks number 59 and 64. This is fascinating that Pierre Dorion, he's already taken how many players? He just took Roby Jarventi.
This will be their 5th pick.
Yeah. And
5 in the top 44.
And now he's, listen, when you have that many, he's got the 61st pick in this round as well. So when you have this many picks, obviously they would have really worked hard scouting in the last year, and maybe there's a bunch of players that they really love, and this is the time to do it. But we had this conversation yesterday about the Boston Bruins when they stacked up 3 first-rounders all in a row. They only hit on one of them. Yeah. And, this is strange that Pierre Dorion wants to move up like this. Now, there could be another shoe to drop here. Maybe he's moving up to flip this pick somewhere else and add a player. Who knows? Very interesting, the work he's doing at this stage of the draft.
Well, in 2020 is either going to be the draft that reshapes the organization or it's,
10 more years of misery.
Exactly.
And it's amazing when you think about it, guys. I mean, I know time flies, but 3 years ago, this team was a goal away from going to the Cup final in 2017. And now here they are with 5 picks in the top 44, and obviously the rebuild well underway. We joined here later on before the top of the hour by Darren Dreger, one of the premier insiders in the game from TSN in Canada. And as we said, we'll pick Darren's brain on just what the Senators are doing here. But as we said, the Golden Knights, they've got 2 picks coming up in the 3rd round, and then a 6th, and then a 7th as the draft continues here, doing it virtually. The NHL is as well. And, we just wanted to echo Darren Millard's sentiments about the great Guy Lafleur, who we wish him well. Boy, he was the original Flower, right? And boy, what it's hard not to think about him with the flowing locks, flying down that right wing, letting it fly, and beating a lot of goaltenders. To this day, the all-time top goal scorer for the Montreal Canadiens, Guy Lafleur, and all the great players they've had in that franchise for so many years.
A little Vegas connection here. The Senators have just drafted. I don't have the player's name yet, but he's being drafted. He is in Grand Forks, North Dakota, at the Ralph Engelstad Arena. Ralph Engelstad, for Vegas folks, he owned the Imperial Casino for a long time and made his fortune there. When he sold the Imperial Casino, I don't think it even exists anymore. I think it's been razed. He went back. Tyler Clevin is the player. He went back to his home state of North Dakota and built the Ralph Engelstad Arena in Grand Forks. Yeah. Dave, they built the arena. He walked in and looked at the marble in the concourse and said, "That's not nice enough. Tear it up." They tore it up and they bought another. It cost millions upon millions to build this arena. The dressing room is you hear it all the time. Oh, it's a National League dressing room. It is a National Hockey League dressing room, top end. And we just saw it. So the legacy of a great Vegas entrepreneur brought in here to the 2nd round of the NHL draft.
That was one of remember the talk of before the bubble, that one of the spots would be Grand Forks, right? And that
Yeah,
would have been-
oh, yeah, way early on.
early on.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Just to kind of give you an idea of, some of the players that can be, kind of taken at this point in the draft, and now we're 44 picks into it. Just to give you a little point of reference, Paul Stastny went with the 44th pick to Colorado back in 2005. Robin Lehner went number 46 to the Ottawa Senators in 2009. So we kind of touched on this a little bit last night that, in terms of obviously all the rush and the adrenaline and the glitter of the first round, that's one thing. But as you can see on our stream side, there's Robin Lehner's draft picture. Look at that without the beard back in 2009 as the 46th
young man
overall pick, just a young kid back then. But teams that can get quality picks a little bit later in the draft, and with something that Sam Cosentino touched on yesterday, guys, was that the depth of this draft, even as you get through this second round, you're going to have access to some really good players. Most people, quite frankly, myself included, would not be familiar with most of the names that are on this list right now. They are names more than likely you are going to hear about down the road that play significant roles for teams in the NHL.
Well, he also, for William Karlsson, went 53rd overall to Anaheim. So,
yeah,
you know that name.
Yes.
And that's it. These players, trying to it's the first step. I think we've said that over and over. Patience, you're always going to find those diamonds in the rough, some late round picks. Each round's going to have somebody that really stands out later in their career. But very important picks. And the Ottawa Senators, Clevin, another big D-man. They've really reshaped their organization. They've filled, both defensively and up front offensively with some great young prospects. And then the Detroit Red Wings, we'll see if they go to Sweden again. They're 2 for 2.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right.
Back to Thomas Bordeleau. I've been kind of fascinated by him.
I can tell.
Well, he was born in Houston, but then his dad played for Bern for for about 8 years, and that's where Thomas grew up and learned hockey. We talked yesterday about the development of the Swiss program. He speaks obviously English, he speaks French, and he speaks Swiss, and considers himself a man of the planet, an international citizen. I love that. That's Shane Knighty, international man of mystery.
I got one language, and I struggle with it.
A true
one language, gruff.
Yes.
The grumpy language, a true renaissance man. Our coverage from Rock Creek is brought to you by Nevada Oral and Face Surgery. Advocates, and they advocate that patients come to their practice to enjoy a high standard of care not found anywhere else. And as the official oral and face surgeons of the Vegas Golden Knights, you can trust the highest standard of care and the acute sensitivity to pain from handling the worst of the worst. Learn more at Nevada Oral and Facial Surgery. Dave, Shane, and Gary with you from Rock Creek. We'll step aside, and when we come back, our draft coverage continues. We're almost halfway through round 2. We'll be joined by Darren Dreger of TSN in Canada after this on Fox Sports Las Vegas. The Henderson Silver Knights have a name and logo. Be the first to night up with the official HSK gear. Available now at the Arsenal and VegasTeamStore.com. Get your inaugural men's and women's Henderson Silver Knights t-shirts and hats and be the first ones to represent the Valley's newest team. Don't miss out. Go Knights, go.
We're in beautiful Henderson, and we're at the site of what used to be the pavilion and is now going to be the Henderson Event Center, which would be the new home of the Henderson Silver Knights. And of course, a lot of pride from the organization's perspective. This is a tremendous partnership between the Vegas Golden Knights, our American Hockey League team, the Silver Knights, and the city of Henderson. And this is the beginning phase of what we think will be a really special facility that'll open up in early spring of 2022. Well, for the first part of the process was actually the demolition. So we had the actual pavilion site that was here, the pavilion structure. So we had to take that structure down and then ultimately start the process of grading, excavation, And that's really what you're seeing going on right now. And then give it about 4 weeks, we'll actually start physical construction on the site. And like I said, it'll be about 18 months of actual construction, and it's going to be a great place for families, not only in here in Henderson, but throughout the valley to come. There'll be a lot of great events in addition to the American Hockey League. Fans are going to love it. It's great hockey, very high level, and it comes at a great family price. Home means Henderson.
Great to have you with us here. Day 2 of the 2020 NHL Draft, just about hitting the halfway point in round number 2. Joining us on the line from TSN in Canada, Darren Dreger, the TSN Insider. He's brought to you by Quick Change Displays, family-owned and operated since 1999. Quick Change Displays works hard to ensure that customers' needs are met with the highest level of quality and attention to detail at the best price possible. Services include nearly every aspect of the signage industry. Learn more today at qcdlv.com, and don't miss your chance to make a lasting impression. Darren Dreger joining us. Darren, Dave, Shane, and Gary in Montana. Thanks for tuning in. What's going on today? Have you just a quiet day for you? What's happening?
No, it hasn't been quiet. I mean, there's a lot going on. Not a lot that is manifested into trade, although we've seen some of that. But there's been a lot of back and forth, clearly. In fact, that carried beyond round 1 last night into the wee hours here in the East. But it's picked up today. I mean, we're now starting to see some players actually get traded along with the draft picks. So I'm not convinced yet that it's going to be as active as what many were predicting or we were hoping. And I think that has to do with more with the economic landscape, around North America than it does with the interest that some teams may have in moving out pieces or bringing pieces in.
What are Minnesota and Nashville attempting to accomplish here? It looks like to me like Nashville is opening up space to try and land maybe a Taylor Hall. Is Nashville a place Taylor Hall would go? What does Minnesota have planned? They both Minnesota now has $8 million in cap space, and Nashville has opened $8 million today to get to $12 million.
Nashville to me is an interesting study, to be sure. I mean, we've known now for several days that David Poile was wide open for business. I mean, name the player, particularly at center ice, that you want to get your hands on, and he's available. That was the message that Poile put out to the other general managers. Curious that they're buying out Kyle Turris. I mean, when you talk about a long-term buyout, I mean, this thing is going to stretch out over 8 years. Not sure why Kyle Turris wasn't a fit in Nashville. I'm not sure on that. But if I were a team that had some weakness up the middle of the ice, I'll tell you what, on a short term and low money, I might take a flyer on Kyle Turris. I think that this is going to motivate him, and he's got game left. I believe that. So clearly, David Poile hasn't been happy with the lack of success and production in Nashville. There's only one way to deal with that, and that's bite down hard. And he's done that at the cost of his owners, frankly. They're going to absorb the dead money moving forward. In Minnesota, Billy Guerin is just staying true to form here. He vowed months ago that he was going to reshape the Minnesota Wild. And the reason was because the team wasn't winning. the group that they have wasn't getting the job done. Now, there are certain pieces of the Minnesota Wild that Guerin isn't going to be able to push out, but he's done a real good job, at least for now, of retooling, and he's not done yet. We know that he's got to add a goaltender. How he goes about doing that, it's going to be tricky stuff. I mean, there's been some speculation connecting Bill Guerin to the Vegas Golden Knights and Marc-Andre Fleury, but I think that that's going to be delicate. I understand and I appreciate it, given the history of Guerin and Fleury, but I'm not so sure that Marc-Andre Fleury would waive to go to Minnesota. I guess we'll see how the chips fall moving forward.
Yeah, you mentioned Kyle Turris. Could he solve the second-line center ice position for the Winnipeg Jets?
Well, Gary, I think it has to be discussed, doesn't it? It depends. Look, we talk about this probably multiple times a year, certainly around free agency and around the trade deadline. The teams that have a need at center ice, unless you're talking about a fourth-line center, you're never getting a first-line center unless you draft them. It's really difficult to trade for a second-line center. And trying to get those guys in free agency isn't easy either, because Winnipeg, fair or unfair, isn't a destination of choice for many unrestricted free agents. That's just the reality that Kevin Cheveldayoff and the group there have to live with. So they have to get creative. So I don't know that Winnipeg has interest in Kyle Turris. I think that there has to be an internal discussion on whether or not you feel like he's got enough game to at least kick tires, find out, see where it goes. Is there a delicate balance in the fact that he's represented by Kurt Overart, who also represented Jake Trouba? I don't know. That's probably more media fodder than anything else. Cheveldayoff's going to do what he has to do to make his team better, but he still has assets that he can move, and obviously we're talking about the potential of Patrick Laine. So if he can't get a number two center or a number two defenseman, top pairing defenseman, it feels like it's a challenge to get that two center via trade. So maybe they do consider Kyle Turris as an option.
Dregs, I wanted to ask you about the Ottawa Senators. 2020, maybe the draft that they look back on that reshaped this organization that already has a lot of good young players. But are you surprised that, and maybe it is the lack of movement, 5 picks in the top 44, and they've used them all instead of, trying to move some?
Yeah, I'm not surprised. He used the pick to acquire Matt Murray from the Ottawa Senators, which, that had been rumored to be out there for a while as well. I think that's an excellent ad, by the way, by the Ottawa Senators. Matt Murray's won a couple of Stanley Cups. He's only 26 years of age. Guys, it's been difficult for Matt Murray, even though he's a decorated winner. Pittsburgh loves Marc-Andre. To this day, he's beloved in that city. And I don't know that Matt Murray has ever been able to get out from under that shadow. And I wouldn't say that it's plagued him in any way. I just think that he's looking forward to a fresh start and new scenery. And they've pretty much tied their wagon to Tristan Jarry in Pittsburgh. So one thing about Ottawa is given the holes in their lineup and the fact that they're going to be so inexperienced, Matt Murray, the goaltending, is going to have to be good because they're going to face a lot of rubber whenever the season starts. But I like what Ottawa has done. Pierre Dorion, like every other general manager, is incredibly hardworking. He made some interesting picks yesterday, and I'm not sure he's done wheeling or dealing yet. And when you look at their roster, even though they've appeared to shore up their goaltending, he still needs a center. He still needs help on the wing, and he still needs help defensively. So I'm not saying he's going to solve all that today. He's not going to solve it all today. But he's a general manager who's probably going to wait in the weeds, see what free agency looks like. He's not going to overpay, but all of a sudden you get into, around the 12th to 13th of October, and good players don't have NHL homes. Maybe Ottawa becomes an attractive option for them.
Darren Dreger joining us, TSN Insider. Dregs, a couple of times in our chat here, the name Marc-Andre Fleury's come to the forefront. What's your sense as to how this situation with Fleury works itself out?
It's going to be tough. Certainly not easy, and it's obviously a priority for Kelly McCrimmon and the Vegas Golden Knights. I mean, there's a wide assumption that if Alex Pietrangelo hits the open market on Friday, that the Vegas Golden Knights are going to be a big player. No different than the Toronto Maple Leafs and likely the Florida Panthers. There are some other teams that I'm sure are going to express some interest. But if you're getting in that game, then you've got to move money. And given the fact that they've extended Robin Lehner, it makes the most sense that Marc-Andre Fleury would be the one that the Vegas Golden Knights are trying to move. But he's guarded fairly heavily, as you guys know, by trade protection. So this is going to be a very delicate dance. And then you look at the finances and, is there a willingness from Vegas' perspective to retain some salary? All of that stuff is being worked out to some degree, I'm sure. But I know this, Kelly McCrimmon is shrewd and he is smart. So if there's a way to get this done where all parties are treated respectfully, then I'm pretty confident he's going to do that.
Steven Stamkos, is there legs to this? Could he really be on the move?
Well, he could be, Gary. I mean, it's not impossible. What we know is the Tampa Bay Lightning have made it clear that they've got 4 untouchable players. And, Steven Stamkos' name is not among those who are untouchable. And look, you're coming off the ultimate success of winning the Stanley Cup. They've got some big contracts that they're going to have to address in the near future here. You can start with Sergachev and Cirelli as being the top 2. They're probably going to have to clean off upwards of $10 million, maybe a bit more off their payroll. How do you do that? Well, we know that Tyler Johnson has been approached. He has no trade protection, and his representative, J.P. Barry, has given Julian Brisebois a list of several teams. So you're talking in that 5-6 range that Brisebois can work with to facilitate a trade for Tyler Johnson. But that would only wipe out $5 million. So, is it Yanni Gourde? Is it Alex Killorn? I mean, go down the list. And that list includes Steven Stamkos, even though he has the full no-move clause. Sounds harsh. It sounds incredibly harsh. He's the captain of the team. He's great in the community. He's been a superstar for the Tampa Bay Lightning. But that is the harsh reality of a flat cap at 81.5. And furthermore, the Tampa Bay Lightning virtually won the Stanley Cup without Steven Stamkos. I mean, he played a memorable 2 minutes and 47 seconds, but they won that cup without him. So this is a tough one, I'm sure, organizationally. I still find it a bit of a stretch in my mind for a lot of reasons. That Stamkos gets traded. Health could be among those reasons, right? Yeah. But I'm not going to tell you guys that he isn't in play because there's a sense that he is.
Dregs, thanks for the time so much. We really appreciate it.
All right, guys, no problem. And by the way, just before we started, I was told I had to give Darren Millard a shout-out.
Oh, boy.
He sent me a text, so there you go. And by the way, Darren Millard still owes me his career because I hired him in Yorkton, Saskatchewan in radio. I then hired him in Brandon, and I got him hired in network TV in Toronto.
Yeah, you guys were partners for a long time, running wild in the...
I was his boss. Let's get that.
Oh, you were his boss.
That very clear.
So we have you to thank for him. We have you to thank for him in Vegas now. Is that what the deal is? Thanks for everything.
All right, guys.
All right, Dregs.
Have a great day. Be well.
You bet. You too. Darren Dreger from TSN in Canada. As we've had some terrific guests here over this week, Shane, and Darren among them in terms of talk about people that are just
Bob McKenzie, Darren Dreger, just so tied in. Elliot Friedman, we spoke to earlier. Those are the kind of the big three. It's just the information they're able to gather through sources is incredible.
No question about it. We're going to step aside, and when we come back, we're going to. By the way, before we go, Luke Tuck, younger brother of Alex Tuck, has just been drafted by the Montreal Canadiens. So how about that in the Tuck family?
Well, yeah, you can see.
We have a shot of it on one of our monitors. There's Alex Tuck. Still got the full beard going. That's great stuff. And I believe they're in
proud big brother right there.
Boston for this. Yeah, I think they're hunkered down in Boston. Of course, Luke Tuck is at Boston University. Made the right decision. His older brother went to Boston College for some unknown reason. In any event.
Well, it's a special day for the Tuck family.
And back-to-back picks for the Canadiens. So they have 47 and 48. But Luke Tuck just taken by Montreal with the 47th pick. So the Tuck family with two boys in the NHL. We're going to step aside, and when we come back, we're going to check in with Jack Dugan, of course, Golden Knights youngster that signed back in the springtime after a couple of years at Providence College, but played for the same Chicago Steelheads team in the USHL, not at the same time, but the same organization as first-round pick Brendan Brisson. So we'll check in with Jack Dugan. We're also going to get Alex Tuck on the line here at some point as well, and just get the reaction.
Well, you can, absolutely.
Which we saw, but we'd like to have a chat with him. His younger brother Luke just being taken 47th overall by the Montreal Canadiens. Lots more to come on Fox Sports Las Vegas.
Red light city, gonna set my soul on fire. I got a whole lot of money that's ready to burn, so get those stakes up higher. There's 1,000 pretty women waiting down there. They're all living the devil may care. Well, I'm just a devil with a lot to spare. So Viva Las Vegas, Viva Las Vegas. Oh, I wish that.
Golden Knight fans, it's your boy Lil Jon. Yeah, Viva Las Vegas, Viva Las Vegas, Viva Las Vegas.
Little John, ho ho ho. You know what would make this song so Vegas?
What's that, Wayne?
Hit it.
Viva, 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 Viva Las Vegas, Las Vegas. Yeah, yeah.
The Vegas Golden Knights are proud to select from UNLV Bobby James.
Bobby, get in.
Bobby, time for dinner.
Have you on Rock Creek? Second round of the NHL Draft underway, and we're through now, 47 and 48 picks, Gary, and we just saw a moment ago Luke Tuck, younger brother of Alex, go to the Canadiens. They have back-to-back picks, and Jan Mysak going 48th to the Habs as well.
Well, that'll be good news for the Tuck family that they live in Baldwinsville, New York, which is near Syracuse, and only a couple of hours from Montreal over the Canadian border. So I know they love coming to Vegas, Mr. and Mrs. Tuck, to see their son Alex, but now Now they'll be able to drive just up the road to Montreal to see Luke.
Yeah, great stuff. So the two Tuck boys in the NHL, of course, Alex with the VGK, and now Luke drafted by the Montreal Canadiens. Our guest on the line is Jack Dugan, who signed with the Golden Knights back in the springtime, and he is brought to you by T-Bird Jewels as Las Vegas' most trusted jeweler since 1962 and an official watch partner of the Vegas Golden Knights. T-Bird Jewels has plenty of options to satisfy your jewelry and watch needs. Learn more at tbirdjewels.com. Jack, Dave Gosher, and Gary Lawless, thanks for getting on the Zoom situation with us. Let's catch up first off. I want to talk to you about your time playing with Chicago in the USHL where Brendan Brisson played, but bring us up to date with you. Obviously, a long stretch here, the quarantine, and now we're into the official NHL off season. What have you been doing to try to get yourself ready for the next year, if and when that begins?
Yeah, it's definitely been, a weird time. Kind of just keeps seeming to be dragged out and prolonged. And, I'm doing my best to stay in shape. And there's a good local group of guys here that's skating pretty regularly. So I've been getting over to the rink quite a bit with them, and obviously some off-ice things. But, yeah, it's pretty much an everyday routine. You go to the rink, you come home, and kind of just waiting to see if the NHL has had any more news on when the next season is going to start. So,
Jack, how much do you enjoy watching the draft? Have you been paying attention, and do you know some of the players that have been drafted?
Yeah, I watched the first round last night. I think these kids are a little too young for me to know any of them or for me to play against any of them. So I'm not too sure with too many of them. I know I got a couple buddies of mine that could potentially be drafted back from Providence, so I'm watching pretty close to see if any of those guys go anywhere.
Jack, how do you – it must be a fine line when you're drafted and then go back to college and, you want to focus on the team that you're playing for in college, but also it has to be in your mind, when am I going to turn pro? How do you keep your focus in one area, or do you kind of split your focus a little bit?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think every hockey player's ultimate goal is to play in the NHL one day, and obviously a step to get there is being drafted. And, like you said, going back to college and focusing on that team is definitely the number one concern. And for me, at least during the season, I really don't have any other concerns outside of the team I'm playing for at the time. But when the season ends, and kind of like this past year when it ended, I had an opportunity to sign, and I kind of came to the conclusion that that's what I wanted to do, and that was the time for me to start thinking about that.
Jack Dugan joining us on Zoom, of course, drafted by the Golden Knights a couple of years ago and signed with the VGK here not too long ago. Jack, you signed after your second year at Providence College. There were a lot of people that thought you could have turned pro after your first year, but you had a terrific sophomore season, led the nation in scoring, Holby Baker finalist. How did you go about making the decision that was, in fact, the right time for you to turn pro and leave the Friars?
I think that, going into this past season especially, my coaching staff and I at Providence had an understanding that if I had another good year and an opportunity arose at the end of the year for me to sign, then that could definitely be a possibility. So I kind of just tried to focus on what I could control during the year, which was doing the best I could do and, showing Vegas everything I had throughout the year. And hopefully when the time came at the end of the year, I was going to get that opportunity to sign with them. And luckily that's what happened, and I jumped on it.
How much of the Golden Knights playoff run did you watch, Jack?
I watched the Golden Knights playoff run. I watched basically every other team's playoff run too. It was definitely a weird time with no hockey on, especially when the playoffs are usually played in May and June, and it was definitely a bummer. But then kind of when it came back on and in August, I think it started, it was a unique time, and it was weird I'm a big Yankees fan, so it was weird to be watching the Yankees and the NHL and the baseball playoffs all at the same time. So it was a cool experience for me, and I've definitely followed it closely.
I'm a big Red Sox fan, Jack, so I don't know if we can coexist much longer here on this Zoom situation.
You've got the Providence connection.
I know. I'm a
the
Rhode
Island.
Islander from God's country. You know what it's about, Jack. So, hey, we wanted to ask you about so Brent Brisson, the Golden Knights take last night in the first round, played for Chicago in the USHL. I know you guys didn't cross paths there, but what was your experience like there? And for our viewers and listeners that maybe don't know a ton about the league, what was it like for you there, and how important was it in your development?
Yeah, it was huge for me. I came right out of prep school and went there, and it was a big jump. And I think it kind of got me ready for, the college level, and just being in Chicago and living on your own and living with a different family that, it's definitely a unique experience. You've never met these people before, and you basically move in and live there for a year or 2 or 3. And I think that's challenging on its own. And then getting yourself up, going to the rink every day, and right across the road, at least for me, it was about a 30 to 40 minute drive to get to the rink, and kind of having to grow up a little bit faster than most kids my age at that time. And I think that helped me out quite a bit. And then the league itself is an extremely competitive league. I think a bunch of really good players have come out of that the past couple of years, and even in the past 10, 20 years. And I'm sure it's only going to get better and better as these years go on.
Jack, how anxious are you to get on the ice at a Golden Knights training camp and compare yourself to what the Golden Knights have, what the Henderson Silver Knights have? That's going to be an experience for you.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I'm looking forward to. Me being a college kid and a USHL kid over these past couple of years, I haven't been able to go to the training camps like all the major junior kids have been able to. So it'll really be my first time going to any camp besides development camp, and I'm extremely excited for it. I really can't wait. I'm really chomping at the bit to start my pro career here and really get things going.
How exciting is it for all of you guys that, I'm not saying that you're going to the American League. You might make the big club, but the fact that the American League team is in Henderson and is all part of the Valley now, and you'll be able to go to Golden Knights games or Silver Knights games or however that works out.
Yeah, it's huge. Not only for the players, but I'm sure for the fan base as well, and the front office. Everything being right there is definitely going to be easier for, I think, everyone involved, and especially the players. I'm sure there's been guys that have been in Chicago the past couple of years that might get called up or might be sent down, and it's just it's a 2.5 hour, or no, more so like a 4-hour flight from Chicago out to Vegas every time. So I'm sure it's going to make things a lot easier for, like I said, everyone involved, and obviously especially the players.
Jack, last one for you. Where are you geographically? Where are you zooming in from these days?
I'm in Rochester, New York. I'm currently living at my parents' house. I've been here since March, since the last season ended, and I'll be here until I'm hopefully able to move out to Vegas at some point. So,
living with the parents.
It's going well. It's it's kind of making up for some lost time when I left early a couple of years ago. So I know my mom definitely enjoys it. She likes making food for me. She likes making sure I'm eating all the right things, and we're having a good time.
Well, Dave has lots of room. He's got Gosher Estates out in Summerlin. So if you want to come early, we've got space for you.
Not a problem. We can get you a good rate.
All right, guys. Thanks.
All right, Jack.
Thanks,
Hopefully
Jack.
We'll see you soon. Thanks very much. Jack Dugan joining us. Yeah, you wonder, right? Like he was away in Chicago, 2 years at Providence College. Now he's been back home since March. But by all accounts, it's going well. Just to kind of further the point, Gary, of the importance of drafting well in the deeper rounds of the draft. Jack Dugan went in the 5th round of the VGK, 142nd in the draft in 20. So this is before he even went to Chicago in the USHL. He went, played that 1 year, had 66 points for the Steel, then 2 years at Providence College, and now signing with the Golden Knights.
So just to maybe kind of take people through that process, the Golden Knights draft a player, and the first person that the player will see is probably Eric Tosi or Sage Salmons from our communications department, and they'll bring them either to the podium or to the table, and then they'll meet Kelly McCrimmon and the rest of that staff. But then they become Will Nichols, basically his baby. And Will Nickel, who's the director of player development for the Golden Knights, will get them training, get them together with the Golden Knights nutrition people, their physical trainers, and start that process of the kid being getting closer to being a pro. And then Will go visit them. If you're playing in the USHL, Will pop in. If you're playing in Major Junior, you're getting a Will Nickel visit. He's going to check in. Him and Mike Levine, they do their job, and they really will, until that kid goes to a training camp, they're in his little house. And then when he gets to a training camp and the decision is made for him to go to Henderson or to Vegas, then all of a sudden he becomes under the charges of the coaching staff and management.
Well, we thank Jack Dugan for joining us from Rochester, New York, to talk a little bit about his experience playing in the USHL, where Brendan Brisson played as well, the Golden Knights' first-round pick from last night. Our draft coverage continues on all of our social media channels and also on Fox Sports Las Vegas.
Ahí viene el robo, se viene Roy, Roy lo tiene, Roy. Nicolás Roy con el primero, creo que en su carrera en esta temporada con los Vegas Golden Knights. Del otro lado está Cody Glass, no conectan con él, se suelta el puck, recupera el equipo de Vegas Golden Knights. Ese es Pacioretty, costado izquierdo, el pase. ¡Gol! ¡Gol! ¡Golazo de Cody Glass!
Y se vuelven a equivocar en la salida,
Ahí está,
nos regalan otra vez. Le quedó otra vez como regalito de año nuevo a Mark Stone, y era la tercera ocasión que el equipo se equivoca. Me refiero a los Dogs, se equivocaban en la salida, regalan por tercera vez el puck enfrente de la portería, y eso obviamente debido a la buena marca, la buena presión que estaban haciendo los delanteros del equipo de Vegas Golden Knights. Pero ahora sí la aprovechó Mark Stone adentro, que está funcionando 1-1 el marcador.
Súmete que te quedó jabón, digo el señor Mark Stone, y ahí estamos 1-1, señores. Nuevamente jugando el equipo de Vegas Golden Knights frente al portero, va a quedar arriba el post, a dos tiempos.
Bueno, ahí está Marche. Marche. Marcó el sexto, damas y caballeros. Y lo que había se acabó.
Excelente.
Lo decíamos.
El equipo de los Vegas Golden Knights. Faltó mandarlo más lejos. ¡Disparo! Y pegó en el poste de Marc Andre Fleury. ¡Ganaba el Castro!
¡No!
¡Esa estuvo épica! ¡Marc Andre Fleury!
No.
¡Su majestad Fleury!
On the radio side, you could hear the legendary guitar work of Eddie Van Halen. Still hard to believe that we lost him yesterday. It is a gorgeous day here at the ranch.
Beautiful.
59 and sunny, and just fantastic fall weather and seasonal up here. We kind of try to learn more and more about it. So the ranch will close here coming up next week, I believe,
Yes.
early next week. They have some holiday activities right around Christmas and into the new year, and then kind of open back up again in May. I would imagine that the winters get a tad chilly.
They would, Dave.
To
Yeah,
say
no,
the least up here, Shane.
Nothing gets by you.
No, you're not dealing with your average everyday fool here. But anyway, here we are at Rock Creek. I will tell you this. The NHL Draft is going along at a glacial pace right now.
I think that's even too fast.
Yes.
Of a reference.
It's an insult to the glaciers. Right now, so they're at 55, the 55th
They aren't
pick.
even out of the second
Not
round.
even out of the second round. There's going to be 7 rounds. So we'll see where it goes from here. But, Shane, you mentioned earlier, but, worth repeating that you can get some real qualities as you get deeper into the draft, including William Karlsson, who went right around this time, 53rd to Anaheim back in 2011. So you've got Dave, Shane, and Gary holding down the fort here at Rock Creek. Darren Millard is doing the same from our Vegas studios as we check in with Mallard with the NHL Draft continuing here, round number 2, and approaching the Canadians now with, they can have 3 picks in a 10-pick range. They had 47, 48, and now they're on the clock next at 57. But Mallard, we welcome you back in. What's going on?
Just hanging out, watching this draft go by and wondering, will you guys be off the air by the time Ryan Wallace and I go on the air at 4 o'clock?
Yes.
VGK Insider Show?
Without question.
No,
We were just having that discussion.
Don't worry about it. We'll be gone.
Yes, you'll be carrying the ball at that time.
It speaks to the activities that are available at Rock Creek Cattle Company, to the amount of complaining that you guys are doing to want to get off the air.
No, enjoy it. I just wish the pace would pick up.
Well, here's the deal with the pace, and I'll explain that right now because I know that you guys have been to a couple of these things, and normally the 2nd round to 7th round is as fast or faster than the 4-hour window that the 1st round is allotted. Now, the 1st round is all because of television, and you have all that space to explain each team's picks and go through and talk to the players. What's happening is because we didn't have any trades last night, and teams like Detroit and Columbus went off the board a little bit. Everybody else hung on to their 1st round pick and didn't make those swaps that we would normally see 2 or 3 because players were available, but they didn't think were available. So we had very little trade action last night. All of that has spilled over to today. And every time that there's a deal or a swap of picks, and we've had 8 of them so far in the 2nd round, the clock resets on the draft pick, the team that's making the selection. So inevitably, or what you basically have is 2 picks in one. So 2 or 3 minutes for Montreal, and then it resets. So that's why it's taking so long. I don't expect that to continue. We're going to just run out of picks to swap and change. So it should pick up a little bit midway through the 3rd round and then fly through rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7. So there's just an update on that. Montreal and Ottawa going a bit old school. And tell me if I'm going too long here. Just interrupt, Dave.
No, you're good.
No, feel free. You can talk for the next 20 minutes.
Luke Tuck is a player that's 6'2", 203 pounds. We know the relationship with Alex and the family, and we had Alex on the VGK Insider Show the other day, and just got into conversation about the differences between the 2 players. And Alex says that he's the biggest proponent of Luke, but also is very hard on him, very firm with him in how he plays the game. But as far as the differences between the 2, both pretty fast, but Alex actually wishes if there is one thing that he could take from his younger brother, it's a mean streak. And he told this great story that when he was growing up, if there was a player that was on the opposition that was hurt on the ice and they had to stop play, Alex's dad would often say, Alex would be the first one over to make sure that that player is okay. And the difference is Luke is usually the person that hurt that player and made the fact that he was going to be down on the ice. So Alex says that Luke has a bit of a mean streak, and if he could take one thing from Luke's game, it would be that mean streak. And I think we saw a bit of that intensity ramped up during summer and the return to play. So there's just a bit of comparison and a little bit of overlap between the two Tuck brothers who are going to be in the National Hockey League. The other part is Ottawa now has really weird how things start to shake down. But the Ottawa Senators had all those picks, 5 picks in the first 44 selections of this 2020 draft. They now have 4 prospects at the University of North Dakota. And just a bit of geography, you guys were talking about the UND program and the person that donated all the money to the owner to the arena in Ralph Engelstad. Well, just where is UND located? Just a pop quiz.
I would say
it's Grand Forks.
Grand Forks, yeah.
North Dakota, yeah.
Grand Forks. And Dave, I know you know this, and I know Shane, you know this, because we had the conversation in the office earlier this year. But there's a new mayor of Grand Forks, North Dakota, and that is Brandon Buczynski.
Yes.
The former Ottawa senator. So it's just weird how a former senator is the mayor of
if you would have did
North Dakota.
deeper digging, I think him and I might have been part of an exchange in a trade. I can't remember which
what
team.
was that?
I can't remember which team.
Nashville?
Might have been Boston.
Yeah, that sounds like
Boston, Anaheim.
Boston.
Yes.
It was Boston. You're right. That came out of that conversation. So
Yeah.
Buczynski's the mayor of Grand Forks and former senator, and Ottawa has 4 draft prospects playing at the University of North Dakota, including Jake Sanderson from Montana, where you guys are in the background right now at Rock Creek Cattle Company. And I don't know whether the 6th round has ended yet after this soliloquy. But,
we can only hope.
We're still in the 2nd round, and actually the last pick is another Manitoba reference. Tristan Robbins went to the San Jose Sharks. I played against his dad, Trevor, who was a goalie for the Brandon Wheat Kings, and he married actually a girl from my hometown in Niipua, Manitoba. She was there was only 2 Shanes in the town, me and her. So their son, Trevor, and Shane Robbins' son, Tristan, drafted by the San Jose Sharks, plays for the Saskatoon Blades.
Trevor played for Saskatoon as well,
Yes.
and the Brandon Wheat Kings, so 2nd generation with the Saskatoon Blades with Tristan, and he just went to San Jose, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So here's a great story. Trevor Robbins was a free agent signing by the San Jose Sharks, so way back when.
Holy, look at the memory.
And when he was with the Wheat Kings, and he took his signing bonus and bought a teal Corvette. And it was like, it just stuck out all these great junior hockey players getting by, borrowing their various parents' cars. And then there's this teal Corvette sitting in the parking lot. It was the nicest car since Oleg Tverdovsky played for the Brandon Wheat Kings, and he had a BMW sitting in the parking lot. But what was your signing bonus? What did you buy with your signing bonus, Shane, on the heels of Trevor Robbins buying a teal Corvette?
Well, I drove a K car for my first car in junior, a 1984 Dodge Caravel. But I got my bonus a little later when I was a little older when I finally got a signing bonus when I signed with the Detroit Red Wings, my first NHL contract. And I actually bought, I was the year, it would have been 98, I believe, because I was the first year the Dodge Durango came out, and I bought one of those.
Oh,
nice. Like straight cash? Straight cash? Just bought it? No financing needed? Just done?
Yeah.
That's the way to do it. That's
A
fantastic.
little bit more room than the Corvette.
Yeah, I was, well, I had a child at that time.
Yeah. Well,
And a bit better in the Manitoba winters than the Corvette.
Yes, I needed the 4-wheel drive.
No, you weren't playing in Manitoba.
So I had a buddy. So
Grand
Keith,
Rapids then.
No, I'd left Grand Rapids after Grand Rapids.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I had a buddy, Keith McCambridge, mentioned that he had a Corvette, a fancy Corvette too. And yeah, it looks great and everything, but when we'd go golfing, I'd have to sit in the passenger seat with both the clubs on my lap because there's no room. So it's not the most convenient vehicle to have. It looks great and everything, but not very practical, even to go golfing.
Just 2 more footnotes here. Ottawa with those 5 picks in the first 44, the last of which is Tyler Clevin, who is going to UND. He is from the national team development program and at the USA Hockey, USA Under-18 team. And he had 100 penalty minutes, guys, in, 40 games last year. So that's a little bit old school. So you've got the 4 high-end players and then you surround them with a player that had 2 goals this year and 100 penalty minutes. So we're seeing a couple of teams. Montreal went a little bit bigger so far, and Ottawa has added a bit of size. So are we approaching maybe the game got smaller, faster, quicker, and we all love that style of game. But what we've witnessed in the last 2 Stanley Cup playoffs with St. Louis and Boston meeting last year in the final, and this year Dallas losing out to Tampa Bay, which got bigger, are we maybe coming back more towards the middle and a bit of a hybrid?
All right, Mallard, thanks. We got a break. We'll revisit that on the other side. Great stuff. Thanks very much. We'll check back in a little while with Darren Millard.
Yeah, and I think we just did he talked about the reset. I think we just had a trade. Montreal traded their 57th overall pick to the Tampa Bay Lightning, who just took Jack Finley.
Tampa gets the 57th pick, and Montreal gets the 124th in this year's draft, and next year's second-round pick from Tampa Bay. So Tampa Bay paid quite a price to move up there. For that
big
pick.
boy at 6'6", played for the Spokane Chiefs, so had 19 goals, so offensive, a big body.
Huh.
Our draft coverage continues from Rock Creek. As we go to break, we'll check in with the draft day memory of Nick Hague, who went in the high second round pick for the Golden Knights in 2017. Lots more to come on Fox Sports Las Vegas.
Nick Hague with the Vegas Golden Knights. My favorite moment from the NHL draft was, being able to share the entire experience with my entire family. Getting my name called and being able to just stand up and give my mom and dad a big hug and then spend the rest of the night with, all my friends and family and former coaches and everyone who came down to Chicago. Those are people that have supported me throughout my entire career, and, to be able to share that night with them was something special, and I'll never forget that.
It's been a vision from our owner, Bill Foley, since day one to have a third jersey that's truly reflective of the entertainment and sports capital of the world, Las Vegas. And so we knew we had to do a gold jersey, and we knew we had to get it right. It's been about a 2-year process working with the NHL, Adidas, and really through multiple rounds of testing, we really think we have the first metallic gold jersey in sports. It was all about how do we do something different that the league has never seen before, and we really tried to push Adidas out of their comfort zone to do something that they've never done before, which is a truly metallic alternate fashion, and the jersey is reflective of that. It's not just a hockey jersey, it's a fashion statement for sure. The gold jersey is really reflective of Las Vegas. It's the perfect thing to wear at a game at T-Mobile Arena. It shines. It actually has sparkles when there's movement. Or if you go out in the town on the Las Vegas trip, it's the perfect thing to wear for a night out as well. It really is reflective of Las Vegas and the Vegas Golden Knights. We're actually offering an exclusive number of 707 treasure chests that include the gold jersey. It includes customization, a special gold coin, and then we're also offering special metallic gold Adidas Boost shoes with that for $777. As you can see, the gold is truly metallic gold, and we've got our mantra from our owner, Bill Foley, that says, always advance, never retreat on every single collar. And it's got the alternate metallic construction. It's got the filigree in the white sleeves and the steel gray numbers and letters. The VGK Gold jersey is available now at the Arsenal at City National Arena, the Armory at T-Mobile Arena, or online at VegasTeamStore.com. It's so Vegas.
The Henderson Silver Knights have a name and logo. Be the first to night up with the official HSK gear. Available now at the Arsenal and VegasTeamStore.com. Get your inaugural men's and women's Henderson Silver Knights t-shirts and hats and be the first ones to represent the Valley's newest team. Don't miss out. Go Knights, go. NHL Draft moving along. Boston Bruins just picked at the 58th selection. Mason Lowray, I believe is how you say it, going 58th to the Bruins. And we are joined on the line by Alex Tuck, whose younger brother Luke just went not long ago with the 47th pick to the Montreal Canadiens. And the appearance by Alex is brought to you by Allegiant. Allegiant is going the distance for health and safety because the further we go now, the safer it will be to go farther tomorrow. Allegiant, the official domestic airline of the Vegas Golden Knights. Low fares, nonstop flights. Book now at Allegiant.com. Alex Tuck zooming in. What's going on with the Tuck family today?
It's an unbelievable day. Really proud of my brother. It's a lot of emotions. Just couldn't be any happier. I guess unless he's drafted by Vegas, but no. I mean, I'm just ecstatic for him.
Well, we saw the reaction. Certainly, a lot of joy. Yourself, how does it compare to yourself getting drafted? Is it right up there?
Yeah, it definitely is. Obviously, a lot different experience being in a hotel instead of being in the arena, and I wish I was able to watch him walk up on that stage, but it was a very intimate moment for my family and I, and it's something that I'll never forget, and I know he won't ever forget. So it's right up there because we're really close. We have a really close-knit family, so it meant a lot for us.
Alex, did Luke have a sense, or did your family have a sense that he was going to go where he went, 47th to Montreal?
I had no idea. I don't think he did either. I think it was pretty up in the air. It was anywhere from late first round to early third round. So it was anywhere in that area that we were getting told by his family advisor, my agent, and some other people that we knew in the NHL world. So we had no idea, but I think he's very happy to where he went.
Is he impressed to be with one of the most historic franchises in the NHL? You go to the newest one, and where you're at now with the Golden Knights, which we like, but him going to basically the Montreal Canadiens, what a history they have, and you know, it's a real special thing when you get those original 6 jerseys to put on.
No, definitely.
Go ahead.
Sorry, it's like you said, it's the original 6. There's a lot of tradition. There's a lot of history there. He better be really honored to wear that sweater with some of the greatest NHL players of all time. But I think my parents are pretty happy too because it's not too far away from home as well. It's a little bit different than Vegas. It's across the country.
Hey, Alex, how would you describe his game compared to your game?
So first of all, he's a lefty. I'm a righty. We both play the wing. I think I'm a little bit better skater than he is, but I think he's a little bit more physical than I am. I think he has really good hockey sense and vision, but he's more of a pass first, and I think I'm more of a shoot first player.
So now hopefully the competition heats up. Have you ever thought about the prospect of eventually playing against him and how that might play out on the ice, especially now that you said he's the more physical guy? Do you have to have your head up a little, your eyes kind of wandering?
I don't know. I think being 2 years older, I kind of let him beat up on me growing up. So I think he better expect a couple of extra licks when we play against each other for the first time. But there won't be any taking it easy on him anymore, especially if he's in the NHL. I'm going to get yelled at my mom afterwards, but he better keep his head up.
Well, that wouldn't be the first time that mom's yelled at you, I'm sure. Alex, thanks for this. Congratulations to you, the family, on a huge day for you guys. Thanks very much.
Say hi to Mom and Dad.
Yeah, and hey, congrats to Brisson as well. Welcome to the Golden Knights with a first-round pick.
That sounds great. Thanks again, Alex,
Thanks,
very
Alex.
much. Appreciate it. All right, Alex Tuck joining us. So interesting, and Darren Millard telling us about, kind of the mean streak in Luke Tuck's game. It's something that I think we saw more in Alex's game, right? After the pause.
He added that in playoffs, and that bite that Alex brought, I thought really kind of elevated his game, gave him more space out there. He's such an elite skater. His speed is, size and speed, that combination, just lethal to have. And then if he adds that bite like we saw in playoffs and be able to do that consistently over a season. I think he's going to find more room on the ice. He's going to go to different areas in front of the net to find different ways to score goals. All that's natural for a player his age to continue to develop their game, to find more strengths that can be advantageous for them to be productive.
Is that just a maturation of, having been in the NHL and competed against the men in the league and then finding out, you know what, I'm bigger and stronger than this guy? Because I don't think Alex is he's not Derek Englund. He's not me.
No.
Right? But once you get the confidence that you can go into those areas and push people out of the way. We watched it with Blake Wheeler, right? He went from a tall, skinny kid that got pushed around to a big, heavy man that pushed people around.
Well, he figured out to play to the inside.
Yeah.
He's too much perimeter. Blake Wheeler, that was early in his career. Played with him in Boston. Outstanding rookie day. He had 22 goals as a rookie.
Yep.
But then he realized it was, and he was focused more on his production than his game. Then once he realized, if I focus on my game, I have the skill, the points will come. And, he's turned into a leader, the captain of the Winnipeg Jets. And I think Alex Tuch is very comparable side. Wheeler's 6'5", and Tuch's both big bodies, get stronger. But the understanding, as you said, they get more comfortable in NHL. They understand what they need to do to be successful. And priorities change. Priorities, rather than, when you're young and you're known as a point producer, you think that's the only way you can be productive is to put up points. Well, then you understand there's a lot of other elements to the game, an all-around game, and when you can add a little more pieces, you said, whether it's being physical, whether it's playing more to the inside, whether it's getting away from the perimeter, when you focus and bring your game as an all-around game, the points will come because the skill is already there.
You wonder if normally you go to the conference final, you're playing into early June or late May, and then you got to be back in camp in September. This is, Alex is going to have, he's had quite a bit of September, all of October, all of November, probably half of December, probably open camp in the middle of December if Jan 1 is. So it's a long, long stretch. Could he get a little stronger and get a little
absolutely.
Get a little thicker here?
Well, the thing he talked about was he dropped weight. And I thought, and to be honest, I thought he was faster in playoffs too. I thought there was another, and I don't think he needs to get faster than that. So the other thing he can add is that strength that's going to grow. And the biggest part of it is I think physically he's understanding how he needs to be as a professional athlete, physically and mentally. Now he's understanding the pieces of game that is going to elevate him to that other level that everybody expects and sees him getting to.
The other factor here, they're clearly competitive.
Oh,
and now that little brother's going to be in the NHL. He's going to want his numbers to be better than little brothers.
Absolutely.
If Luke gets to Montreal and starts piling up some points, Alex be looking over his shoulder.
Yeah. How about the athletic genes in this family? So you've got two boys now drafted into the NHL, and Alex has been in the NHL now for a couple of years. They followed similar paths. So Alex played 2 years with the National Development Program. Luke did the same thing. Then Alex went to Boston College. Luke is beginning his freshman year at Boston University. So they both kind of followed similar roles. Luke is a twin. His sister, Leah, is a field hockey player, and a good one at that, in Baldwinsville, New York. So I don't know what they're feeding the kids in the Tuch family, but the athletic gene is really trickled down.
Alex going to BC must be the smarter kid than the one going
No, as I said earlier,
right? Is that how that works?
Was happy, and I've told Alex this, that his younger brother saw the light and went to BU. I mean, it's about time somebody would tell him this is the way to go. Anyway, congratulations to the Tuch family. We've gotten to know Carl Tuch, certainly, some of the dad's trips, and great for them that Luke Tuch going 47th today to the Montreal Canadiens. Our draft coverage continues on our social media channels, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and also on the radio side as well at Fox Sports Las Vegas.
We're in beautiful Henderson, and we're at the site of what used to be the pavilion and is now going to be the Henderson Event Center, which would be the new home of the Henderson Silver Knights. There's a lot of pride from the organization's perspective. This is a tremendous partnership between the Vegas Golden Knights, our American Hockey League team, the Silver Knights, in the city of Henderson. And this is the beginning phase of what we think will be a really special facility that'll open up in early spring of 2022. Well, for the first part of the process was actually the demolition. So we had the actual pavilion site that was here, the pavilion structure. So we had to take that structure down and then start the process of grading, excavation, and that's really what you're seeing going on right now. And then give it about 4 weeks, we'll actually start physical construction on the site. And like I said, it'll be about 18 months of actual construction, and it's going to be for families, not only in here in Henderson, but throughout the valley to come to events. There'll be a lot of great events in addition to the American Hockey League. Fans are going to love it. It's great hockey, very high level, and it comes at a great family price. Home means Henderson.
Hey, you cleaning your car. Marc-Andre Fleury. Yeah, you. Do you feel your car window is boring? Do you want to make your exotic car more exotic? Would you like to proudly show off your family? Well, you're in luck. Do you think your friends would like them?
They're pretty cool. Right on, man.
What do you think of your new stickers? Get your Golden Knights family stickers at the Arsenal today. Fleury and exotic car not included.
The Henderson Silver Knights have a name and logo. Be the first to night up with the official HSK gear. Available now at the Arsenal and VegasTeamStore.com. Get your inaugural men's and women's Henderson Silver Knights t-shirts and hats and be the first ones to represent the Valley's newest team. Don't miss out. Go Knights, go. Glad to have you along with our draft coverage from Rock Creek. Dave Gosher, Shane Knighty, and Gary Lawless. And we are joined on the phone by the Athletics' Scott Burnside. Nice enough to join us here. Brought to you by Walker Furniture, locally owned since 1955. Walker Furniture and Mattress is a proud partner of the Vegas Golden Knights. That's 65 years of turning houses just like yours into homes. Visit one of their locations today to take advantage of low prices for this year. Scott, thanks a lot for taking the time here. The NHL Draft moving along, second round almost complete, and the Ottawa Senators stunningly on the clock again. What do you make of what they've done here? They already had 5 picks in the top 44, and now they've got another one coming up at 61.
Well, as we knew, this was going to be a huge draft for the Ottawa Senators. A team that has had some hard times. Has had to move on from a number of top players. Of course, Mark Stone, Erik Karlsson, Mike Hoffman, Ryan Zingle, just to name a few. But I really do believe this is a team with DJ Smith as the head coach there that is really starting to turn a corner. I think they have the potential to bounce back very quickly. I don't know if they're ready to challenge for a playoff spot in 2021, but I think they're going to be better than people think they are. And, of course, they made an absolutely, a very significant move to start things off today on the second day of the draft by acquiring Matt Murray from the Pittsburgh Penguins. Certainly Murray, a restricted free agent, two-time Stanley Cup winner. His game maybe has gone a bit sideways. The Penguins now will turn to Tristan Jarry as their number one goaltender moving forward. But I like that fit for the Ottawa Senators. Matt Murray's just 26 years old, could probably use a change of scenery, and I think he's the kind of goaltender that can grow along with that young franchise and help accelerate their retooling process in the Canadian capital.
Scott, thanks for joining us. For our listeners, Scott has covered the NHL for a couple decades, anyways, and is the dean of our hockey writers, a former president of the Professional Hockey Writers Association, and has among the best contacts that there are in the National Hockey League. Scott, what are you kind of hearing right now? I guess first of all about the trend and how flat cap is going to affect teams, and maybe just from observing, I know you've got a good relationship with the folks in Carolina and Nashville. Nashville in particular, what are they doing? What they're opening up a ton of cap space. What do you think the end game is there? And just sort of the trends and the big players and who you think are going to be movers and shakers on Friday when free agency starts.
Yeah, I mean, Gary, and first of all, that check is in the mail for those kind words. So there you go. Look for that down the road. But I think what you're going to see with the flat cap at $81.5 million, and really it's not just the flat cap moving into this coming season. It's the unknown of when we're going to see the cap maybe go back to a normal arc. That I think GMs might have assumed that, in the coming years it would have top $90 million, moving towards $100 million with the growth of the league before the pandemic. So it's not just this coming season that is brings uncertainty. It's is it going to be 2 or 3 years at $81.5 million, and what does that do to teams who are restricted free agents coming up, young stars who will need to be paid, all those kinds of questions. And I think that's why you've seen teams. The New York Rangers, of course, buying out Henrik Lundqvist, trading Mark Stahl and his contract to the Detroit Red Wings. They're a team that has some pieces to sign, and with the first overall pick last night in Alexis Lafreniere, they're a team that looks to jump right into a contender kind of mode. You mentioned Nashville. I'm fascinated to see what happens there. They're a team that has underachieved now since going to the Stanley Cup Final in 2017. Have a lot of big contracts, have a lot of veteran players, but we're seeing change there now. Michael Granlund's going to be on the move. Craig Smith's going to be on the move. They buy out or start the process of buying out Kyle Turris, a contract that just really had hammered them, and Nick Bonino traded to the Minnesota Wild. So you see, as David Poile, the dean of NHL GMs, still doesn't have a Stanley Cup on his resume, I think it's fair to say that window is not going to stay open forever in Nashville with their core of players, Norris Trophy winner Romany, Matt Duchene up front, Ryan Johansson. So here's a long-winded answer, but my guess is, and I've talked to a number of scouts who say, keep an eye on Taylor Hall. The former Hart Trophy winner doesn't look to be headed back to Arizona. He's going to be a UFA at noon on Friday. He had his Hart Trophy season with John Hines, the head coach of the Nashville Predators, when John Hines and Taylor Hall were in New Jersey together. And I wonder if that's what David Poile is doing, is freeing up cap space to take a run at Taylor Hall, who wants nothing more than to go and have some stability and play for a winner. It's never happened to him in his career. He's played only a handful of playoff games. He might get a chance to go on a long run or two if he ends up in Nashville.
How hard is this on Bill Armstrong in Arizona to have not had a pick yet? And I worry about that organization again. I think that this is a perilous time for them.
Yeah, well, the worry has pretty much been nonstop, hasn't it, Gary? I mean, when was the last time that there was peace in the valley, if I can use that term? And it's really disappointing, because I think the feeling was, with new ownership in Arizona, that this was going to mark a time of great renaissance, that maybe they would be able to get a new arena built in a proper spot in the Arizona area, in the Phoenix area. That doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon. The team looks to be paring down to, going from a near cap team to possibly a floor team. They're looking at dangling Darcy Kumper, who was having a Vezina Trophy worthy season before injuries got to him in December last year. And of course, the issue with Oliver Ekman-Larsson, the captain, who's been asked to consider waiving his no trade, no move clause. Narrowed it down apparently to Vancouver and Boston. I frankly don't know if it's a fit for either of those teams, given his level of play the last couple of years. But certainly, if you're a fan of the Coyotes, you have to wonder once again, what is the future of that franchise in that community? It sounds like the arena is nowhere close to becoming a fruition. They're going to be stuck in Glendale for the foreseeable future. I'm with you, Gary. I don't know how it ends, but I'll tell you that what very brief period of optimism surrounded that team with new ownership has pretty much evaporated, and I think there are a lot of skeptics once again about the long-term future of that team in that community.
Scott, thanks so much for the visit. We always appreciate your insights. Thanks very much.
Anytime.
All right, Scott Burnside from The Athletic joining us. The third round of the draft has now begun. The second round is over. We're going to step aside because the Golden Knights, relatively soon, they'll be picking. They have the 68th pick, their first of 2 picks in the third round. Detroit has just picked at 63. So we'll step aside, come back, and have for you when the Golden Knights draft in the third round at number 68. That's coming up in a couple of moments here on Fox Sports Las Vegas.
Well, I think it's going to be gold. And I expect just the best. That's what I expect.
I've heard rumors about gold. That's my prediction. It's going to be golden jersey.
Oh, we see a letter.
Ooh, cool box, eh?
That's nice.
It is gold, eh?
That is sick. I expected that.
Wow, I'm surprised how like gold it is, you know?
This one is so sick. Always advance, never retreat. Bill Foley.
I was hesitant how they can make this gold, but they did a good job.
They did a great job.
This is also the name of the new captain.
Here we go.
Captain Carlson.
Is that for me?
Yeah. By the way, I'm not the captain. All right. Now we got a pair of sick kicks.
Ooh.
That's gold.
Those are sick shoes, though.
So I'm gonna just put these on, I guess.
Ooh.
I'm still waiting for my gold hat.
There we go.
I hope it fits. There we go. That's my gold hat.
This is Jonathan Marceau, and this is So Vegas.
I'm William Carlson, and this is So Vegas. Maybe we can golden gloves. That's gold right there. This might as well be real gold. I'm wearing all gold. The golden Sparta. I feel golden.
Closing in on the Golden Knights picking 68th here in round 3 of the 2020 NHL Draft. Our coverage brought to you by William Hill. Sign up today for a new William Hill, Nevada mobile sports account, and you could earn a $50 bonus on top of your original $50 or more deposit using promo code GET50. That's promo code GET50. The William Hill, Nevada mobile sports app allows you to bet on the go from any iPhone, iPad, or Android device from anywhere in Nevada. Sign up today and you'll never miss another bet. For more information, visit williamhill.us. That's williamhill.us. All right, we've gone to 2 picks in the third round. It looked like the third round was going to be picking up.
Detroit's
they're gubbing up the works here. Detroit and Toronto went kind of bang bang, 63 and 64.
You got to think there's a trade.
Now Detroit's Detroit's at 65, and their time has run out. We have the clock running here, so that's their time is up, and the Golden Knights coming up at 68. So the VGK with the 68th pick, and also a little bit later on in this round at 91. So all this on the heels of no pick in the second round, but of course they went and got Brennan Brisson yesterday with the first-round pick at number 29. So, and we're hoping at some point, we'll see. His dad, Pat, a busy guy, obviously, one of the premier sports agents in the game. We were hoping to get him on the phone here at some point today.
We're in contact with Pat. He's texting us, and we're just...
he's got a lot going on today. I'm sure he's got some young players.
Be coming on as a father, not an agent. It'll be fun.
Exactly right. We talk about the quality of player. You can get deeper in the draft. Worth noting that the Golden Knights have the 68th pick. Nick Cousins went number 68 to the Philadelphia Flyers in the 2011
How about the 69th pick
draft
on the Golden Knights? Riley Smith to Dallas.
That's right.
69th overall back in 2009.
On our video side of our stream here, you can see Nick Cousins, and there's Riley Smith. Great work by Jenna to fire those up. The young Riley Smith, 11 years ago, going to the Dallas Stars, and, of course, now a mainstay with the Golden Knights. Riley Smith, of course, was involved in a few years after that. A huge trade between Dallas and Boston, where Tyler Seguin went the other way from Boston to Dallas. Louis Eriksson was the premier name coming out of that trade from Dallas at the time. Not Riley Smith so much. He hadn't established himself as he has now.
And Riley Smith coming off a career year in goals, and Louis Eriksson not so much.
Yeah, it hasn't gone well for Louis, especially since going to Vancouver.
He had some big years initially in Boston.
Yeah, for sure. And then left, signed a big free agent deal with the Canucks, and hasn't gone great since then. So, but anyway, the time is up on Detroit, but it's been up
for
here,
a while.
It's been up here for a while, and the Wings have not acted just yet. But as we say, the Golden Knights will have their pick. They've got a couple in this round after a no picks in round number 2.
The Wings are one of the teams that are willing to take on cap. So if you have a player that
to trade through,
or even to hold, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Well, here's Bill Daly.
And we have a trade to announce. The Detroit Red Wings have traded pick number 65 in the 2020 draft to the Minnesota Wild in exchange for picks number 70 and number 132 in the 2020 draft. Minnesota, you're on the clock.
So the Wild busy again, making more trades, this time flipping.
Must be somebody
they
want.
Picks.
Yeah, there must be somebody they want.
Or they have a trade going too. Who knows? You'd hope they pick first if they pick fast if they moved up for it to get the pick.
Well, to Darren Millard's point, and we're going to bring in Mallard here from our studios at City National Arena. You know, the point he made now with these trades. So now the clock starts again, right? So now Minnesota's on the clock, and that's why the pace of this has been pretty slow, to say the least. Mallard, what have you been doing with yourself since we last spoke?
Well, just clarification with the Detroit angle. They had 2 picks in 3 selections. And remember, Steve Yzerman, the general manager, is not in the room with his management group, his hockey operations group, because of his exposure to COVID. So they're taking precautions there. So he's in a separate location. So things with Detroit, whenever they come up on the clock, may take a little bit more as Yzerman communicates with Chris Draper and the rest of the hockey operations group. And then he add in a trade, and it drags things out a little bit. The good thing is the later you get in the draft, the fewer picks there are trade. So it should speed things up a little bit more.
You keep saying that.
Yeah, I like your optimism.
I'm with you guys. I'm with you. You guys talked to Scotty Burnside a little bit about Arizona and Taylor Hall and Nashville and what's happening there with the Predators creating some room. Don't forget, Oliver Ekman-Larsson, the Coyotes captain, is being shopped right now. And Ekman-Larsson's group with the agency has given the Coyotes until free agency on Friday to work out a deal, or they're going to just, we're staying put for next season with the Coyotes. So Bill Armstrong, the new general manager of the Coyotes, has until 9 a.m. Pacific time on Friday. Boston and Vancouver were the front runners for Oliver Ekman. Boston appears to be out of the consideration right now. Vancouver is still trying to work out a deal. Imagine that defense with Ekman-Larsson and Hughes on the back end there.
That's Mallard. Let me ask you a couple of questions there. That's interesting. Kevin Epp, the representation for Oliver Ekman-Larsson. It's kind of like, trade me, but if you don't trade me by now, you got to keep me forever. It's kind of an interesting dynamic there. Why the deadline? Why does Kevin Epp and Oliver Ekman-Larsson, why do they want clarity by Friday at 9 o'clock?
I think it's just to stop it from extending on until the nether regions of whenever the season's going to start. So you put a deadline. You know as well as I do, nothing ever happens without some kind of deadline in these situations. You've got everybody talking trade right now. It's draft week, free agency week. We know that this is the busiest week for transactions in the National Hockey League. So why not add a little bit more to the situation and the development?
I'm not a firm believer in the deadline, I guess is what I'm saying. If they get a deal for him sometime on Friday later in the day or even on Saturday and they phone him and say, hey, we do have something in place to send you to Vancouver, I don't see Ekman-Larsson saying no to that.
Well, it is a weird mixed message, isn't it? Because
totally.
You say, oh, I'm willing to be traded. We've talked about these teams. I wouldn't mind Boston or Vancouver, but if you don't do it, then I'm staying, and I'm going to hold you to the fire by saying I'm going to stay. So that is a little bit different. Just it looked like Arizona was turning a corner. The fans were back last year. They were putting some impressive performances on the board. And now, if they don't re-sign Taylor Hall, they lose him, plus the compensation that they gave the New Jersey Devils and their captain, Oliver Ekman-Larsson. And there's other players there. So the job of Rick Talking Company with the Coyotes continues. And then we can't forget that John Chayka parted ways with the team right before they went into the bubble. And that was strange. So things continue sort of to march to the continuous beat of the Arizona Coyotes. Last time I chatted with you guys, talked about some teams getting bigger and adding to the size. Calgary for one. Ottawa added a big defenseman with their fifth pick in the first 44 selections. Montreal's added some size.
Tampa added
the Toronto Maple Leafs made the last two selections were 5'9" and 5'10". One is a centerman, Roni Hirvonen, and the other one's a defenseman. So you think that there's one team that was going to go a little bit bigger to offset the speed and the skill that they have, all of what Tampa Bay has done. They've kind of doubled down here, going with a 5'9" centerman and a 5'10" defenseman. And one before I let you go, Linus Anderson, the 7th overall pick in 2012. You guys reported the trade to the Los Angeles Kings. He just didn't pan out with the New York Rangers. His dad,
the 68th
Nicholas,
selection belongs to the Vegas Golden Knights. Vegas, you're on the clock.
Earlier, discussed how some parents didn't draft. They were with NHL teams, didn't draft their kids who were up. The LA Kings have gone the opposite way with Nicholas Anderson acquiring his son by a trade with the New York Rangers.
Well, you may have heard in the background as Darren was chatting, the voice of Bill Daly. The Golden Knights, they are on the clock and up next. They're about 2.5 minutes away from making their first of what is, at least right now, 2 picks in the 3rd round. So be curious to see, which direction they go. You think the last couple of years, guys, they used a first-round pick on Peyton Krebs, a forward, a first-round pick last night on Brendan Brisson, a forward. Now they're into the 3rd round and the 68th pick, which is coming up here pretty soon for the VGK.
It'd be interesting to see if there is talk about a number of pretty good goalies in this draft. They usually drafted goalies much later than this phase, but they have Robin Leonard now for 5 years, and the timing here, Yuri Patera for sure, but the timing, if you were to get a good prospect and able to bring him along, would seem to be about right. Another year of junior, maybe 2 years of junior, or someone from Europe, a couple of years over there, then some time in the American League, a year as a backup in the NHL, or a year and a half. Just a thought.
Just a thought. Well, is that off Gary's big board?
Here's Bill Daly.
With the 68th selection, here is Bob Lowe's, the Assistant Director of Player Personnel for the Vegas Golden Knights.
Vegas is proud to select Lucas Cormier.
So Lucas Cormier goes to the Golden Knights. 68th pick in round 3 of the 2020 NHL Draft. On our video side of our stream here, it's quite the celebration in the Cormier house.
Yeah, it's
and
great.
Why not? Hugs all around.
It's great to see the reaction for these players, in the unique situation where they're not in the building, able to go down to the draft floor and see everyone. They're celebrating at home with friends, family, and those around them, and a great reaction as the Golden Knights make their 2nd selection here in this 2020 draft.
Lucas Cormier is a defenseman, 5'9", 178 pounds, plays for Charlottetown. He's a puck mover. He's a guy that sees the ice really well, has a great first pass, can run a power play. The one sort of, and every player has his warts at this stage, needs to improve his first couple of steps. His speed, his burst is not there yet, but they obviously believe that is something that they can work on with the player and grow him in that regard.
And it's interesting, the trend. We always say, that's big, strong, mean defenseman, but you're seeing a lot now, and I think, Quinn Hughes certainly has opened that up. Cale Makar's not exactly a big guy.
Yeah.
The ability to have that defensive hockey IQ offensively, to move pucks, to make plays, to be confident. Size really isn't as an issue as it was, say 15 years ago in the NHL for a defenseman. And Lucas Cormier, 5'9", continue to develop, but certainly you love to hear the offensive instincts that a young player has like that from the back end.
So the Quebec League has started, and he's played 2 games already this year. 2 goals and 4 assists in 2 games so far this season. So it's interesting. I don't believe that, anything that happens this year is affecting it. You can't change a player's draft positioning over 2 games.
No.
But if it was
helps.
like, it certainly doesn't hurt you. That didn't hurt Lucas Cormier, that's for sure.
It may reaffirm if they had him on their list, and then watch what he's done here to start.
The other thing to note, which Darren Millard told us earlier, there's been a flare-up of COVID cases.
Yes.
In the queue. Not sure where this is going to go with them from this point, but early good start to the season for Lucas Cormier. You said, Shane, there's been some comparisons to Sam Girard. You mentioned Quinn Hughes, Cale Makar, and but a good young defenseman, young kid, obviously 18 years old, native of New Brunswick, some hockey bloodlines in his family. His father, Mario, played in both the Q, and he also played collegiate hockey in Canada at the University of Moncton. His sister, Dominique, is a defenseman, played for Canada in the 2019 under-18s. So certainly hockey DNA in that family for Lucas Cormier. So the Golden Knights taking the young defenseman out of Charlottetown in the Quebec League. And to your point, Shane, about young puck-moving defensemen, right?
Yeah.
Not like back in your day where you had to have a lot of size and strength. I mean, you'd like that, but not a requirement anymore.
Well, no, but in interest, I was just reading. We all have kind of different lists here. They got him at 5'10", Gary. Maybe he grew an inch. I don't know.
Right,
But 180 pounds. So that that's a pretty good size for an 18-year-old to continue to grow. And one of the notes says he doesn't mind the physical play. So, that's it's about winning battles. It isn't always about overpowering. It's about being smart. His ability to make plays is really what stands out. And, a good pick here as they go forward, and now a defenseman for the Vegas Golden Knights in this draft.
Yeah, so he was ranked 9th amongst all North American defensemen in the draft. Most of the guys that were ranked ahead of him have already gone. He moves the puck quickly and with authority, has really good vision and processes the game. Bobby Lowe's, Scott Luce, those guys very high on hockey sense. Raphael Pouliot would have seen this player a lot, and this would come on his recommendation. Raf is a young scout, a real talented, hardworking guy with a very bright future in the NHL.
So the Golden Knights take the left shot defenseman Lucas Cormier with their 68th pick, first of 2 picks in the 3rd round. For the VGK, there'll be a little bit until they get to the next one. That's at 91. But 2 picks in the books for the Golden Knights so far in the 2020 draft. Brendan Brisson in the 1st round last night, and Lucas Cormier in the 3rd round here so far today. We'll step aside. Our draft coverage from Rock Creek continues in a moment on Fox Sports Las Vegas. Schmidt darting in, one-handed on goal save. Crawford, rebound, score! Not sure if it's going to count, I doubt it.
After video review, the puck was in the net before the net came out.
Hi, I'm Darren Elliott. We're here at Lifeguard Arena in Henderson. Why are we here standing on a rink that's not built yet? Well, it's getting close. And today we actually had a ceremony that really was about recognizing the work of all the construction guys. Our general contractor, Gillette Construction, put it on in conjunction with Vegas Golden Knights. And it's called a topping off party. Wanted to have it when you hang the last piece of structural steel. That couldn't be done when that happened a couple months ago. But today we honored their work, had the topping off party, and that's why I'm talking in an empty rink. Won't be empty for long.
All right, here we are from Rock Creek in Deer Lodge, Montana. On the video side of our coverage, you can see the graphic for Lucas Cormier, young defenseman taken with the Golden Knights' 3rd round pick, number 68, left shooting defenseman that plays for Charlottetown in the QMJHL. So the Golden Knights have put away a couple of picks here so far, and we'll see down the road where Lucas Cormier fits into the equation for the Golden Knights. But we've kind of touched on this, Shane, and so much focus last night on the first round, and understandably so. But if you're a player, and you could certainly speak to this, wherever you're taken, whenever you're taken, all the work and all the years you put into it, and now you've got young Lucas Cormier. We saw the reaction on our monitors a couple of minutes ago from him and his family.
Well, and I think, to be honest, sometimes it's almost the start of the work, right?
Yeah.
You work so hard to get to here, but now it's reset because that next step of your career really takes off. You've been selected now by the National Hockey League team, and now it's about development. It's about that organization. They wanted you for a reason. You want to prove them right. So it's continue to develop, continue to get better in all areas of your game, and just elevate to where you want to live your dream and play in the National Hockey League. And it doesn't happen overnight for the majority of these players. It's a long process, and the organization, the Golden Knights and Lucas Cormier, see a development pattern that he can get to, and they project where he think he can be as a player, and now it's on that player to work towards that expectation that the organization has.
Well, when you think about it, the Golden Knights and in their brief history with younger defensemen, right? They take Eric Brandstrom in the draft. He's moved as part of the Stone deal.
Yeah.
But, players like Nick Hague, Dylan Coghlan, they signed Jimmy Schultz as a college free agent. They signed Zach Whitecloud as a college free agent. They have done a nice job here of earmarking some good young defensemen that can make impacts in the NHL, and whether it be with the Golden Knights, like a Nick Hague so far, or Zach Whitecloud, quite obviously, or whether you use them as chips to make a big trade. They've done that as well.
Well, they've used
That's
that.
all part
It's
of it, but you
different
can't do that
attempts,
unless you draft well.
Yeah, exactly. It's so important to draft well and make sure you get the players, the fit you need. And, these are these late picks where sometimes they're even a little more difficult to break down and to evaluate where you want to select as player that you maybe had higher on your lists. But certainly a great day for Cormier as he joins Brisson as the newest Golden Knights draft picks.
When you went in your draft year to Buffalo, you never though. So there's a
there's
a great
that could
picture.
happen
There's
too.
a great picture of you that we have somewhere of you that day with the frosted tips, the whole 9 yards with the Sabres, the 7th round pick. If you can see it on the video side,
boy,
there
Jenna.
he is.
Look at that.
The 173rd pick from Neepawa.
The frost. Look at
Shane
it.
Knighty.
I wish
Look
I had
at
that hairline still.
You're looking good though. That's a good. Do you have the jersey?
I do have it
You do?
somewhere,
Okay.
I think.
That is good. That should be added. I know you're kind of doing your own little version of a.
I like
of
the
a man
pose,
cave.
and I like the
Yep.
early 1990s. That's the prototypical blue background. You could use that for grad photos, school photos. It was used.
There aren't a lot of pictures I've seen of Shane without the beard. This would be one on our video
I
stream right
don't
now.
know if that at that moment in my life I could grow one.
Well, I still can't, so that's at least I've got that going. But my question I was going to ask you about this, that was in Hartford, Connecticut,
Yes.
in 1994 when the draft took place at the Hartford Civic Center.
Yeah.
But you never spent. So they drafted you. Did you ever go to?
So what
did
happened?
They have development camps or
So
anything?
drafted in '94, and if you
Yeah.
recall, there was a strike that year.
Right.
So a lot of guys didn't go to that year. So I got drafted. I never went to the camp that year. My first camp was the following year, and at that point, I had a good camp was okay, but then I got sent to the American League, which was Rochester, whose coach was John Tortorella. And John Tortorella really liked me. We played an exhibition game, and I've told you this story. I'll tell everybody. Back then, training camps were a little different. It was a lot of there was a lot of fights. It was very physical. We played across the Ontario border. I believe in Kitchener, maybe it's Niagara. The Rochester, the American Hockey League, we had an exhibition game against, I believe, Syracuse. And John Baduch. So I got in a fight. Another guy on my team got in a fight. We're all in the penalty box. John Baduch was the big tough guy for the other team, Syracuse. And he tried to he came through the penalty box to get at the guy he fought on my team. But the linesman came and grabbed him out. And John Baduch climbed, and it came down on me like a cage match. And I got in a fight with him in the penalty box. There's some old grainy video out there somewhere of this. John Baduch going through the penalty box. And I'm the guy that he falls down on, and we, a little fight. So it was interesting. But it never panned out for me. They just didn't have enough room. I went back and then eventually become a free agent. And that's Brendan Brisson talked about his dad giving him the advice of patience. Well, I certainly needed it at that point because basically drafted by Buffalo, nothing happened. And I was a later developing player, but I had to stick with it. I was thinking of going to Canadian University at the time. Went to Chicago Blackhawks training camp. Nothing happened. I eventually went to the East Coast Hockey League. Who's my head coach there was Pierre Maguire in Baton Rouge, a really hockey hotbed. But then I was quickly up to the American Hockey League, and it came from there. There was a lot of steps to get to for me.
So a couple of things. Look at this, Look at this on our video
here's
side.
John Baduke coming down
over the
on
glass.
Right through the penalty box. That was old-time hockey. Yep.
That's awesome. Look at this once again.
Against the Rochester. There's Shane climbing up to meet him. There we go. So for those who can't see, we're just showing it on our stream.
So you're in the Rochester, the dark blue jerseys.
Dark blue jerseys. I'm the one kind of up on the glass as he's coming over. I was trying to give him a hand.
Yeah. Let me help you in. So the linesman grabbed the guy that Baduke had fought and pulled him out of the box.
You can see him trying to get back in, but it's just me stuck in there. His name was Sean Gagnon.
Sean Gagnon, sure. That is fantastic. Yeah. So how did that go? I
survived.
Okay,
Let's just say that.
You're still here to talk about it.
I'm still here to talk about it, but it's funny when you look back at those clips. Like, imagine seeing that now. Like, that's a year or two suspension. Back then, it was like
just maybe get kicked out of the game.
Back then, it made the hockey news, which was a pretty big moment. I don't know if my mom was so proud, but
there's my boy fighting in the penalty box.
Yeah.
And just to reiterate, this was an exhibition game.
Yes,
this is a practice game.
Yeah, practice.
The Baduke guys climbing the glass to get into the cage. Ended up in the cage with Shane. Yeah. So there we go. So anyway, and I was glad we could share the draft day picture. That never gets old.
Oh, yeah.
So just a quick.
Here to amuse you.
Yeah, we're going to step aside, but Shane and I got involved and did some wine with some friends of ours over the last couple of years, and we were able to pick the labels on the wine. And I was able to print out that draft picture. I still have the bottle. It's empty. The bottle's empty.
I'll sign that for you later.
That would be fantastic. No charge, we hope, but maybe not. But, yep, that was on there. And it never gets old. Draft coverage from Rock Creek continuing. The Golden Knights, most recently at number 68, taking Lucas Cormier, young defenseman out of the Quebec Major Junior League. The VGK, their next pick will be at 91 towards the end of the third round, the second to last pick. Third to last pick from the third round. You know the math. We'll step aside and have more after this and revisit some of Shane's. We'll take another stroll down Amnesia Lane on Fox Sports Las Vegas.
Night City gonna set my soul on fire. I got a whole lot of money that's ready to burn, so get those stakes up higher. There's 1,000 pretty women waiting down there. They're all living, the devil may care. Well, I'm just a devil with a line, so viva Las Vegas, viva Las Vegas. Oh, I wish that.
Golden Knight fans, it's your boy Lucha. Yeah, viva Las Vegas, viva Las Vegas, viva Las Vegas.
Little John, ho ho ho. You know what would make this song so Vegas?
What's that, Wayne?
Hit it.
Viva, 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 viva Las Vegas, Las Vegas. Yeah, yeah.
Schmidt darting in, one-handed on goal save. Crawford, rebound, score! Not sure if it's going to count, I doubt it.
After video reviews, the puck was in the net, the net came The call on the ice is no goal due to goaltender interference.
Third round now in the 2020 NHL Draft. The Golden Knights picking later on in the round at number 91. Dave Gosher with Shane Knighty for the moment. Gary is enjoying an extended lunch break. And then,
we got to take a few breaks.
Yeah,
here.
then I might have a lunch, and then Shane might have a lunch. And but we are moving along here in the draft, and we are going to check back in with Darren Millard at our studios in Vegas. Mallard, what did you think of seeing a couple of things? The video of John Baduke going over the glass to try to get, not directly at Shane, but he ended up with Shane. And then the draft picture of the sheriff. What do you think of all that?
Well, he's right, Shane, in his description of very, very 90s look with the backdrop and the frosted tips and the pose. I think he could have probably sold some jeans back in a catalog with that look. So
I've got a picture of you from your early days. You look like Chandler Bing with the mullet.
Chandler Bing.
I think that's when I did work with Dreger. I heard Dreger talking about how he was the boss.
He said you owe your career to him. Is that accurate?
He's been saying that for 25 years.
I thanked him for now. We're stuck with you.
Yeah,
that's not great.
He did serve as my landlord on a couple of different occasions, so I do owe a lot to Darren Dreger. This is how close my family was when I was younger. Dreger and I were the play-by-play and color tandem, the analyst tandem for the Brandon Wheat Kings for a couple of years, and my parents couldn't tell who was talking. So that's a sign that I was a favorite of the family.
You did the play-by-play part, Mallard?
No, he did the play-by-play. I lugged the equipment around as he was very.
How would you rank?
I know play-by-play guys are divas. Yeah, believe me.
They're high maintenance. How was Dreger as a play-by-play guy?
Good. Good. He didn't have the persistent cough that he does now, or he does the little tick that he has all the time. And
I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. I'm sure he's just fine.
We were young then. We were really young then. But we felt like we had the world by the tail. Bobby Lowe's was the head coach of the Brandon Wheat Kings during our run there, and Kelly McCrimmon was the owner and the general manager. And when we weren't doing hockey, we were in fantasy football leagues. It was a strange. Now everybody's sort of doing their own thing around the National Hockey League. When you were in the penalty box there, Shane, what was going through your mind as the big man was coming at you?
The Lord's Prayer.
Yes.
Lord, if you're out there, now's a good time to get involved.
No, adrenaline just takes over, and you just get ready.
I'm curious because you've been in brawls before.
Yes.
But nothing like that, I would assume. Was that the worst one?
I don't know if it was the worst. It was certainly the most unique. It's one I don't know if we've seen it that often before. You've seen Milbury go climbing in the crowd, but it was. It's great now. At the time, it might have been a little frightening, and it was okay. I handled myself, and I was able to do that. But it's a great thing to look back on because that's probably one of the most unique things in my career that ever happened.
And here's a goofy question, but what did your dad say when they saw or heard about that?
Well, they wouldn't have saw it, but I remember mentioned that was back when the old Hockey News was actually like a newspaper, and I remember it came out in there, and I don't know if that was she was excited. That's the reason I made the Hockey News.
Ed and Diane, I can only imagine Diane's comments to one of her boys.
Might have been proud. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's great.
I'll have to ask them.
Mallard, I got a question for you. Along the lines, Shane mentioned about the Bruins going into the stands at the old Madison Square Garden back in the days of the low glass, right? You could climb it. So, most people have seen the video. Mike Milbury, Terry O'Reilly, Peter McNabb. I was just, and I wanted to double check this. What do you, so again, players went over the glass into the crowd to fight fans. What do you think the suspensions were back then? This would have been, how about ringing in the holiday season, December 23rd of 1979. What do you think the suspensions were? I'll tell you who was, so those three guys, Terry O'Reilly, Mike Milbury, Peter McNabb, were suspended by the NHL. How long do you think they got?
I don't think any of them received double digits.
You're right. It was under 10. Terry O'Reilly got 8, and Milbury and McNabb got 6.
Wow.
Milbury beat a guy up with his own shoe.
Yeah, Milbury got a longer suspension this summer than he did.
Yeah. He took the guy's loafer off his foot and started giving him the business with it.
Yeah.
And didn't even get 10 games.
Yeah, never mind the damage to his skates.
Right. Yeah, imagine that. And that was after, not to go too far down this rabbit hole, but the game ended. Phil Esposito, who had been traded by the Bruins to the Rangers, a few years before, missed a breakaway chance to tie the game late. I think it was Jerry Cheevers. It might have been Gilles Gilbert. I can't remember. Esposito's mad, breaks his stick in half, literally at the buzzer to end the game. They lose the game by a goal. And then a fan reached over the glass. And I want to say, remember Stan Jonathan?
Yes.
Tough guy for the Bruins, little guy, but tough as nails. A fan reached over the glass, grabbed Stan Jonathan's own stick, and tried to hit him with it. And then these other guys went bananas. And if you haven't seen the video, it's worth killing a couple of minutes to see it.
Well, the scene of slap shot where they throw the keys, there's a lot of that and the slap shot thing came out slightly before. But the urban legend was that brawl at Madison Square Garden was actually what inspired the slap shot thing. But I think it was the other way around.
Yeah.
The slap shot thing inspired the brawl at Madison Square Garden. Just back to the draft for a quick second. We had a second goaltender selected. The Pittsburgh Penguins traded Matt Murray earlier today to the Ottawa Senators. And Callie Klang has been picked up by the Penguins. 294-pound goaltender, catches left, although after what we heard yesterday, he may catch her right. His dad, Ulf, was a pro. So Pittsburgh restocking their goaltending with a second or third round selection with Callie Klang.
Mallard, I want to go back to a point you made earlier because of the Golden Knights draft pick here at 68 in Lucas Cormier, who's playing for Charlottetown in the Quebec League, and maybe for our viewers and listeners that may have missed it, the Quebec League has started their season, correct? And Cormier's been off to a good start, but there's been a flare-up with COVID cases. So where does that leave the queue and potentially the season here for Lucas Cormier?
Yeah, it was controversial in the sense that, or newsmaking, that so there's 3 leagues in Canada: the Canadian Hockey League, the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League, which takes into account Atlantic Canada, and then you have the Ontario Hockey League, and you have the Western Hockey League, which is Western Canada and the Northwestern United States, Washington and Oregon. The Quebec League was the first to start. The Ontario League is, and the Western League are looking at December 1st if they can get everything lined up. The Quebec League was by far and away the first one to get going this past weekend. And the Blainville Armada, which is just outside of Montreal, have 18 confirmed COVID cases as of this morning. Played them again, and they shut down that team, the Armada, with those 18 cases. Everybody's going to quarantine for 14 days. Here's the trickle down of that, and we've seen a bit of it in the National Football League. Is the Armada played the Sherbrooke Phoenix twice on the weekend, and the Phoenix now have reportedly, it's not confirmed yet, but there's a reported positive case with one of their players. So it looks like they will be quarantined as well for one, exposure, number 2, if they've got a positive case. So the repercussions and the implications of the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League being the first to go and getting their season underway, and then subsequently with one team completely shut down, it looks like another one it may be a very quick start to the season. But a couple of players did have Lapierre, who was on the board last night. He was the wild card in the first round, and he played for Chicoutimi. He was able to have a great weekend last weekend, and there was tons of scouts there just to see how he would react to the first weekend. And there was recency bias to that. He was able to parlay a great performance there into a first-round selection where I wasn't sure whether that would happen, but the future of the league is certainly in doubt right now. It's funny. Can you just indulge me for 2 seconds here?
Sure.
The Quebec League actually was applying for funding from the government because of the financial implications of having their season shut down last year and then having the season this year without fans. And while the commissioner, the president of the QMJHL, Gilles Torteau, said there was no connection to it, the government actually was calling for more awareness to concussions and awareness to fighting and that sort of thing. And the QMJHL this year, just a couple of days ago, changed the rules to fighting. So you get a 5-minute major now for fighting, but you also get 10-minute misconduct. So it's 15 minutes where you lose a player for fighting. And there's a lot of controversy about this change in the rule, because a lot of people saw it as, well, the QMJHL was capitulating, just looking at for the funding, and because they needed, their owners needed and wanted. And the purists are saying, we can't do that. We can't give in to losing a player for 15 minutes for a simple scrap. So there's a couple of different areas on the QMJHL, but it was very controversial. It's the first league that's gone to that sort of expanded rule penalty for fighting, where traditionally in all the other leagues, junior leagues anyway, you only get the 5-minute major, which is what it was when Shane played, and continues to be. The major junior hockey in Canada operates very much like the National Hockey League, just a 5-minute major.
Does it increase, Mallard, if you get it? So you're done for 15 minutes now if you fight, right?
Yeah. And after your third fight, you're suspended.
Gotcha.
And so there's that added on to it. So there's a build-up, and you get your 3 fights, and then you're gone for 5 games. I believe.
So you get 15 minutes now if you fight. So a 5 and a 10. Yeah. And then after the third fight in the game, you're out and suspended for 5.
I believe it's third fight overall.
So in the league.
It's not like the olden days when you get 3 fights in one game, Dave.
and could stay in the game and just continue on.
And we should clarify that it's 3 fights overall, not just in the game. There isn't that much fighting, but it's and that actually changed a couple of years ago in the Ontario Hockey League, and I'm not sure whether Western Hockey League adopted it or not. And there was controversy there that after you got your 2 fights and you're a relatively important player, people would be goading you into fighting, and then you'd be suspended for a regular season. But I know that's the fact for the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. But the controversy was that they sort of took the money and the funding from the government, gave in on the fighting. The purists aren't happy about it, but others who are watching concussions and we know about the impact of fighting are saying it's a positive direction. But there's definitely a real difference of opinion on the sides of the fence there.
All right, Mallard, thank you very much, man. We'll check back in a little bit. Darren Millard joining us from our studios in Vegas. Our draft coverage continuing from Rock Creek here in Deer Lodge, Montana. The Golden Knights have another pick here coming up a little bit down the road in the 3rd round. They made their 2nd pick of the draft earlier in this round. Defenseman Lucas Cormier from Charlottetown in the Quebec League, and we will be joined by Lucas Cormier when our draft coverage continues on Fox Sports Las Vegas.
Hey. I'll be roving around Vegas. I can find this.
Well, the third round of the draft is moving along a little bit quicker than the second round. And we are joined on the line by the newest member of the Golden Knights, defenseman Lucas Cormier, and is brought to you by Ted Wiens Tire and Auto, official partner of the Vegas Golden Knights, has been providing auto repairs, new tires, and custom wheels to customers in and around Las Vegas for over 71 years. Visit one of our 10 locations today. Lucas Cormier joining us on the line. Lucas, those of us that can see you on our video stream, great look, love the Golden Knights hat, way to go. What was your reaction when you heard your name being taken and selected by the Golden Knights?
Yeah, I was extremely excited. I had a lot of family and friends here, so it was just a real excitement when I heard the name. It's a moment we won't forget.
Well, for a lot of these Golden Knights fans, maybe can you give us a little description of your style of play and maybe someone you look up to in the NHL?
Well, I think I'm an offensive defenseman. I can offer to take a good first pass. I think I'm a pretty good skater and with good hockey sense. I compare myself to guys like Sam Wells-Girard or Torrey Krug. I think it's
Is that your phone?
I'm sure it's busy.
Call right now. Oh my God. Just, everyone just calling, so it's been an exciting time for sure.
Well, that's great. Lucas, so, you know, your season has started, right? And you've got off to a good start with your team in Charlottetown, but I know the Q has run into a little bit of an issue with a couple of teams in terms of some COVID cases. So where does your team sit right now, and are you guys going to continue to play games?
Yeah, for now, I think it should continue. We're in Charlottetown, and there's not really many cases there, so hopefully everything stays good and we can keep playing.
So do you have any experience? Have you watched the Golden Knights games? Have you seen the fans and how crazy that building is?
Yeah, I watched in the first year. I watched quite a bit of that cup run, but yeah, it's a little bit late here to watch games. It's not the team I watch the most, but I know quite a bit about the team.
Lucas, when you heard your name taken by the Golden Knights, I know yesterday that you know, Brendan Brisson said his whole body kind of went numb. Did you have a similar feeling? Like, you know, you've been working for a long time to reach your goal to get to the NHL.
Yeah, for sure. Since I'm young, it's been a dream of mine to play in the NHL. So when I heard my name, like I said, I had a lot of family and friends here, so everyone was so excited for me, and it's just it was a crazy feeling that just indescribable.
Well, Dave mentioned you guys already started your season. What are maybe some of the things that you're going to continue to work on here to improve your overall game?
Well, I got to work on my first 3 steps to get a little bit faster, and I think I got to work on my defensive game a little bit. I think it's getting a lot better in the past few years. So yeah, that's some of the things I'm working on, and I just keep working hard every day to achieve my goal to reach the next level.
Lucas, what's the rest of the day kind of? I mean, you know, your phone's ringing off the hook. What, you know, how are you and your family going to celebrate this big day for you?
Yeah, I'm not really sure yet. Like you said, I'm getting a lot of calls and a lot of different interviews. I think that's going to be what most of my day is going to be made of. But yeah, I'm not really sure yet. I'm just looking forward to it.
Hey, One last question for you. So everything's obviously changed in terms of, usually there's a combine and in-person interviews. How much did you talk to, the hockey operations people with the Golden Knights before eventually you were drafted by them today?
Yeah, I had a couple good conversations with them. I think, I talked to them during the year a couple times. And then in quarantine, I think I had a Zoom call with them, and I think that went pretty good. So I talked to them a few times, and I think they like what they see about my game, and I'm really excited to join Vegas.
Lucas, thanks. Go check your phone.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Lucas Cormier joining us. That phone's going to be sparks coming out of it for the young man who plays for Charlottetown in the Quebec League. And, fortunately, as he mentioned, and Prince Edward Island in general, they've been lucky enough that they really have not had much in terms of COVID cases. So his team at least will be able to play on in the Quebec League. But
you love the smile on their faces.
Great.
We saw that with Brendan. Now you see it with Lucas. Just the excitement, pure joy for those young players drafted. And, he'll get his jersey, a little different, but he's got the hat now, which is great.
Member of the all-rookie team in the Q a couple of years ago.
He didn't play. He only played 44 games last year and still has put up 36 points. Not far off a point-a-game player, and that's at a young age in the league. So, hopefully all goes well and he's able to complete, somewhat of a full season here. And from the start, he's had 2 games, 2 goals, 6 points. Those numbers look like they'll go up.
Interesting, Shane, when you asked him what he's like to improve the most. His answer was, and I made sure I had it right, was the same exact answer that Brendan Brisson gave us. First 3 steps.
First 3 steps. It's a quick game.
To get moving. Yep.
And it's sometimes not overall speed. It's that ability to be quick to a spot, to be able to move, especially in both ends of the ice for a defenseman. Defending, number one, players always trying to turn back. You get the likes of Nate McKinnon and Connor McDavid. You've got to know your angles, but you got to have that quickness to cut off time and space. And then for him as an offensive guy, those first 3 steps off the blue line to make a play, which we see from Shea Theodore so often, the ability to shake, a forward coming out to attack at the blue line and find that change of lane or open lane to the net for a shot. So, it's great to hear these young players recognizing their weaknesses. They're aware of it, and now it's on them to make sure they work at it to continue to improve.
Getting closer to the Golden Knights' next pick at 91, the St. Louis Blues have just selected at number 86, Dylan Peterson going to the Blue Note. So we will step aside. When we come back, we'll be back to hear who the Golden Knights select with their second pick in the 3rd round at number 91 over. Draft coverage continues from Rock Creek Cattle Company on Fox Sports Las Vegas.
El robo, se viene Roy, Roy lo tiene, Roy. Roy con el primero, creo que en su carrera en esta temporada con los Vegas Golden Knights. Del otro lado está Cody Glass, no conectan con él, se suelta el puck, recupera el equipo de Vegas Golden Knights. Ese es Pacioretty, costado izquierdo, el pase.
Y se vuelven a equivocar en la salida, pero lo regalan otra vez. ¡Cae! Le quedó otra vez como regalito de Año Nuevo a Mark Stone y era la tercera ocasión. El equipo se equivoca, me refiero a los Dogs, se equivocaban en la salida, regalan por tercera vez el puck enfrente de la portería y eso obviamente debido a la buena marca, la buena presión que estaban haciendo los delanteros del equipo de Vegas Golden Knights, pero ahora sí la aprovechó Mark Stone adentro, que estamos cenando 1-1 el marcador.
Súmete que te quedó jabón, digo el señor Mark Stone, y ahí estamos 1-1, señores. Nuevamente jugando el equipo de Vegas Golden Knights frente al portero, va a quedar arriba el post, a 2 tiempos. ¡Gol!
Avisa Marche. Marche. Marcó el sexto, damas y caballeros. Y lo que había se acabó.
Excelente.
Lo decíamos.
El equipo de los Vegas Golden Knights. Faltó mandarlo más lejos. ¡Disparo! Y pegó en el poste de Marc Castro.
¡No!
¡Esa estuvo épica! Marc Fleury.
No.
¡Su majestad Fleury!
Rolling along in round number 3 from Rock Creek. The Boston Bruins are next up at number 89. The Islanders will have 90, and the Golden Knights will have pick number 91. The Golden Knights have taken a forward with their first pick, or yesterday, in Brendan Brisson, going 29th overall, and then they go to the back end, and Lucas Cormier, the young defenseman out of the Quebec League, at number 68. So we'll see what direction that the Golden Knights go in as they have their next pick, and getting pretty close to it.
Yeah.
This is a Golden
coming
Knights,
right up.
Yeah, it's and a Golden Knights team that has 5 picks in the draft so far, right? And after this round, it's going to go quiet again. They don't have anything in the 4th or in the 5th, and then in 6 and 7, at least as of right now, they have a pick in each of those rounds. But just for a little bit of context on, again, players that have gone at this position in the draft in years past. Alec Martinez went 95th to the LA Kings in 2007. Nick Waugh went 96th to the Carolina Hurricanes in 2015. The Golden Knights will have pick number 91 coming up here in a couple of moments. So, you've got a 2-time Stanley Cup champion in Alec Martinez, who went in the mid-90s in the draft, and then Nick Waugh, of course, who is turning into, right in front of our eyes, a real good young player with the Golden Knights.
Yeah, talk about development of a player. Nick Waugh, just the strides he took. Him and Zach Whitecloud, very similar. And, I think we touched on this a bit, was it yesterday or – not sure we've done so much talking, but, there comes a time, these guys both up and down all year, get their first taste of really NHL, some consistency, then the pause comes, and they both handled it the right way. They came back stronger, faster, quicker, but they came back with a confidence of that they belonged as NHL player. And when that happens to a player, you can see the change. And, Nick Waugh, just the confidence in his play, really smart player, both ends of the ice. He's got a real good stick. You can't compare anybody to Mark Stone with their defensive stick knocking down, but, there's hints of that in Nick Waugh's game as he continues to develop and just continue to improve.
Said Boston on the clock right now, and we have a look into their room. And Ryan Nadeau is a big part of their hockey operations staff. We can see him on the screen we're looking at. Don Sweeney in the right behind him. So so the Bruins have looks like have made their pick.
We're just waiting for it to show up for us, and then I believe the Islanders are on the clock.
Trevor Kuntar going to Boston. So there you go. And now the Islanders up next. And the Islanders, it'll be the Golden Knights. Of course, you think about the Islanders. Now Lou Lamoriello at the helm, running the hockey operation there, and how crucial these days are for organizations. You think about the championship teams that Lou Lamoriello built in New Jersey. So many of the core members of those 3-time Stanley Cup homegrown products coming up through the Devils organization, and now Obviously trying to kind of follow that mold. Much different landscape with free agency rules now. Players hit it younger than they used to, and the flat cap and everything that's involved in it, especially over the last several months. But the Islanders next up on the clock.
Well, the Islanders a great run. They gave Tampa everything they had. Barry Trotz done a real good job as the head coach, and of course Lou Lamoriello. The two of them have, been able to do it. With players, they lost their captain and John Tavares, lose him, and yet they become a better team. It's been a nice turnaround, but certainly they want to stock the cupboards. Lou Lamoriello, a big believer in building your organization the right way, draft and develop, and he's kind of the pioneer for a lot of these GMs on how to construct a team.
Yeah, the Golden Knights, of course, trying to.
Are you leaving?
No, I'm just looking for something here. I can't find. I've got. Oh, here it is. It was right here in front of me the whole time. No, I just wanted to kind of refresh my memory on the Golden Knights. Before that, here's the Islanders.
Selection. New York Islanders General Manager Lou Lamoriello.
Thank you, Bill. The New York Islanders are proud to select Alexander Lindgren from Brynäs, Sweden.
The next selection, number 91 overall in the draft, belongs to the Vegas Golden Knights. Vegas, you are now on the clock.
So here we go. The Golden Knights just about to pick for the third time in this draft. What I wanted to refresh my memory on, Shane, is the Golden Knights, of course, in that first year, they had a dozen picks in the entry draft, including 3 first-rounders, Glasses, Sandstrom. 2018, they had 8 picks, nothing in the first round. They lost that in the Tomas Tatar trade. Last year, 8 picks, took Peyton Krebs in the first round. So they had 2 third-rounders last year. They have 2 third-rounders this year. And one of them already taken, Lucas Cormier with the 68th pick. And now we await the second of those picks at number 91 for the Golden Knights.
Well, they're on the clock. The clock's at 3 minutes now, which is a little less time.
Yeah, that's good.
It makes it move along a little quicker is Kelly McCrimmon. And his staff will make sure they got the guy they want. They'll be doing last-minute checks of their list, and maybe – you never know. It'd be interesting to get in the room. Nobody ever is, but the conversations that go on, there may be a couple of last-minute evaluations between a couple of players and which direction to go.
Well, for the Golden Knights and for their entire staff, they have been up here, their hockey operations staff. They've been up here a while. Some have arrived mid last week, right, to get up here to Rock Creek. Fantastic setting, get everything set up, settled in. Here we go.
With the 91st selection overall, here again is Bob Lowe's of the Vegas Golden Knights.
Vegas is proud to select Jackson Hallam.
So there is the Golden Knights pick at number 91, Jackson Hallam going to the VGK. So third round for the Golden Knights is over, and they had 2 selections. Jackson Hallam, H-A-L-L-U-M, the 91st pick in the draft, coming off taking Lucas Cormier at number 68 for the Golden Knights. So Jackson Hallam is the newest member of the Golden Knights organization.
Well, this is a selection. We'll get as much information on as we can. As a lot of these lists you don't get right away, David.
No, you don't.
I wish they'd tell us. Wouldn't they tell us before they pick?
That would be a huge help. We're going to try and dial up some info on Jackson Hallam. But as we said, for the Golden Knights, just a big stretch for them.
Forward for
Yep.
Out of Minnesota. So U.S., the Green Bay Gamblers, last season.
USHL. Yep. There you go. So you've got 2 players that the Golden Knights have selected here out of the USHL, of course, with in a commit to go to Michigan. So teammates, right?
Teammates.
No, he's got a year to go in the USHL.
Another year to go.
Another year with Green Bay, the USHL, and then of course Brendan Brisson, who's at Michigan now, beginning his freshman season, and Jackson Hallam has committed to join the Wolverines, but before that, 1 more year playing for Green Bay in the USHL. So there you go. The Golden Knights, 3 picks now, a first last night in Brendan Brisson, 2 third-rounders today in Lucas Cormier and Jackson Hallam. And as it stands right now, not another pick for the Golden Knights until you get into round 6, and then another one coming up in round 7. So that's where we are right now, and we will step aside. Darren Millard's going to take over the hosting duties for a little bit as I will step out for a stretch of time. But the Golden Knights now 3 rounds deep into the 2020 NHL Draft. Full coverage continues on Fox Sports Las Vegas.
We're in beautiful Henderson, and we're at the site of what used to be the pavilion and is now going to be the Henderson Event Center, which would be the new home of the Henderson Silver Knights. And of course, a lot of pride from the organization's perspective. This is a tremendous partnership between the Vegas Golden Knights, our American Hockey League team, the Silver Knights, and the city of Henderson. And this is the beginning phase of what we think will be a really cool facility that'll open up in early spring of 2022. Well, the first part of the process was actually the demolition. So we had the actual pavilion site that was here, the pavilion structure. So we had to take that structure down and then ultimately start the process of grading, excavation, and that's really what you're seeing going on right now. And then give it about 4 weeks of physical construction on the site. And like I said, it'll be about 18 months of actual construction, and it's going to be a great place for families, not only here in Henderson, but throughout the Valley to come to events. There'll be a lot of great events in addition to the American Hockey League. Fans are going to love it. It's great hockey, very high level, and it comes at a great family price. Home means Henderson.
Carlson looking for his second short-handed goal in as many nights. And shot, score! What a goal! Through his own legs!
Montana, we have Shane Natty and Gary Lawless as we give our good friend Dave Gosher a little bit of a break in this draft. The Vegas Golden Knights have made 3 selections in the 2020 NHL Draft. Brendan Brisson going 29th overall last night in the first round. Lucas Cormier and Jackson Holland have selected in the 3rd round. We are now nicely into the 4th round of the National Hockey League Draft. Just a bit of a commentary as we welcome Gary Lawless back into the program. Jackson Holland has just been selected. What can you tell us about Jackson?
Well, a little bit other news first. Chandler Stevenson has signed an extension with the Vegas Golden Knights, a 4-year deal with an average annual value of $2.75 million. So, Shane, we remember they acquired Chandler Stevenson for a 5th-round draft pick in a deal with the Washington Capitals, brought him over to Vegas, and really just fit in very nicely. And you and I had this discussion about an extension, and we were kind of, how much, 3.5. This is really good value at $2.75 million for 4 years.
This is a real good cost for him, but it's good for Stevenson too. He got the elevated opportunity with the Golden Knights, a player that comes over, a ton of speed in his game. I think the biggest thing when we all think about him is utility. He's gone everywhere from the first line to the fourth line, whether it's center, wing. He has the ability to move around your lineup. I think he's really just starting to, discover some of that offensive abilities because he's given more freedom to play offensive since coming to the Golden Knights. This is a real good deal for Vegas to get Stevenson locked up. A good one for him to get the term for a player like that. First big contract for him. And real good match for both these. But as Gary mentioned, and I think too, Darren, at $275 over 4 years, real good price for a player of Stevenson's caliber.
Yeah, just to go back to Jackson Hallam, Darren, that you were asking about early. This is a kid with pedigree. He's a lot of speed. Has had really good opportunities with USA Hockey. Going to Michigan, going to play there. Has been with the Green Bay Gamblers of the USHL, and Vegas does a really good job of scouting the USHL. They've got a bunch of different eyes on that league, and I would imagine that. I'm Director of Player Development, Will Nickel, who's based in Wisconsin, would have seen a lot of this player. So Will doesn't actually, he's not a scout, but he does obviously get out to rinks and see players, and he would have had eyes on this player. A lot of speed. That's the big factor for him.
Will Nickel is a guy that worked really heavily and really closely with Jack Dugan as well. So in his role of mentoring and prospect development. So Jack Hallam, Lucas Cormier, and Brendan Brisson are the 3 picks for the Vegas Golden Knights so far in the 2020 National Hockey League Draft. 2 more picks scheduled to arrive in the 6th round, 184th overall, and then the 3rd to last pick in the 2020 draft in the 7th round, 215th overall. Vegas came in with 5 picks in this draft. But it looks like Brisson, Cormier, and Hallam, Shane, the common denominator is speed and skill.
Well, I think exactly what you're looking for, and they want to play fast and up-tempo. That's been kind of the motto and the type of identity the Golden Knights have wanted since day one when you go back to the expansion draft and the way they approach that, and that hasn't changed. You want to have speed, and for young players, this is a great opportunity. Got one committed to Michigan, another one going there, and I know there's people on our staff very excited about that. It's a better option than going to Michigan State. But
go blue!
Go blue!
Go blue!
Okay, do you guys want to explain exactly?
Yeah, so
why
Alyssa Girardi's sitting 3 feet away from us, and she's Michigan State and very upset. But still, the great chance for these players to play for Michigan, as Gary said, go blue. And
one's a good hockey program, and one isn't. Like let's be honest here.
Anyway,
maize and blue with the University of Michigan. I want to get Shane's opinion here, just to dial in a little bit more on Lucas Cormier. When they talk about those 3 quick strides off the bat, how important is that to a defenseman compared to a forward? Because I hear a lot with the guys up front, not as much with defensemen. Is that a byproduct of the defensive game and the modern game?
Well, I think, Dave and I we talked about it a little bit briefly after Lucas told us that, and I think it's really important now for a defenseman, especially defensively. You need to be able to skate, need to be mobile, but the quickness in defending, especially when we have, you look at the forwards, we're seeing forwards, their speed, skill. You're seeing the Nathan McKinnons, the Connor McDavids, the Matt Barzells of the world, their ability to cut back, to turn out of the corner, trying to spin. You need quickness in defending to take away that time and space, to be able to angle off. I think is really important for defensemen. It's important going back for pucks to have that quickness, to get separation, to make that outlet pass or to make a play. And then on the offensive side of it, it's important everywhere, but I think the best description I can give is for the Golden Knights fans, for anybody listening, watching us on our streams, is Shea Theodore on the offensive blue line. His first 2-3 steps to shake a forward attacking him out at the blue line to find an open lane for a shot, or to find space to walk in and make a play offensively. So those are a couple areas certainly where it can really be helpful for a defenseman.
I've got a scout out in PEI, a friend. He says walks the line real well, good boots, heavy shot, finds lanes to get through, smallish, has had a bit of injuries the last year, hockey nut who thinks the game real well and well liked by coach Jim Hulton. So a coachable kid. I've had another person in the last little while compared him to Eric Brandstrom, that type of player. So a real interesting pick for the Golden Knights.
Well, he said two guys he looks up to, Sam Girard, and the other name I really liked that he mentioned was Torrey Krug.
Yeah.
And Torrey Krug's small, and that was one of the other things on the scouting report for Lucas Cormier. You think 5'10" defenseman, you're like, oh well, he's strictly offensive. Said he doesn't shy away from the physical game, and Torrey Krug's a player that's got some real good grit to his game. He's not afraid, and that would be if he could turn out somewhat like Torrey Krug. That's an excellent pick for the Golden Knights.
What's the big transition between being drafted? You're an 18-year-old, you just turned 18, and Lucas Cormier, and then being able to take that next step, Shane?
Well, there's a long that's all on the development curve and how quickly it's for him right now. He's one of the fortunate ones that is playing. Hopefully it can stay that way as he's 2 games in. He's had a great start to the season. And he had a good year last year. You mentioned some injuries, but almost a point a game player. So he's going to continue to develop. I think defensively, there's going to be areas he's got to find a way to really excel at the junior level, because you excel there, then it's another step. Whether it's the American Hockey League or the NHL, then you get to bigger, faster, stronger. So that's certainly the natural development for any player that's 18. Is those 3 things: bigger, stronger, faster. They all need to get to that, because as every level you climb, you always love to hear that they have the hockey sense, because if you can be a little bit ahead of the curve on that certainly can elevate your advancement to getting to the National Hockey League or to the American Hockey League level. But it's all the above for this. This is like reset, right? They work so hard all their lives to get drafted. Well, now it's a completely different work ethic and path if you want to be a National Hockey League player. And these guys all have dreams for that. Now it's a matter of putting in the work, the time, and some will develop faster than others.
We have different players at different stages of their progression. We have Brendan Brisson, who's starting his college career with the University of Michigan, and he's a first-round pick. And then you have Lucas Cormier and Jackson Holland selected in the 3rd round. Gary, just when you look at a player that is closer or a player that's a project, is that what you see here with this group?
Well, I don't know enough about them to kind of describe them in that fashion. I will tell you one thing that Bobby Lowe's and Kelly McCrimmon look for is trajectory. They want a player that hasn't plateaued at all at that level. They want a player who is continuing to get better. And, we use this expression a lot. The art of drafting, it is an art and not a science, and it is all about the progression. Kelly McCrimmon said last night, you are trying to draft players that will be the best of their group in 3 to 5 years. It's not a small window in hockey, as we know. You're drafting these kids at 18. Lots of them have time to go to college still, or still time at major junior. Then this organization, look at the draft picks. Everyone has been cooked at some point in time in Chicago, and now it'll be in Henderson. Shea Theodore and Alex Tuck went to the Chicago Wolves in year 1. Cody Glass spent time with the Chicago Wolves. Zach Whitecloud really took advantage of his opportunity in the American League. Nick Waugh. This is the plan for the Golden Knights. It is, and then it's not that they don't want to bring in young guys, because George McPhee has said the ideal situation in today's NHL is to have 2 young guys coming out of your farm team every year and pushing into spots because they're cheap and you need inexpensive players in today's salary cap. And they put pressure on the rest of the roster. And if everybody knows that there's 2 kids coming every year, it really adds internal competition.
And every now and then you just sprinkle in somebody from outside the organization, like Chandler Stevenson, who signs the extension. Now we're cooking. We'll take the pot off the burner for a little bit and return with our coverage of the 2020 National Hockey League virtual draft as you listen to it live on Fox Sports Las Vegas and on the various Vegas Golden Knights social channels. We'll be right back.
The Vegas Golden Knights are proud to select from UNLV Bobby James.
Bobby, get in.
Three. Oh, well.
Bobby, time for dinner.
4, 1, 2, 3.
Hi, I'm Darren Elliott. We're here at Lifeguard Arena in Henderson. Why are we here standing on a rink that's not built yet? Well, it's getting close. And today we actually had a ceremony that really was about recognizing the work of all the construction guys. Our general contractor, Gillette Construction, put it on in conjunction with Vegas Golden Knights. And it's called a topping off party. I wanted to have you hang the last piece of structural steel. That couldn't be done when that happened a couple months ago. But today we honored their work, had the topping off party, and that's why I'm here talking an empty rink. Won't be empty for long.
Hey, you cleaning your car. Marc-Andre Fleury. Yeah, you. Do you feel your car window is boring? Do you want to make your exotic car more exotic? Would you like to proudly show off your family? Well, you're in luck. Do you think your friends would like them?
They're pretty cool. Right on, man.
What do you think of your new stickers? Get your Golden Knights family stickers at the Arsenal today. Fleury and exotic car not included.
Live. Vegas Golden Knights Draft Special.
Hope you're enjoying the continuing coverage of the 2020 National Hockey League Draft in this October 7th in this strange year of 2020. Brendan Brisson has been selected by the Vegas Golden Knights 29th overall in last night's first round. The Golden Knights have added Lucas Cormier, a 5'10" defenseman with the 68th selection overall. That one in the third round. And later in the third round, Jackson Hallam was added to the Vegas Golden Knights covered with the 91st selection overall. And other news, if you're just joining us, Chandler Stevenson, Gary Lawless breaking the news just prior to the last segment, extending his contract with the Golden Knights, 4 years, $2.75 million. And Gary, it's a versatile player who had great offensive upside coming out of junior back when he was drafted, and it's just taken him a while to find the right fit, and he's done that with the Golden Knights.
He's a guy that I think you'll see play, all around the lineup for the Golden Knights, up or down, and can play center, can play the wing, has speed, has some thickness to him, so
penalty kill.
Penalty kill.
You can even power play
if you really needed it. Yeah, so really good value and a good age group. He's not, he's in his mid-20s, so a real good fit for the Golden Knights. And I think, Shane, will grow into a bit of a leadership role with the Golden Knights. He's competitive and really prepares well and is the right kind of guy you want in your dressing room.
Oh, absolutely.
What do you like most about his game, Shane?
I think his versatility. The one thing that really surprised me about Stevenson is his outright speed, but maybe the biggest surprise, how strong he is. He is really strong on the puck. Gary said he used the word thickness. You can use that. You can muscle. There's many ways, but he's got strength on the puck. He is a real strong player down low in the corners. That was one area of his game I didn't know. And then I think the biggest surprise for all of us is we saw offensively there's some upside to him. And he's never been able to explore that, but he was put in a fourth-line role with Washington Capitals. But now, given the opportunity, there's that side to his game that I think he'll still think yet, can he be a 20-goal? I don't know, but I think he could be a 15-goal, 40-point guy, at the
classic Golden Knights story.
Exactly, yeah, exactly.
He fits into the misfit role. Didn't work in Washington because, hey, let's face it, they've got superstar talent way up in their lineup. He never got to, didn't get those opportunities there. He gets to Vegas, and the injuries pretty quickly, and all of a sudden finds himself on a line with Mark Stone and Max Pacioretty for a pretty good stay up there. So I think if you're Chandler Stevenson, you are, whether he's in Vegas or back home in Saskatchewan right now, you are saying to yourself, I got a chance here to be more and do more than I have ever had in my career, and that should really spur a guy on working and getting better in the off season.
Darren Millard at City National Arena, and it's Gary Lawless and Shane Noddy at Rock Creek Cattle Company in Montana, where the Golden Knights hockey operations are bunkered in and staging this 2020 National Hockey League Draft. We have the fourth round, 9 picks in. Carter Savoy has just been selected by the Edmonton Oilers with the 100th pick in this 2020 National Hockey League Draft. When we think of versatility, guys, a lot of times we talk about positioning, like can you play center, can you play wing, that kind of thing. But Shane, Chandler Stevenson being able to play up in your lineup and not holding those top players back is a real skill, and not everybody can do that.
Well, he came in at the perfect time when the Golden Knights, were injured down the middle, and he got opportunity to play with some really good players when he joined the team. And I think, it's all about confidence. When you can join a new team, it's like a breath of fresh air. And then to get opportunity. That's all you want as a player is more opportunity. And then it's what you do with it that matters. And he made the most of it. And said, playing with Mark Stone, Pacioretty had a lot of success in that role. I think that's the biggest thing for him is his confidence. Took a big step forward this past season, and now the contract should help that again as it solidifies him, and he got the opportunity, made the most, gets the reward. It's on him to continue to improve.
I'm not sure what happens to Alex Tuch, whether or not he pushes his way into the top 6, or if Pete DeBoer looks at Waugh, Stevenson, and Tuch and says, I've got a chance to have a big, fast, really nice two-way third line and give Vegas a legitimate top 9. That, how DeBoer utilizes and deploys his players this upcoming season is, to me, is a real big storyline.
Before we bring in Craig Button, we're going to take a break and just want to complete the story on Chandler Stevenson. If in a perfect world, because sometimes versatility can kind of work against a player because he is so adept to being able to play in any different position. But in a perfect world, Gary and then Shane, where do you see Chandler Stevenson positionally, and then which line?
Yeah, I see
Third
him.
line.
Sorry?
Third line.
Yeah, third line. And I don't know if he's I think he can play in the middle, but I actually think I like him better on the wing. I think he could be a really effective F1 guy, a guy that gets down on the forecheck first and dislodges the puck. And I think that Stevenson, Waugh, and Tuch, I just love that mix.
You don't think Tuch's a top 6? Well, that's another debate.
I do think he's a top 6.
The way he played in playoffs, it'll be interesting.
Who's he push out?
Yeah, it's one of those things. But I see Stevenson on that third line, center wing. Whatever position works out best for him, it really gives you a lot of depth.
Well, the good news here, gentlemen, is we're not quite at the halfway point of the National Hockey League Draft. which means we've got a bit of time to discuss, digest, and regurgitate some of these conversations, including some of the news that's come out of the National Hockey League draft. Big trade yesterday involving Columbus and Montreal, and another significant transaction today as the Ottawa Senators acquire a two-time Stanley Cup winning goaltender from the Pittsburgh Penguins. We'll get into that, plus the Vegas Golden Knights' 3 selections with draft guru. He worked the draft last night for NBC Sportsnet. Craig Button's coming up as we continue to follow the 2020 National Hockey League draft of the Vegas Golden Knights on Fox Sports Las Vegas and the Vegas Golden Knights social channels.
Well, we're in beautiful Henderson, and we're at the site of what used to be the Pavilion and is now going to be the Henderson Event Center, new home of the Henderson Silver Knights. And of course, a lot of pride from the organization's perspective. This is a tremendous partnership between the Vegas Golden Knights, our American Hockey League team, the Silver Knights, and the city of Henderson. And this is the beginning phase of what we think will be a really special facility that'll open up in early spring of 2022. Well, the first part of the process was actually the demolition. So we had the actual pavilion site that was here, the pavilion structure. So we had to take that structure down and then ultimately start the process of grading, excavation, and that's really what you're seeing going on right now. And then give it about 4 weeks, we'll actually start physical construction on the site. And like I said, it'll be about 18 months of actual construction, and it's going to be a great place for families. Not only here in Henderson, but throughout the valley to come to events. There'll be a lot of great events in addition to the American Hockey League. Fans are going to love it. It's great hockey, very high level, and it comes at a great family price. Home means Henderson.
To his left and saved the goal.
Into the 4th round of the 2020 National Hockey League draft, anchored out of Secaucus, New York, but is happening virtually around the National Hockey League with the 31 teams making their selections. The Vegas Golden Knights have made 3 picks so far, a couple of forwards and 1 defenseman as we bring you back in. Darren Millard at City National Arena, Shane Nadi and Gary Lawless at Rock Creek Cattle Company in Montana. And on the phone, not sure where he is, I think Toronto, but here is Craig Button, the draft guru on TSN, the NHL Network, NBC Sportsnet. He worked in the first round last night. Craig, just welcome to the program. Thanks for taking the time. I know it's a busy one for you. Your impression so far on what we've seen from this very fluid and unpredictable 2020 draft?
Well, thanks, Darren. Thanks. And I'm in Calgary. I flew into Toronto. Bob McKenzie and I did the first round together from Toronto through NBC. And then I'm already back in Calgary. So I'm settled back in here and paying attention to what's going on. And Darren, I think you're right. With all the unprecedented what's happening, but I can't say enough about what the NHL and everybody from the prospects, the agents, the teams, have been able to do to make it so fluid. It really is really neat to watch and see how collaboration can work in such a positive way to pull off something, as you guys all know, it's not easy to pull off, and it's been seamless for the most part.
Do you see a pick that stands out one before one and opposed to another in the first round, or maybe the second and third that we've seen so far that maybe is off the board a little bit surprising?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say so, Darren. I mean, my experience is that if you're going to try to judge a draft at the time, or you're going to try to judge it and grade it the day after, you're an idiot, because that's not how you judge drafts. And teams look at players, and they go through it, and the scouts go through tremendous amount of work and effort to not only evaluate the players, but then go through the process of what a player adds and what type of player they'd be looking at. It'd be really easy if you're just looking at one player and it was an order, and you just said, okay, that's the next guy, I'll take him, and that's the next guy. It's never like that, and it never will be like that. And as you get deeper into the draft, the discussions and the debates that have happened in your scouting meetings now are coming to decision time, and you can say, we got this guy, should we take this guy, should we trade up, can we trade back, and all the things that go with it. So, teams are really thorough, and they do such an exceptional job in gathering information. But the time to evaluate a draft is 3 and 4 years from now. And, it doesn't mean you're not adding some thoughts and insights to it. But, I don't look at it. The NHL teams all have their own boards. I have never used the term off the board, because when a player is selected by the team, it means he was on their board. And my board or anybody else's board simply doesn't matter.
We are not bored right now, and surprisingly, the word idiot was used, and it didn't involve one of the three of us talking to each other. We're bringing.
Well, you're not idiots. That's why, Darren. You're not idiots.
Gary Lawless, Shane Natty, I'll turn it over to you guys.
Craig, it's interesting. You spend all this time watching players, but I think you must also watch organizations and watch scouts and watch scouting departments. What do the Vegas Golden Knights, what do Bobby Lowe's and Scott Luce and their staff, where do they excel?
Well, I would say it's not one thing, so I'm going to go through a couple of things. And because I know Bobby and Scott Luce, Don Luce is his father, and because I know them so well, and Aaron Janelle and the group, number one, they have vast amounts of experience. And, one of the real key things for the Vegas Golden Knights when George McPhee put together his staff at the outset, you look at it, I mean, it was just teeming with experience there. And now that experience, scouting isn't just about this year. It's about, okay, what did I learn from previous years? What can I take from that player who turned out really well that we really liked, or what can we take from that player that we thought was going to be really good that didn't turn out as well? And it doesn't have to be players you drafted. It can be, you have to be evaluating your entire process. But with that experience, you're able to take that and apply it presently. So they're teaming with experience. Von Karpen, the whole group is phenomenal in my group. Number two, they also know what they're looking for. I really believe that organizations have to be very dialed in. What's our criteria? What type of player do we want to be adding to our organization? What's our criteria? They're very, very clear on the criteria. They're very, very clear on how they want to move forward and what they're looking for. I mean, I do a public list. Okay, so I can't I put the players all on the list. Every team develops a list, and there's players that they would not draft that don't end up on their list that end up being drafted. That's part of the criteria. Number three, they understand the development sequence. You think about Kelly and Junior, you think about Bobby Lowe's coaching and his experience. They understand that at 17 and 18, it's going to be a lot different 20, 21, and they understand how to get players to that point. But they also incorporate the development guys, the strength and conditioning guys. How much further can we take this guy? So they're using all the information possible that they have at their fingertips. And the fourth thing is they go out and they say, this is who we want, and they have the courage of their convictions, and they celebrate who they're drafting. You know, you can't worry about what other teams are doing. You can't worry about, oh, they have this guy rated high. Why did we take him there? Or are we reaching here? They know what they learn, and they go after it. And I'll add this thing. One more thing that they're really good at, they don't worry about this. A guy could be, like they drafted Lucas Cormier. Lucas Cormier is a really, really good player. And, you know, you guys have heard me say this. I don't scout with a tape measure. Yeah. So I think that's another thing about the Vegas Golden Knights. They look at all the criteria. They look at all the attributes of a player, and they don't get misguided by things that don't matter in their own evaluations. That's why they're so good.
Well, that's great stuff, Craig. Well, since we're on the topic, you know these guys way better than we do, but maybe talk about the Golden Knights. Not a lot of picks this year, but Brendan Brisson, Lucas Cormier, and Jeff Kellum. What can you tell us about these players? Is there one maybe that you like more than the others?
Well, here's what I'll say. I mean, I love Brendan Brisson, and you know I've been fortunate in watching Brendan play since he was at Shattuck St. Mary's. So the benefit I have, Shane, is that you know watching that progression, and again, it's not about going to a game and saying, oh, he played good, therefore he's good, or he played bad, and therefore he's bad. It's about, okay, here's where he's at now. Let's continue to build, you know, the folder, the book on the player, and let's work at that. And so when I've watched Brendan, I was lucky because he's one of those players that because he was at Shattuck and continued to play in real significant situations, I got to see him lots, and I got to see that progression. But here's what I would say. Every single time that I went back to watch Brendan Brisson, his game had taken another step. Sometimes those steps were a little bit bigger, but there was always a step forward. And it seemed that as he physically matured, that he was more assertive. And as he became more assertive, he became more productive. And it was just this vicious circle of confidence. And his impact on the game and his influence in critical areas in the game just became wider and greater. And, you know, you watch a player and you see, okay, he's not that big, but he handles the puck well. He tries to make plays. Well, now as he gets stronger, he skates quicker. Now he attacks more. His shot gets better. I think Brendan is a player that can play it any way you want. He can play in a hard game. He can play in a skilled game. He can play in a tight checking game. He can be patient. He can be aggressive, but he's in it. And the comparable player I've used for Brendan is Pierre-Luc Dubois of the Columbus Blue Jackets. And like Pierre-Luc, and you know, who went third overall, it's that completeness of a game. And when I look at Brendan and I look at last year's first-round draft pick, Peyton Krebs, I see two real significant centermen that are not only skilled and smart, but competitive and able to adapt their game. Lucas Cormier is a defenseman that is incredibly comfortable in the offensive zone and around the net. And Shane, you know this as a defenseman, you know, and you know, think about when you were drafted and playing in the league. Yeah, it is. It's really different,
well, it is.
Right? And you know, but Lucas, a lot of defensemen jump into the attack. Lucas has this great confidence in being comfortable around the opposing net. So that's the reason he scores goals. That's the reason you see him being so productive offensively. He's a really good skater. And when I look at the Vegas Golden Knights, and obviously Shea Theodore is a top-tier defenseman, but you look at the group around that they've assembled in Vegas. You know, you got Braden McNabb, you got Nick Holden, you got Nick Hague. You know, there's Zach Whitecloud. Like for Lucas Cormier now, you got a player now that got support around him, and that's going to allow him to be the player he is. But he's a gifted player and a confident offensive player as well. And you know, I look at this pick in the third round. I think that's a terrific pick, and I believe that in a few years' time we'll be talking about how did they get Lucas Cormier at that point in the draft. I'll give you my answer today. Oh, because he was 5'10". Vegas doesn't fall into that trap. And for Jackson Howell, I mean, Jackson's a terrific skater. He needs lots of time to go and develop his game and develop his maturity at the next level. But when you skate like that and you have some initiative like he does in his game, you know what? Those are the types of qualities you're more than happy to want to develop.
You mentioned Shea Theodore, and I think that this is the best example for people in Las Vegas when learning about defensemen. Like Shea is, really in his fourth year as a pro and in the NHL. A little bit of time with Anaheim, and then mostly the last 3 years with Vegas. And it was really this playoffs where he really had his coming out party. He was getting, as soon as Alec Martinez arrived, something there was something got unlocked just a little bit more, and now all of a sudden, I don't know when your next Canadian Olympic team list comes out, but you're going to have to look long and hard at putting him on that list, aren't you, Craig?
What do you mean look long and hard? He's already on it.
Well, there you go.
There. See, that's why I love Craig. These young defensemen now.
Listen,
playing defense,
but I'm not stupid.
Yeah. See, playing defense is fun now. It never used to be big and hard and strong. Now it's, you're allowed to have this creativity. These players are allowed to be offensive. It's, the game has evolved. The position has evolved, I think, for defensemen. As, we saw last year with all these great young ones. We saw, especially over here in the West, Craig, with, we had Shea Theodore, we had Quinn Hughes, you had Cale Makar, and the special abilities these young D-men have. Oh, Miro Heiskanen, too.
Well, think about it, Shane. Again, we talk about the progression of the game and how much different it is. Yeah. I mean, a defenseman's job used to be, okay, take care of your own zone, be hard in front of your net, be hard on opponents in the corners, below the dots, right? And and that's what you play. And the offensive guys were not as much, and you just let them go. But the game is so much different now because, if you want offense and you're just going to depend on your three forwards, you're going to have zero offense. Yeah. You have no chance to get offense because of the way teams play defense and the way they skate. So those defensemen have to be part of it. Now, Gary, I just want to go back. Not only do I have Shea Theodore on the Olympic team for 2022, I have him as second on the left side. And he very well could move ahead of Thomas Chabot. It could be 1A and 1A. Right now between Chabot and Shea Theodore. But just so you know, that's where I have him penciled in. So
because he comes
change. Usually I'm behind you, Gary. I'm ahead for you, so I'm happy about that. I'm kind of celebrating myself.
Most of us are ahead of Gary.
Just back to Shea. I'm lucky. I'm going to go back in time here, and I'm going to age myself. I first saw Shea play in 2011 when he was a 15-year-old player at the Canada Games. And BC won the Canada Games gold medal that year. Curtis Lazar was on that team. Tristan Jarry was the goalie. Sammy Reinhart was on that team. And, you could see, obviously Shea was already a very gifted player. But, Gary, you make a really good point about 25 years of age. He's 25. Jacques Laperriere told me this years ago. He said, you might be playing in the NHL as a defenseman at 20 or 19 or 21, but you're apprenticing and you're continuing that apprenticeship. And when you're 23, 24 is really when you're really ready to break out of that cocoon and become the butterfly. And now that's when a defenseman takes off. And, you've mastered the game. You understand what you can do better. You understand what you shouldn't be doing and what you can't do. And that's where your game goes to another level. I think that's exactly what we've seen with Shea Theodore. But you can go back in time. You see that with lots of defensemen. And I think what Jacques Laperriere said to me many, many years ago applies.
You will not hear from a more tapped-in person than Craig Button today, unless you're talking to somebody who's inside their room running their draft. He comes from that background as a scout. He's ran drafts in that angle. He's been a general manager at the National Hockey League Draft, and now he is working at TSN, NBC Sportsnet, the NHL Network. Craig Button joining us on our continuing coverage of the 2020 draft. You mentioned Bobby Lowe's earlier, and I just want, before I let you go, I know Bobby as a coach and that background. What advantages does it give the Vegas Golden Knights as Bobby running the draft with that background as both a scout but also the coach?
Darren, I remember him as a coach too, and you know how intense Bobby is. And
yes.
Bobby was intense as a coach. So when I talk, you think about competitiveness. I mean, Kelly's competitive, George McPhee's competitive, and I think that from Bobby's perspective as a coach, and not just as a coach, as a junior coach, that when we talk about scouting, and he understands what it was like to have a bad player that's been selected in the first round or the second round come to camp and how far away they are. And then he sees them at 16. And then he's, okay, where can I put them in the lineup? And then at 17, I can use them more. And those steps that need to be taken to help that player go forward. And Bobby was a good coach, and he's a good coach. And, he wasn't afraid to have his high standards and hold you accountable. But I think the fact is that because he had so much success, and he coached high-end players. He was part of Hockey Canada's program of excellence, coaching teams. So he understands skill. He understands different elements of the team. But when you're looking at scouting and you're looking at 17 and 18-year-old kids and trying to project them, Bobby's lived it. He's lived it in terms of, okay, we know this player's good, but he's not ready. And how do I get him ready? And, even from his perspective as a coach, to try to, impress upon the coaches, be patient. He's going to be okay. He might not be ready. Give him a little bit of a chance. And Bobby can get right into the same shoes as the coach and the mindset. But now because of that, and because he's, I call it, 1 degree removed, he can also apply all those experiences to the scouting, because really that's junior hockey, is understanding the steps and where a player is at any particular moment in time. So I think that's a tremendous asset for Bob to have, and by extension, something that helps everybody in the Vegas Golden Knights scouting department.
Craig, we usually pass each other in the hallways or on the draft floor, but it's nice to chat with you in person live and on the air. We really appreciate it, and you stay safe, okay, pal?
Yeah, you guys stay safe, too, and I look forward to that next time when we can be less than 6 feet apart.
You bet. Craig Button was on the NBC Sports Network broadcast last night for the first round. Joins us back in Calgary today as he is tapped in. Gary, there's a guy that you can pick his mind. If you don't follow him on Twitter, you have to, because he is just a nugget a day.
I did 12 draft shows, radio shows. I've done 12 radio draft shows, and Craig has been on sometimes he's been on the show both the first round and the next day. But all 12 shows that I've done, years that I've done, he has taken part in whatever show I was hosting. He's the best draft guest ever. Yeah. Ever. Like, we just put a nickel in him, and he gave us $10 worth. Like, that was, honestly, that was one of the best hits you'll ever hear.
Well, my job's done then. Dave Gosher will return very shortly. Gary Lawless, Shane Nadi in Montana, Darren Millard here at City National Arena in Las Vegas as we trend towards the Vegas Golden Knights' next selection, which will come in the third round, 184th overall. They've made 3 selections so far. We'll recap that, plus tell you about a contract extension and bring you up to date on a couple of trades and rumors that are making their way around the National Hockey League virtual draft for 2020. This is the National Hockey League Draft on Fox Sports Las Vegas and the Vegas Golden Knights social media channels. Easing our way into the back half of the fourth round of the 2020 National Hockey League Draft. We are at pick 115, and the Carolina Hurricanes have just selected a 5'6" forward. I think he's the smallest player eligible for this draft, Zion Nebek. And Zion Nebek has just been selected. He's a Swedish forward from H1 playing pro right now, but there's a lot of pressure on the 115th pick as we welcome in Gary Lawless and Shane Noddy from Rock Creek Cattle Company, Darren Millard at City National Arena. It was in 1980. What do you guys think?
Makes me feel better about mine.
What do you think? 1980, that Darren Elliott
lost that right to the beach. Look at that.
Yeah.
That stash is fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh,
Zion Nebek has been selected 115th, and that's Darren Elliott in 1980. He didn't even know he was drafted. He was playing baseball or slow pitch or something with his buddies over at the ball diamond.
How old was he in that picture?
His dad came up. He was 19 because that was the year the draft changed from a 20-year-old draft to an 18-year-old draft. He didn't even know he was eligible, believe it or not. So there's a draft story for you. We're going to chat with Jackson Holland in just a little bit. The Vegas Golden Knights' third pick of this National Hockey League Draft, selected 91st in the third round. But before we get to that, Dave Gosher is going to return. Shane and Gary, you guys are at Rock Creek Cattle Company. Yeah. You guys are there for the week. It's a spectacular setup outside of the draft and your commitments on air here at Fox Sports Las Vegas and the Vegas Golden Knights media channels, social media channels. So what are you guys doing?
Well, Shane
busier than them maybe a little bit.
Yeah, Shane's been hiking, and we went skeet shooting. That was a lot of fun, and we're hoping to go fly fishing sometime today if the draft allows for it. But and what else, Shane? You did some golf?
I've been on the golf course. I did the hike that goes up to it's Big Sky hike up to Foley Rock, and it overlooks the whole beautiful view once you get up there. I've done the golf course, which is tremendous. Just ranked 99th in the world. It's in the top 100. Phenomenal. As Gary said, we've done shooting. I've gone a couple of times. I've done clays, pistols, long range. It's just a special place. He said, I got to get out fly fishing. I think we're going on might do a little horseback riding, ATV, UTV, whatever you want to call it. Whatever you want. This is, I've said, this is a playground for me. The outdoors I love, the views, the mountains, the stars at night.
Yep.
Just everything about it is tremendous.
We did have a really long production meeting the other night, standing on our patio, looking up at the stars. It was excellent. So it's just the air. You wake up in the morning and you step out of your cabin and just fill your lungs up with the mountain air. It's tremendous, and Shane and Dave are. They're both on a bit of a fitness kick. Well, Shane forever, and Dave's on it now too. So every day I get up and I look out, and one of them is out there sweating to the oldies, doing.
Well, it'd be the oldies. It's Dave.
They've got these bands and all kinds of apparatuses that they're using out there, and Shane actually made me do it with him once, and
you did a good job.
I'm actually going to do it again tomorrow. So there's a beautiful creek that runs through. It's called Rock Creek. It runs through the property, and I like to just go and find a spot on the side of the creek there's these big rocks that you can sit on and just sit there and listen to the water and watch it roll by you for a while. If you need to get a little bit need to get your head cleared after some city living, this is the place for it.
Well, I'm going to go down there. I need to clear it after rooming with you two.
Oh boy.
Are you guys all in one spot, like in a suite?
In a cabin, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah. I pick up after them. I make the coffee. It's these two have never had it so good.
If you could do one thing, Lawman, what would you do up there?
Well, I'm going to do it this afternoon. I'm going to go fishing.
Yeah.
There's the last time I was here, the first time I was here, it was kind of a hike into a small creek. We're going into a wider spot. I think it's on the Clark River, or Clark Fork River, and we're going to get a wider spot. And you can stand on the shore, or they have these big float boats, and you have a guy kind of rowing it at the back of it, and you're at the front casting, and it's something that I've always wanted to do. So why are you laughing?
Be finishing each other's sentences.
Shane can't admit it, but he loves me.
Question: how do you fly fish and scroll through Twitter at the same time?
That's a good question. Will the phone go away so he can cast a rod?
I'll leave the phone in the cabin. I have been very good on the phone this trip.
Hey, great job so far. We've got another 3 rounds to go, and 2 more picks for the Vegas Golden Knights are scheduled. Plus, we'll chat with Jackson Hallam. Dave Gosher returns along with Shane Noddy and Gary Lawless as we continue to provide live coverage of the 2020 National Hockey League Draft and the Vegas Golden Knights virtual draft here on Fox Sports Vegas and the VGK social media channels. Back after this.
Well, I think it's going to be gold. Yeah, and I expect just the best. That's what I expect.
I've heard rumors about gold. That's my prediction. It's going to be golden jersey.
Oh, we see a letter.
Ooh, cool box, eh?
That's nice.
It is gold, eh?
That is sick. I expected that.
Wow, I'm surprised how like gold it is, you know?
This one is so sick. Always advance, never retreat. Bill Foley.
I was hesitant how like they can make this gold, but they did a good job.
They did a great job.
This is also the name of the new captain. Here we go, Captain Carlson.
Is that for me?
Yeah. By the way, I'm not the captain. All right. Now we got sick kicks.
Ooh.
That's gold.
Those are sick shoes, though.
So I'm gonna just put these on, I guess.
Ooh.
I'm still waiting for my gold hat.
There we go. I hope it fits.
There we go. That's my gold hat.
This is Jonathan Marceau, and this is So Vegas.
I'm William Carlson, and this is So Vegas.
Clock in Vegas as our draft coverage continues. The 4th round of the NHL Draft rolling on. They've gone now to through 120 picks in the draft this year. Dave Gosher along with Gary Lawless taking you through our final hour of coverage here today. The Golden Knights already with 3 picks on the board. Of course, one last night in Brendan Brisson going with the 29th pick, and then taking Lucas Cormier, defenseman, in the 3rd round of the draft. And after Lucas, a little bit later on in that 3rd round, was Jackson Hallam coming from late in that 3rd round. But Jackson, happy to have us here on the air today. Jackson, brought to you by Tiger Lily, established in 1987. Tiger Lily Floral has been providing handcrafted, always fresh flowers to the Vegas Valley for over 30 years. Learn more at tigerlily.com. Or visit one of their locations today, Lawman.
I have used the services of Tiger Lily.
And you can vouch.
I have called them up on a birthday or anniversary or something like that, and yeah.
Way to do it. Check them out, tigerlily.com. Jackson Hallam joining us. Jackson, first off, congratulations, and tell us, your reaction this day, this moment, for what it meant to you.
Yeah, thank you for having me on. I'm actually at school right now. As you can see, I'm still in my uniform. I didn't think I was going to go as high as I did. I was going to my next class. I was going to economics, and I got a text from one of my coaches, and he said, it's Vegas. It's awesome. It's a great place, great fans. And I was just stunned, and all my friends congratulated me, and I was just speechless, and it was just a really good moment to experience with all my friends, and it was just really cool. And I couldn't be any happier with the organization.
Well, you have a uniform on. Tell us about your school, Jackson.
My school is all-male Catholic military school. It's really old. It's based on tradition. It's really strict. We take the military pretty serious. As you can see, I'm a sergeant first class. This is my brass. I'm in Alpha Company, and the 4 is for being a senior. So my school is just filled with a lot of tradition. It's really, really strict. I have a uniform on, as you can see. Like, no one do that anymore, but and it's really cool being in a military school as well, like having that aspect, and just really teach you to be a young leader.
Now,
I like it so much.
How many hockey players from that school do you know have been drafted to the National Hockey League?
I know Justin Schrader was drafted to Vancouver, I think, and then Tommy Novak was also drafted to Nashville Predators, and I've talked to them a lot about the NHL draft, and it's just a really unreal experience, and I'm just so thankful I got to be a part of it.
Oh, it's great stuff, Jackson. So, what is the name of your school?
St. Thomas Academy.
And you're playing for your high school team now?
Yep.
And do you have a game tonight?
Yeah, I do actually. I have one for Elite League. Yeah.
Well, that's awesome. So the path for you would be and then when the USHL season gets going, you'll be playing for Green Bay. Is that correct?
Yes. As of right now, I think that's correct. It's kind of up in the air with all the high school stuff, and as for many people, it's kind of hard times. But I'm just trying to make a right decision for me, and I guess we'll just see when all this stuff comes out about the Minnesota High School League. So that is kind of up in the air, but I think Green Bay is going to be the route for me.
Talk a little bit about yourself as a player, Jackson. What can Golden Knights fans expect to see when they see Jackson Hallam?
I'm a really fast skater. That's like my main aspect is I'm really fast. I'm pretty flashy, gritty, hard back check, like doing stuff to make the crowd go wild, like good plays, beating defensemen up and down the ice. Very excited.
Jackson, we know you've committed to go to Michigan year after next. What was that process like, the recruiting process like, and how, I know, kind of there's steps in the process, but what sold you on going to Ann Arbor?
The process was pretty long. Michigan came in about middle of the pack. When they came in, they were always the number one school in my mind. Just the tradition there, all the NHL players that they've put through the next level. Just everything about Michigan is such a good fit for me, and I couldn't be any happier with that decision either. It's just a really, really remarkable day for me. So,
Have you crossed paths? So Brendan Brisson, the first-round pick for the Golden Knights yesterday, he's going into his freshman year at Michigan. Have you guys crossed paths? I mean, I know you're still a year or so away from going there, but do you guys know each other at all, or have you communicated at all?
I knew of him committing to Michigan. My friends said that they were going. My friends that knew him pretty well said that he's going there and he's really good. And I didn't talk to him or anything, but today, actually, after I got drafted to Vegas, he texted me and said, "Congratulations, it's awesome." And I said, "Yeah, congrats to you as well." And so I think we'll build a good relationship now. I hope to see him in the future. So, yeah.
Where did you think? So you mentioned you didn't think you were going to go this high in the draft in the third round. Where did you think you might go?
I thought I was going to go in kind of lower in the fourth. I wasn't on Central Scouting or anything, so I was kind of a low-profile player. So I didn't really have much clue on where I was going, but my advisor and my coaches said that I was for sure going to get drafted, and Vegas was always a team that was talking to me, communicating with me, and at my games a lot. So in the back of my mind, I kind of thought it would be Vegas, and I'm really happy. I wouldn't want to change one thing. I'm just really thankful that they drafted me.
A couple of more for you before we are you on your way to class now? Like, are we interrupting you or anything like that?
No.
Okay, good.
No. I'm done with school. I got done at 3:05, so we're done. I'm just in a little meeting room here, trying to stay away from all my friends and stuff. So.
All right, we won't keep you too much longer. Did you have much contact with the Golden Knights? You know, I know that a lot of things have changed with how you interact with players now due to COVID, but had you had any interaction, discussions with Vegas before they drafted you here earlier today?
Not earlier today. There was nothing today, but in the past, at my games and stuff, they kind of talked to me. Keith Hendrickson, really good guy. He always talked to me. He was an amateur in the Midwest, so he was kind of the guy that always talked with me after games. And so nothing today, but
Keith
they have talked to me before. So
Keith is from Virginia, Minnesota. How far is that from where you are?
Virginia is pretty far. I don't know exactly how far it is, but I know it's not close.
It's a couple hours north of the cities. Yeah.
What?
It's a couple hours north of the cities.
I thought. Virginia, Minnesota?
Yes, yeah.
What are you talking about?
All right, we're okay.
I think we talking about Virginia, the state.
The state of Virginia. No, Virginia, Minnesota.
Sorry.
No, that's all right.
Hey, last quick one, Jackson. Who do you model your game after? When you watch games, you focus on who that's playing in the NHL?
Connor McDavid is probably the player I model my game after the most. I think I play a lot like him. The speed, the hands, and the agility are three aspects that kind of relate to his game.
Well, Jackson, thanks for taking the time. We know it's a big day. We know you're in school and you've got a high school game tonight, but congratulations. And Sergeant First Class, Jackson Hallam, joining us. Hopefully we'll see you soon in the future.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, Jackson, thanks very much.
That won't go over very well with the owner.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Bill Foley doesn't have any ties to the military.
No, he won't like that one bit.
Jackson just turned 18 a month ago. Holy, man, I'm getting old. Good for him, though. That's great. So he's in a military school. Looks like he'll go play in the USHL in Green Bay, then play at Michigan next season. But how about that? You don't hear that every day.
How would you have done in a military school?
Not well.
Me neither.
Not well at all. What you don't hear every day is I was on my way to economics class, and I found out I was drafted in the NHL.
Pretty great.
That's great stuff. Jackson Hallam, the latest Golden Knight, taken with the 91st pick in the draft earlier today. We'll step aside. More coverage to come as the NHL Draft continues. They are just about to kick off round 5 of the 2020 draft. We'll be back in a moment on Fox Sports Las Vegas.
It's been a vision from our owner, Bill Foley, since day one to have a third jersey that's truly reflective of the entertainment and sports capital of the world, Las Vegas. And so we knew we had to do a gold jersey, and we knew we had to get it right. It's been about a 2-year process working with the NHL, Adidas, and really through multiple rounds of testing, we really think we have the first metallic gold jersey in sports. It was all about how do we do something different that the league has never seen before, and we really tried to push Adidas out of their comfort zone to do something that they've never done before, which is a truly metallic ultra-knit fashion, and the jersey is reflective of that. It's not just a hockey jersey, it's a fashion statement for sure. The gold jersey is really reflective of Las Vegas. It's the perfect thing to wear at a game at T-Mobile Arena. It shines. It actually has sparkles when there's movement. Or if you go out in the town on the Las Vegas Strip, it's the perfect thing to wear for a night out as well. It really is reflective of Las Vegas and the Vegas Golden Knights. We're actually offering an exclusive number of 777 treasure chests that include the gold jersey. It includes customization, a special gold coin, and then we're also offering special metallic gold Adidas Boost shoes with that for $777. As you can see, the gold is truly metallic gold, and we've got our mantra from our owner, Bill Foley, that says, always advance, never retreat, on every single collar. And it's got the alternate metallic construction. It's got the filigree and the white sleeves and the steel gray numbers and letters. The VGK Gold jersey is available now at the Arsenal at City National Arena, the Armory at T-Mobile Arena, or online at VegasTeamStore.com. It's so Vegas.
Days of coverage here at Rock Creek tomorrow nighttime at noon, and then Friday nighttime at noon as well. And certainly Friday should be an interesting show, to say the least. NHL free agency begins on Friday, the 9th of October. So already some trades earlier today in the NHL. Matt Murray on the move, being traded from the Pittsburgh Penguins to the Ottawa Senators. Nick Bonino heading from Nashville to Minnesota in exchange for Luke Cunnin. Also some draft picks involved in that as well. Of course, a big trade yesterday. Josh Anderson traded by Columbus to Montreal for Max Domi and a third-round pick. And reports are that the Blue Jackets and Domi are making some progress on a new contract. But this is certainly...
They have a deal done.
There
2 years at $5.3 a year for Max Domi. Another interesting deal. The Edmonton Oilers have welcomed Jesse Puljujarvi back into the fold. They've signed a 2-year deal with Puljujarvi. He left the team and was playing over in his native Finland, and he'd asked for a trade and all kinds of stuff. It hasn't worked out since he was taken by the Oilers 4th overall. I think they got him. I think yes, Columbus was expected to take him, and they stepped in and took Pierre-Luc Dubois, the centerman who had just a massive series against the Toronto Maple Leafs this spring, and then the Oilers, with the 4th pick that year, took Jesse Puljujarvi.
And the Golden Knights with a transaction today as well, and a significant one. Chandler Stevenson was one of their 2 restricted free agents, Nick Cousins being the other. Chandler Stevenson signing a 4-year extension to stay in Vegas, worth $11 million. So my basic math is that's $2.75 a year for Chandler Stevenson. So good for the Golden Knights and good for him as well, Gary. You know, a player that comes over here from the Washington Capitals, and they wanted to, kind of find a good spot for him. They did, certainly in Vegas. I think he felt he was capable of more in his game. He was a key part of the Capitals' 4th line that helped beat the Golden Knights in the Stanley Cup Final in 2018. But now the Golden Knights trying to kind of get some math in order. They're over the cap right now, which you can be by what, 10% until
10%.
If and when they begin next season. But good move for the Golden Knights. They only had 2 RFAs, Chandler Stevenson being one, and now he's locked up.
Yeah, I'm trying to get an answer on this. Once you get to that certain threshold, are you allowed to do more work at that point in time? You're only allowed to be 10% over, so that probably prevents you from doing much work on in free agency once Friday arrives, unless you have been able to clear space. So if Kelly McCrimmon has plans to go after anyone on Friday, he probably has some work to do throughout today and into tomorrow to try and clear a little bit of cap space.
Well, for the Golden Knights, there's been so much talk here. We've had some great guests on here over the past few days, but a lot of smoke around Alex Pietrangelo.
Yeah.
some smoke around. Would Steven Stamkos be available via trade? Would he okay a trade? You know, and you just wonder. We've touched on this. The Golden Knights have not been shy whatsoever about making significant moves. They don't just kind of trim around the edges.
No.
They go right, you know, for big moves, and we've seen that over the years. And whether they could do something of that nature. You're talking a lot of money for Pietrangelo. You're talking a lot of money for Stamkos to take that on.
Well, so
you're going to have to shed some.
Stamkos would be a trade,
yep.
right?
So you'd have to.
So there would be player and salary going the other way.
Yep.
If that was something that, again, we have no idea if Kelly McCrimmon is interested in that. We saw him for a few minutes yesterday, and then saw him from a distance this morning, but have not had any extended conversation with the general manager of the Golden Knights. And the other factor there, as you mentioned, would Stamkos be willing this way? As for Pietrangelo, you know, Doug Armstrong in St. Louis still have time to get him signed. You know, I have to believe that they would take, you know, one last ditch effort at getting that done. And you know, Alex Pietrangelo will there'll be a moment of real introspection. You know, if you are gonna leave St. Louis, the place that's been your home, the place where you grew up, the place where you won the Stanley Cup, he's got a real good family there. So the Golden Knights are on the clock.
Yeah, the Golden Knights have moved up in the draft. Golden Knights have moved up. They've got the first pick now in the 5th round. So they didn't have one in rounds 4 or 5 at the start of the day. They didn't have a 5th round pick until 2 minutes ago. So they have traded up to get the first pick, number 125, in round number 5. The Golden Knights were not due to have another on 6.
We'll try to figure out what they did
to get
that
different deal
pick.
now. Yep. So they have made a trade to trade obviously to get into this position. Have the VGK
Next pick, the first selection of the 5th round. The Vegas Golden Knights have selected Jesper Wickman from AIK in the Swedish League.
Jesper Wickman.
Next up in the 5th round is the Edmonton Oilers.
So Jesper Wickman drafted by the Golden Knights. So they were able to trade and get a pick in the 5th round. We mentioned, you know, we thought the way it stacked up, it was going to be a while for Vegas to get a pick here. But that changes. So pick 125, Jesper Wickman out of the Swedish League. And so the Golden Knights now with 4 picks. We'll see if we can decipher. Obviously, they had to trade to get to this spot. We'll sort that out for you here.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the Golden Knights reaching out to the Swedish League, and they get Jesper Wickman. So yet another pick here for Vegas. And
Victor's a big kid. He's 6'3", 176 pounds. He's from Stockholm. He has spent some time in Finland as well. A couple of different ranks. He's a goalie, so that's that's a pretty big piece of what he does. He was ranked 8th overall by NHL Central Scouting amongst goalies, so this is Mike Rosati and the Golden Knights scouting staff getting together on this one and saying it's time to pick a goalie. So last year for the under 20 team, I guess whatever games they played, he had a 327 goals against average and an 857 save percentage. For the under 18 team, he had a really good showing for Sweden in 2019-20 at the under 18 tournament. A 1.50 goals against and a 938 save percentage. He has been one of Sweden's top development goalies in their national program. He has played for Sweden at the under 16s, at the under 17s, and the under 18s. Last year, obviously, there was no U20, no World Junior Tournament, so he didn't play in that. But this is a guy that has been at the top of the mountain in terms of goaltending prospects for the hockey nation of Sweden.
So the Golden Knights, you've got Yuri Patera, right, goaltending prospect. Oscar Dansk has been with the organization now for a few years. Marc-Andre Fleury, Robin Lehner. So Jesper Vikman add to that, that list of depth within this organization. So there you go, where the Golden Knights, they trade up to get a pick in the 5th round, and it is Jesper Vikman. So, the Golden Knights active here and not willing to wait until rounds 6 and 7 to get back involved here in the NHL draft. So the Golden Knights now with 4 picks over the last couple of days. And we'll take a peek here. We got our staff kind of working on how did this come about.
Yeah.
There you go. So the Red Wings were going to be in that spot in the draft, and the Golden Knights traded their 4th-round pick next year, right, in the 2022 draft. So the Golden Knights trade a 4th-rounder and for 2022, right? Yeah, 2022 draft, yes. Are we in 2020 now? Yeah, we're in 2020, as of today. So 4th-rounder in 2022, the Golden Knights send that to Detroit for the pick, and they just use that pick to grab Jesper Vikman, a goaltender out of Sweden.
What went to Detroit? That's the piece that's not really available at this point.
Hold the phone. 4th-round pick. 4th-round pick in 2022.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you.
There you are.
Where'd you find that?
I just said it twice.
All right. Well, I was, you know me, I'm not very good at doing 2 things at once. I was trying to find it. You could have said, Gary, I found it.
Well, I thought you were listening. The multitasking is just.
There's a cable.
Now we got trouble here. This is all falling apart. Lawman's lost everything here.
Normally this is on radio, and Jenna has saved me and covered up for me.
Thankfully.
With, picture of Jesper Vikman. Thank you, Jenna. You're much better partner of the day.
Yeah, good job, Jenna. We'll step aside and
step aside now.
Yeah, now I mean it's all falling apart. Jesper Vikman, the latest draft pick for the Golden Knights. We'll have more, we think, on Fox Sports Las Vegas.
Night City gonna set my soul on fire. I got a whole lot of money that's ready to burn, so get those stakes up higher. There's 1,000 pretty women waiting down there. They're all living, the devil may care. Well, I'm just a devil with a lot of despair. So Viva Las Vegas, Viva Las Vegas. Oh, I wish that.
Golden Knight fans, it's your boy Lil Jon. Yeah, Viva Las Vegas, Viva Las Vegas, Viva Las Vegas.
Little John, ho ho ho. You know what would make this song so Vegas?
What's that, Wayne?
Hit it.
Las Vegas! Las Vegas! Yeah! Yeah!
Back at Rock Creek, Dave Gosher, Gary Lawless, the Golden Knights making a move just a couple of moments ago as they trade up to get the 125th pick with the Detroit Red Wings. They send a 4th-round pick in the 2022 draft to Motown. And with that pick at 5, the Golden Knights take goaltending prospect Jesper Wickman, mentioned the 18-year-old out of Stockholm, Sweden. And he is the 4th for the Golden Knights. They had the first rounder yesterday, 2/3 today, and now the first pick of round 5 goes to the VGK. Well, welcome back in, Darren Millard, from our studios in Vegas. Well, the Golden Knights, Mallard, did not want to wait around to get to that 6th-round pick, and the first trade they've made in this draft, first move they've made, and they moved up significantly. The next pick was scheduled to be 184. So they move up, roughly 60 spots to go to 125 and get goaltending prospect Jesper Wickman out of Sweden.
Another Swedish goaltender. It's been a bit of a running theme now over the last week or so with the Vegas Golden Knights and the extension to Robin Lehner and, of course, other players in the fold. And we have a Swedish goaltender that adds to the stable of netminders with the Vegas Golden Knights. Gary mentioned it. He has plenty of international experience and also has played at the highest level of junior hockey in Sweden. Big guy, reads the play really well, and like a lot of guys coming out of Sweden right now, incredibly structurally sound.
Big kid too, right? Mallett's
6'3",
175 pounds, but only 18. He just turned 18 back in the springtime. Actually, right when the pause happened in the NHL, March 11th was his 18th birthday. So, their ability now to try to build some depth at that position. We mentioned you got Robin Lehner, Marc-Andre Fleury, Oscar Dansk, Yuri Patera, and now another Swedish goaltender here in Jesper Wickman, Lawman.
Mallard, why is it so hard to draft goalies? Why is it so hard to you look at a centerman and you can usually figure out if that guy's going to play in the NHL or not. With goalies, the gamble, the bet on them is it's extraordinary. You never know what's going to happen.
You don't, and we went through the longest run without having a goaltender selected in the first round of the draft, and that's backed up a little bit in the last couple of years. But I think people and teams really got scared off by a couple of players that just didn't translate and transpire. Rick DiPietro probably being the poster player for that. I think for one, it's just a physical maturity. So much happens with the goaltender. Number two, it's who you're playing behind and what kind of team you're playing behind, and the confidence factor from that. I mean, Yuri Patera is a great example. It was a year ago, just sort of going through the Western Hockey League season as a 19-year-old, then as a 20-year-old, a month into the season, looked like he was progressing along the same path, and then just turned it on and found something, and it clicked in, and ended up being one of the top goaltenders in the Western Hockey League, and really makes the Golden Knights look brilliant in that selection. But I think with goaltenders being able to read the play and being able to have your hockey sense and then keep up with everything else that's going on maturity-wise, it just takes longer. You talked to Craig Button about defensemen and being in that 25-year-old range before they really hit their sweet spot. Goaltending probably is very much the same way before you want to be in the National Hockey League, 23, 24.
Yeah, you hear a lot too, Mel, when you're talking about defensemen. A lot of people talk about that benchmark of 200 games in the league before you start to maybe kind of figure it out. You're talking 2.5 seasons when you get to that point. To your note on
and that's playing all the time.
Yes, exactly right. Exactly right. Yes, Yuri Patera last year with the Wheat Kings, 24, 12, and 4, and you mentioned really came on as the season went along for Brandon. Goals against at 2.5, save percentage at .921, and I wonder, and I guess we will find this out in the ensuing few days. What did the Golden Knights see here in Jesper Wickman that they would make a trade with Detroit, move up 49 spots in the draft to get him? There's got to be something intriguing. Plays in the Swedish league. Their season has started, right? He's already played 3 games for AIK over in Sweden, but something piqued their interest that they were willing to make that move, and jump up significantly at 125 to get him.
And not having as many picks, the Vegas Golden Knights, this is the fewest picks they've had going into a draft at 5, so they're certainly used to having more. But I'm with you. It'll be really intriguing. We know about Cormier and his abilities, and what we see from Brendan Brisson and his skill set. But the goaltender, I loved listening to Gary break this one down, because I was doing the same thing, searching, trying to find some information on Jesper Vikman. And when Gary said goaltender, well, then it kind of makes sense that you would go that rate, because I didn't have him on any of my list when it came to forwards. But big, solid, square, and again, the people that I'm talking to, very technically sound, but is going to be a 2-3 year project.
And for the Swedish league too, and I don't pretend to know a ton about it, but usually pretty defensive-minded league. The big ice surface over there.
You've got the sweater of
That's
the
right.
Linköping team, don't you?
I do think it's kind of.
Yeah.
I like the national team jersey. That was pretty cool.
Trey Kroner.
Trey Kroner.
Exactly right. Usually pretty defensive-minded league, bigger ice surface over there as well. Whether somebody like Vikman would benefit, like a lot of goaltenders from that. Not quite sure, but that's the league he's playing in over in Sweden right now.
And listen, if you're listening at home or wherever, and you want to see something, we saw a great moment last night, obviously, when Doug Wilson Jr. signed the selection of Ozzy Weisblatt so that his family could see it. Well, Jake Boltman, who plays for the Lincoln Stars, is on the ice. Was on the ice practicing with his team, and found out on the ice that he had been drafted by the Calgary Flames, and his teammates mobbed him on the ice. It's on Twitter. The Lincoln Stars have got it out there, and the Calgary Flames. It's a really cool moment. So there have been, Alex Trebek, Crystal Hawerchuk, Doug Wilson Jr., this one here. There have been some very really cool moments that you wouldn't get, the virtual draft, and let's face it, we will all admit this is not as good. It might be better for the teams, but for us and from a viewing perspective and for the players that are selected, this is not as good. This has been, let's hope it's a one-off. Let's put it that way. But there have been some cool moments because teams got a little creative in a few circumstances.
And Jackson Hallam going to his economics class. Now, if you get the word that you're drafted by a major professional sports league and you're on your way to the economics class,
kind of makes sense.
Yeah, you go to the class, right?
Yeah,
you got to figure out how to deal with the economics of professional sports. But no, that one being on the ice at practice, that's a really unique one. I like that one.
Yeah, great stuff. And hopefully here for the Golden Knights, they've got a couple of picks to go. So they moved up to get a pick of the 5th round in Jesper Vikman. They have a 6th rounder coming up at number 184, a 7th rounder at 215. You're old enough, Mallard, as we all are, involved in this part of the broadcast, to remember when the NHL draft, was it 10 rounds back in the day? 10?
12. There was 12.
Rounds?
Yeah.
I mean, they'd be turning the lights out and there'd be drafted players.
Well, same number of picks, though. It was
less
just
teams.
Less teams. So
the first draft ever was done in Montreal at the Queen Elizabeth Hotel. And Sam Pollock and the Montreal Canadiens, all the other teams got up and were done. And there was no limit on rounds. He just sat there and drafted player after player after. Scotty Bowman told me this story. Sam Pollock just kept drafting kids from Quebec, and this would have been in the 1960s, and just loaded up his prospect pool, and then they eventually put a cap on it. But the first draft ever, you could stay there as long as you wanted. Nobody else stayed. Sam Pollock did.
The only thing I'm excited or appreciate about this draft, Gary and Dave, is when we do get to that 6th and 7th round stage and we've been in the rinks and you sit there and you start looking around and the families that are still there and just agonizing over whether they're going to be picked or not. And you always feel sorry for that handful of kids that have to sort of walk out of the rink and disappointed. We won't have that, but we have had some creative different ways. And I do give them all the credit in the world for just tweaking it a little bit and trying to make it as interesting as possible.
All right, Mallard.
1963 was the first NHL.
Really?
Draft.
There you go.
Yeah.
Mallard, thanks, man.
Which room did you stay in, Lawless?
At the Chateau Champlain in Montreal.
I have 2 jerks here already. I don't need a third one over there.
Okay, I'll go.
All right, Mallard, we'll listen for you on the Insider Show a little bit later from 4 to 6 with Ryan Wallace. Thanks, man. We'll step aside. One final guest, Ryan Leslie, joins us from Sportsnet in Calgary when we come back on Fox Sports Las Vegas.
Ahí viene el robo, se viene Roy, Roy lo tiene, Roy. Nico Roy con el primero, creo que en su carrera en esta temporada con los Vegas Golden Knights. Del otro lado está Cody Glass, no conectan con él, se suelta el puck, recupera el equipo de Vegas Golden Knights. Ese es Pacioretty, costado izquierdo, el pase. ¡Gol! ¡Gol! ¡Golazo de Cody Glass!
Y se vuelven a equivocar en la salida,
Ahí está,
lo regalan otra vez. ¡Cae! Como regalito de Año Nuevo a Mark Stone, y era la tercera ocasión que el equipo se equivoca. Me refiero a los Dogs, se equivocaban en la salida, regalan por tercera vez el puck enfrente de la portería, y eso obviamente debido a la buena marca, la buena presión que estaban haciendo los delanteros del equipo de Vegas Golden Knights, pero ahora sí la aprovechó Mark Stone adentro, que estamos cenando 1-1 el marcador.
Súmete que te quedó jabón, digo el señor Mark Stone, y ahí estamos 1-1, señores. Nuevamente jugando el equipo de Vegas Golden Knights frente al portero, va a quedar arriba el post, a 2 tiempos.
Bueno, ahí está Marche. Marche. Marcó el sexto, damas y caballeros. Y lo que había se acabó.
Excelente.
Lo decíamos.
Faltó mandarlo más lejos. ¡Disparo! Y pegó en el poste de Marc. ¡Regalo el Castro!
¡No!
¡Esa estuvo épica! ¡Marc-Andre Fleury!
No.
¡Su majestad Fleury!
Back at Rock Creek for our final segment of Day 2 coverage in the NHL Draft, moving along, closing in at about the halfway point of Round 5. The Golden Knights have made 4 selections, 1 in the first, 2 in the third, and then they traded up to grab a pick in the 5th as well. We are joined by Ryan Leslie from Sportsnet in Calgary. Ryan's brought to you by Homey. When you buy or sell a house with Homey, everyone wins. And as an official partner of the Vegas Golden Knights, we'll call it our Homey Ice Advantage. You'll save thousands because Homey agents don't charge high commissions, and you'll also help your community. And for every home bought or sold through Homey, $500 is donated through United Way of Southern Nevada to provide rent and mortgage assistance. Plus, if you are selling your home because of COVID-19, Homey will waive your $2,500 listing fee. Win, win, win. Homey has your back. Text Knights to 88588 to sell or buy with Homey. Ryan, thanks for taking the time. What has kind of garnered your interest the most here? I mean, we're almost not quite 5 full rounds into the draft here over the last couple of days, but what's grabbed your attention the most?
Well, I think from a Calgary perspective, just the way they've been able to parlay a 19th pick into a player, they felt, guys, that they had Connor Zary at 16. They had the 19th pick, and then they traded down, and they still got the player they wanted. They traded down twice. They got the player they wanted, and they were able to pick up a couple of extra third-round selections as well. So that was big from a Calgary perspective. They've loaded up on some good young defensemen as well, one with some size and one with some real high offensive upside. But as far as the overall draft is concerned, it's just that those ledges that they continue to talk about. And, you know, the depth might be a little bit surprising, you know, ahead of the draft itself. At least coming into this year, I think there was some mixed reviews on how deep this draft would be. But it has been, you know, a draft where certainly through the first round, I think a lot of teams walked away really happy with the player that we selected. And I think a lot of teams, there's a couple of ones that I think there were head scratchers across. I think Columbus was one that kind of caught some people off guard. But overall, I think some people really came away from the first round, and I'm sure as painstakingly slow as this rest of the rounds have gone, I think everybody's still walking away going, but isn't always the case too, guys? Like, you know, the optimism just runs wild on a day like this, and the reality is some of these guys aren't going to make it. Most of these guys won't. But I think in that first round there was enough depth, and you look at those ledges, and I think people feel pretty good about what they were able to do.
Well, your friend, M. Cosentino, was on our show yesterday, and he talked about, you know, sort of Lafreniere being all by himself, and then two or three players together, and then probably a group of around 10 that came after that formed another group. But then he was like, it's like a 50-player group, that next big chunk where anyone can, you know, anyone could go in any order amongst that group, and that layer, that big chunk, that's what really made the second half of the first round interesting for me.
Yeah, I'm with you, Gary. You've been to enough drafts. I've been to a chunk of them too, and you know, the drama of what we experience when we're there on the floor, in the stands, watching everything, and getting those conversations that we have either in with scouts or with you know, hockey ops and you know, even media members and the information. But yeah, it's pretty hard to disagree with what old Sammy Kaz had to say. He's an absolute gem, and he knows. You know, he knows the junior ranks. He knows the international scene of these guys coming up. I think Sam's really got his finger on the pulse, and the conversations that he's having with coaches and players and scouts alike. That, you know, those clumps or those ledges, as we say, you know, that's something that was pretty unique with this draft. And for a while there, you could kind of hear them on our broadcast saying, "Okay, now it gets interesting because now you're into that next wave of." That big group that you talked about, Gary, and it's so true. And I mean, I think everybody's pretty realistic about this draft and about the depth. I don't know, you know, when you start to have the conversation of, you know, has it paid off? Is this the player we thought? But certainly there's some impact players to step in right away. But there's also in a couple of years, which is going to suit a few people just fine when talking about getting their team bolstered by yesterday and today.
Ryan Leslie joining us from Canada. Ryan, I'm curious to get your sense as to where the Calgary Flames are, big picture now. And obviously they've traded down a couple of times to get players they were still able to get players they wanted in the draft. But over the last handful of years, either missed the playoffs or unable to kind of get by that first round. Where you sit covering that team in that city, where do they go for the future whenever the next season starts?
Well, first and foremost, you know, if you look at what their needs are, and it's no secret, they need to bolster their back end, but most importantly, they need to get somebody between the pipes. You know, guys, we're not everybody is as rich and loaded between the pipes as you guys are down there in the desert. But some teams struggle to find goaltenders. I don't know if you're aware, but Calgary is one of them. And they've had 11 goaltenders in the 6 years of the tenure of Brad Treliving. That's just a stop. And so there are a number of big names via the free agency, as we all know. Some of them, you know, big names, but are they are they still what they once were? So I would say keep an eye on the Markstrom conversation. I think that's very realistic. And your boy Robin Lehner has set an interesting standard. I wonder how, when Markstrom does sign somewhere, how comparable that is. That'll be kind of interesting. Is it more? Is it less? Is it right on cue? What is somebody willing to pay for a guy like Martin? This is a very talented goaltender who really, I think, opened some eyes for his play in Vancouver. And, I think his best friend is Elias Lindholm, a fantastic forward with the Calgary Flames. So you wonder, does the best friend have some influence? You like the West Coast, but maybe the mountains are calling. So we'll see. We should know something from Friday going on. I don't know how long a guy like Markstrom would last on the free agency side of things, but they've got to shore up the goaltending. They have to get some holes filled on that blue line. Juuso Välimäki is now playing in Finland. He is a stud first-round pick from a few years ago who's been bitten by the injury bug, but a good Finn, as Gary would tell you as well, that this is a talented player, played in the Western Hockey League, and is just a great, mature future of the blue line there. But you got Mark Giordano, who's now 37 years old. A year ago, he was the Norris Trophy winner. You don't know where you are with some of the free agents back there. Travis Hamonic, T.J. Brody. There's some holes back there, but they also have Noah Hannafin and Rasmus Andersson. Noah Hannafin's got almost 400 games under his belt, and he's 23 years of age. So Rasmus Andersson has really turned heads as well. So there are some potential, but there's some holes as well. The top 9 guys are probably, as far as forwards go, I think they're probably where they are for now. I would imagine that things could change once we get a sense of when Hawk earns. There is a lot of talk about Johnny Gaudreau and Sean Monahan, understandably so. They haven't gotten it done in the postseason. Is it still the two of them going forward, or will there be change? Those are the questions that are kind of burning here in Calgary, because I think people are tired, as you say, of either not making it or getting in and one and done. They had success against Winnipeg in the postseason. Sorry, Gary, but they did. And then they fell short in the next round against Dallas, who went on that miraculous run. And they were 11 seconds away from going up 3-1. Changes are inevitable. But now it's about shoring up and making the right moves, because Calgary can ill afford the inconsistency of get in, you're out. You're in and done. So they've got to get that consistency. It feels like they're close, but they've got to get some key pieces.
Ryan, thanks a lot. Dave, I want to get a little bit of news in here. Elliot Friedman and actually multiple reporters are reporting that at this stage, the Golden Knights have not offered a qualifying offer to Nick Cousins. Cap crunch, obviously, the reason there. They love the player and are hopeful that they circle around to him in free agency and maybe make something happen later on. But as of right now, they are unable to make him a qualifying offer.
So they had 2 restricted free agents, and they re-signed Chandler Stevenson to a 4-year extension today, but Nick Cousins not qualified.
And that goes back to cap compliance, right? You can only be 10% above the cap, and I think the signing of Leonard and then the signing today of Stevenson probably has them butting up against that threshold, and that prevents them from doing a deal with Nick Cousins.
Yeah, they've added, what's that, roughly cap hit wise, 7.75,
exactly.
Right? Million. So, all right, we've had some great guests here over the last couple of days, to say the least, to all of them. So you've got Director of Scouting for the Golden Knights, Bobby Lowe's, is going to join the Insider Show later today with Ryan Wallace and Darren Millard on Fox Sports Las Vegas. Bobby's also going to join us here tomorrow at nighttime at noon, Gary. Just by that point tomorrow, the draft's going to be over. The Golden Knights still have a couple of picks, at least as of right now, one in round 6, one in round 7. They have 4 selections, but it'll be great to get some of his insights on what led to some of these picks.
100%.
Trading up to get a goaltender in Jesper Vikman with the first pick of round 5. But Bobby Lowe's will join us here tomorrow. So it's been a lot of fun covering the draft here over the last couple of days. Still a couple more days of coverage, both nighttime at noon tomorrow, and then Friday. Friday free agency begins in the NHL. So thanks for tuning in. For Shane and for Gary, Dave saying have a great rest of your afternoon. We'll talk to you once again tomorrow on Fox Sports Las Vegas.